Hello, everybody. Hello.
Hello.
How is everybody? Welcome to chat. Welcome. Hold on, I can't see you guys, and I don't know why I can't see you. Give me 1 second. Tech support. Dusty Rockets tech support. Oh. Oh, there we go. My tech support. I have the best tech support in town. Dusty Rockets for the win, everybody. Hi. What's up, everybody in chat? How's it going? We have two of the coolest, most ridiculous people I've ever seen in my life right now on Inspired by Mystery. I want everybody to please welcome Erin and Chid. Welcome. We're taking you to the dark side tonight.
Hell yeah.
Oh, welcome. How are you? We got Vader and Leia.
Hey, hold up.
There you go. See, you guys didn't expect this.
That.
No, nobody was prepared. Nobody could be prepared for what ridiculousness is about to happen tonight. I'm fucking loving it. How you doing in there, Chid? Right? Is it hot? Are you good?
Everybody wanted to know why I banned so many people. Well, here it is.
He's just a Sith sitting there with the sword of power striking people down. I love it.
He's after me for all the stolen beers that I have not stolen. I've just merely borrowed.
Borrowed. Oh, so for those of you guys that are not familiar with Erin and Chid, these guys are fantastic mods on the Roxy Gun project. And if you guys have not checked out Roxy Gun project, you have to check it out. Our most fabulous mod, Roxy, is a fantastic musician, her and her husband, Chris. And they do Sundays, just the two of them. And then on Tuesdays, they have the full band with Ryan J. and Randy. And these two people here are the backbone of keeping that Twitch channel going. Like, the musicians, they're the ones that hold it together, but you guys are like the backbone, making sure that everything is taken care of, making sure there's no bullshit, no shenanigans, none of that stuff. Nothing.
No bullshit
Nothing
at all.
Gets passed.
None.
Nothing gets past you motherfuckers. Nothing.
No BS.
No.
They're very serious.
I have banned someone for bullying Roxy, and it was an outright permanent ban. Gone.
Good. Yeah, because fuck that shit. You don't fuck with Roxy. I will kill the motherfucker. I will kill somebody. I will hunt you down.
I just ban people if I'm having a bad day.
Or silence them for the hell of it. Ride the dragon.
It's true. So, there's good aspects and I'm sure hard aspects of doing this mod job. I mean, there's a lot to it for sure. But you guys do this out of the kindness of your heart. You do this without pay, without any expectations. You guys just love the Twitch community and you love Roxy Gun Project. And you guys
wait. What?
What?
I don't get paid?
No.
You get paid in love.
Yes. And my love. That's that. Isn't that enough for you?
Crap.
Yeah.
And Steve Scott was asking, where's the 8-ball? Right here, Steve. It's out of the cage. It's been fed. It's had its Jameson. Now, sit back. Just enjoy the damn show.
That's really cute. He's like, where's the 8-ball? So
That's
a lot of you guys,
Chris 8-ball.
A lot of you guys that are spectators of the show, you guys have never seen these guys in real life. You have just seen their screen names, but now you get to see them in real life. We're going to do a Chid reveal, so you get to see his actual face. Dun, 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 dun. He is, in fact, a real person.
Yay!
Yay! So now you guys get to actually meet these guys, which is so fantastic. I am loving this. Okay, Steve Scott says, we decided that you have to answer all questions with the 8-ball. We voted on it on Monday. Maybe? Not likely.
No.
Yeah.
No, I don't think so. Have you met Sassy Chris? Excuse you.
Well,
Shit.
maybe the chat will end up being able to ask some questions later, and you can use your mystical powers to answer the
I will do
questions.
that. I will do that.
Yes. But this is so awesome getting to have you guys on and getting to meet both of you in person. Because for so many months, I mean, I've been a spectator on their channel for, what is it? I don't know, a year or something like that, close to a year. And,
Mm-hmm.
we know you guys in certain context because you guys are always like hilarious and fun and welcoming and you're doing all this stuff, but like we don't actually know who you guys are, what you guys are all about, what your deal is, how do you feel about stuff. Like nobody knows. So this is going to be an awesome time to get to know what you guys are all about. And as for those in chat, like everybody gets to ask questions too. So I think it's going to be really fucking fun. This is going to be awesome. And the tables have
We
turned
are
because Roxy's the
mystical,
mod.
unknown creatures.
You are. You are. This is, I got like
And
two unicorns right now.
Sammy, I have to say something right now because one of our other mods, now, for those of you that don't know, Sammy is also one of our mods, so is Dusty with the Roxy Gun Project, but so is the amazing, magical, mysterious, wonderful Joe Cunningham, and he just came in.
Yay,
And
Joe! You're here. I'm
Hi,
so
Joe.
good.
Yes, I have
So
to say,
good.
I absolutely love Joe Cunningham. He is phenomenal. He is one of my favorite people in the whole wide world. Absolutely love him. So hi, Joe.
He is so great. I'm glad you're here. And he was the interview last Wednesday,
Yes,
which was
a
so
very good
fun.
show.
It was,
Yes.
right? It was really good. So any of you guys that happen to miss Joe Cunningham's show, it is still on the Twitch page. So you can go back and watch the archived video of that if you guys are interested. He is so interesting. This guy, he
And
thought
one
he was
question.
so boring and he's not. Huh.
Why did you miss it? Oh, and Chris is here too.
Yay!
Wow.
Hello,
Okay, so we have
Chris.
Chris. Hi.
Yes, Chris has entered the room. Fucking fantastic. Okay, so we got
Chris
the
is
whole
probably like-
is here.
Yeah, Chris is probably like, all my mods in one room, I'm out.
Yeah.
I know. Ah!
He's keeping
That's
tabs on us,
awesome.
so we don't say shit about him.
Wait, what?
That's fucking great.
I never do. No.
No, this is so great. Now all we need is Brian J and Randy to pop in, and we. Oh my
And
god!
Ryan J
Look at
just
that
came
timing. That was exactly perfect timing. Hi, Ryan.
Hi, Ryan.
I could not have planned that any more perfectly. Fucking awesome. I think
Chris
I
says
summoned
I
him.
say shit about myself. Oh, Lord. Oh, good
So
Lord.
great. Oh, I'm so happy that this is happening right now. Fucking fantastic. So, all right, now you guys kind of have an idea what these guys' role is in the Twitch community. So, I'm curious, how long have you guys been on Twitch? So, let's start, I guess, Erin, when did you first get on Twitch?
Actually, with Roxy Gun Project.
Really?
They were, at the time, they were still streaming pretty much full-time on Facebook. And Facebook decided they were going to do away with musical acts and wanted it all to be paid for, basically. So they had been told about Twitch by another Twitch group. And so they moved over and I moved over with them.
That's
So
awesome.
I've been here 11 months. Yeah.
That is so cool. So, did you even know about Twitch before? Because I had no idea before.
Never
the
heard of
pandemic.
it.
I never even heard of it. Wow.
Never heard of it.
So, what about you, Chid?
For me, it was with Silly Rabbit. Brad basically messaged me and said, we're going to go over from Facebook over to Twitch. Come in, give it a try. And honestly, when they first started going to Twitch, I was like, what the hell is this thing? I mean, initially it was, okay, there's bits flying everywhere. Brad started adding these cartoon things. You can't really interact. You can't hit a like button. You can't hit a smiley face. You know, I wasn't all about Twitch. But then I got into it, and all of a sudden it became a hell of a lot more fun. So I was streaming with Silly Rabbit, I think probably for about a month. And that's when Brad introduced me to Roxy Gun Project, and I came over there. And that's when I think they just started up, and I happened to be one of the very first few in the chat. and started dropping a few bits here and there. And Brad, I mean, Chris would be able to answer this in the chat, but my recollection was that they were looking for some moderators, and Brad was already a moderator and happened to elect me as a possibility.
That's awesome. So you were one of the first people that, actually, both of you guys were two of the first people that were following Roxy Gun Project's Twitch.
Yeah.
That's so
Yep.
awesome.
And I became a mod about a month afterwards.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
When I
So
needed
did they
a
have
heck of
no
a lot more
mods?
help.
So you were the first mod, Chid. You were the very first mod. Did you start
Yeah.
from like shortly after
Between
they
Chris,
began?
yeah, Chris was doing a lot, and I was sort of helping out, taking some of the duties off of him, and then it just started getting busier and busier. So I told him that we needed some more help.
That's perfect.
And of course, Erin started dropping subs all over the place like a madwoman, like she does. So that was an easy decision.
Yeah, trying to get people to be part of the community. I know that you have mentioned, and Roxy as well, that you were a big fan of their band. You know, before the pandemic, you would go to shows and you just loved their music. So it wasn't like you were like personal friends and you got kind of like thrown in there. You just loved the band. You were like the Band-Aid of their band.
That's what Vegas is nothing but music and shows in my eyes. And so, of course, pre-pandemic, I would go see them at Club Fortune, once in a while down on Fremont. And there were a few other bands that I was watching at the same time. And then when the pandemic hit, I just happened to find them on Facebook. And I was like, oh, hell yeah. And I've been with them ever since.
That's so awesome. I feel like that is really, really special, that a band that you really enjoyed so much that you ended up becoming part of the family and a very like important part of this whole experience that they're having. They trust you. You know, they trust both of you guys, and you guys are there every time. You know, you are there all the time. You commit every single week to knowing that you are going to be there, and that's huge.
It's not just the Tuesday, Sunday streams. Now Chris streams on Thursday. And so, you know, not all the time can Chid be there. Not all the time can I be there the whole show, but we both are there on Thursdays now.
That's fantastic.
And then Fridays, like tomorrow, tomorrow's Friday. God, my days are off. No, Friday, this coming Friday, they have a Discord thing that they're doing, and so I'll be there. I'm sure Chid will try to be there if he's not playing poker or golfing. And then Saturday I'll be downtown with them, and then Sunday again. So sometimes it's a 4, 5, 6 day a week thing, but yeah, I mean and I don't necessarily say I'm dedicated. I want the fans to enjoy what I get to enjoy, and Chris loves to be able to stream it live to the fans, and they can't do that if somebody's not there to man, however he's streaming it, whether it's on his phone or on his laptop. He can't just leave his cell phone standing out in the middle of Fremont Street. It won't be there in 5 minutes.
Absolutely.
So,
I think that's really cool that you're willing to go and do like the extracurricular things too. That's really awesome.
I saw in chat that Chris said that he needed a Canadian, or was it Roxy?
Yeah, it was Chris. I love it.
It was Chris said he needed a Canadian, so I'm not sure if that was to get access to Kraft mac and cheese or Kraft dinner, or if it was just to be able to find the hole in the border.
The hole in the border. The hole in the border.
Well, I mean, in case we have to jump ship and leave this godforsaken place, it's good.
I may have to start checking out real estate sooner or later. Yeah.
There you go. Yeah, so you could house all of us when we have to flee.
Ketchup chips could be, definitely. Yeah, it's part of it.
I know it is for me, and I'm almost out.
Chris says we keep telling them not to be so committed, but here they are.
We should be committed.
You guys you should. It's really awesome.
And that's the thing. If you are going to, and this is something that I try to, I'm a mod in a few other channels as well, and I try to reference, first off, Roxy Gun Project is what brought me to Twitch. So that is where my priority is. Yes, I now stream, though not as much as I'd like to anymore. But the fact is when I'm a mod in other people's channels, or I go to other people's channels, I try to still represent the Roxy Gun Project. Because as their mod, I want them to be out there positively, not, oh my God, that woman is nuts. No, I don't want that. So I try to remind other mods, hey, if you're going to be a mod, you want to definitely represent in all groups, because you may not realize it, but Twitch really is a tight-knit, small community. And so many people know so many people, and they all know each other. So
it's true. It's great.
Crazy cat lady, for sure.
I am nuts, because we have 2 of them.
I am proud to be a crazy cat lady.
Well, and for me, it's probably a little bit different, because Silly Rabbit actually, I've been following Silly Rabbit for a few years, and my wife and I would follow them and go to concerts in Calgary on a regular basis, and that was our weekly fun to go out and do and dance and listen to their fun music and laugh and get silly. And they made my wife a moderator of their Twitch stream.
Yeah.
And they did not want me as a moderator, because they wanted me in chat. They just wanted me in chat. And because I am putting stuff into chat that's ridiculous and silly, they want me to be a nut bar. And so I have a little bit more social license to get crazy over there, if you will. And I certainly have from time to time.
Well, that's really nice that you're like the hype guy or whatever.
Right. Yeah.
That's an important job too. So even though you don't have the sword and you don't have to worry about behind the scenes stuff, you're still a part of it. You're just kind of keeping everything fun and funny and keeping it entertaining. Yep. And that's an important job. I like that.
And that's the relationship that Chid and I have, but I'm sure a lot of the people in your chat have noticed that have been in the Roxy Gun streams, is that,
we hate one another.
Totally. I'm constantly
stealing my
his
freaking beers.
beer, walking him on the patio, twerking in his front yard, and that's the kind of banter that people have said they don't see in other chats, other streams. So I'm like, wow, I
You don't see that in very many neighborhoods, Erin.
No, you probably don't.
But I love the fact that your interaction is so fantastic, and you guys act like you've been best buddies for freaking ever, and you've never even met face to face. Just for all the chat to know right now, they've never met in real life, and Chid's never even met any of the members from the Roxy Gun Project either.
No, that's true.
Which is ridiculous, because I feel like everybody needs to hang out. We all need to have a hangout. This is imperative.
Well, and I mean, when we're talking about trust, it's amazing for Roxy and Chris to have given me the trust that they have. It didn't come instantaneously, but I think it did come quickly. Maybe it's because I'm Canadian, I don't know, but it did take a little while, to be fair, and we've had off-stream meetings, and we've collectively collaborated on a whole bunch of different things and ideas as to how we can improve the stream, and I think we've done very well.
Yeah, you guys have been on a freaking team together, the two of you guys. When I actually hung out in Vegas with Roxy and Chris, they were just seriously raving about the two of you guys. They're like, we can't even believe how amazing that they are. These guys, the two of them, will just have these private conversations, come up with all these ideas, and present ideas to us. They showed me a photo of your setup, Chid. They're like, look at this photo, look at his setup. They are so happy to have you guys, and to know that you guys put so much of your own personal energy and effort, and you guys work as a team to help the big picture, which is so unique and rare to find that.
Let's face it, the artistry, people are there for the music. But I think that Erin and I have managed to carve out a little bit of additional fun in the stream by our banter and some of the welcoming that we do to come in, and how we treat people in the chat, and very welcoming community. So that's been a lot of fun. It's certainly been rewarding, and certainly Chris and Roxy, as well as Ryan and Randall, have shown their respect for us in many ways as well. So it's very appreciative that we greatly appreciate the opportunity to be able to participate with this.
And the way that we do it is also, not something that was ever planned. Now, just so people know, the only job, I guess you could say, that was ever really truly planned was Chid to be kind of the music master. And that was something that he and Chris worked out. And so Chid taught me for, nights when he's going to be late or not in or leaves early, so that I can continue to run the music list. But he's the music master. And then at the time that I became a mod, we had another mod, God bless her, Mama Gunn. And she was kind of the greet everybody, how are you doing type of person. And I was the one that if Roxy and Chris said something, I was collecting it on sticky notes on my computer, typing up all this stuff, saving it, posting it later on. And so when it kind of became just me and Chid, it was like, oh, I need to, make sure I keep doing that. But now I've got to do all the greeting. Oh my gosh. And for a little bit, I was a little overwhelmed. But then I was like, okay, I can do this. I've got this.
And then she started doing speed.
That was our secret. Damn it, shit. Now I got to switch. I got to do something else now. But no, I mean, it's the list, and you've seen it, Sammy. The list is like 10 feet long of things that I've come up with that is mentioned, during the streams.
Yoo-hoo.
Speed and Yoo-hoo. I hated that chocolate drink. It wasn't even real chocolate. Give me Nesquik any day.
Really? I love Yoo-hoo. Oh, man. I love it.
Well, Mama Gunn was Roxy's mother.
Yes.
And unfortunately, we lost her earlier this year. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And actually,
can we have a cheers? Let's have a cheers. Real quick.
Absolutely.
Let's have a cheers for Mama Gunn.
Cheers to Mama Gunn for sure.
Roxy would
Everybody raise what you're drinking.
Cilantro.
Cilantro.
And that was consequently the first time that Chid and I ever talked. Not face to face, but together.
Yep, it's true. One of the most difficult phone calls I've ever had to make, but immediately solidified our friendship even stronger.
Oh, yeah.
Did I just say that we're friends? Oh, crap. I mean,
yep,
carp.
You admitted it. Somebody put the carp.
I think it's lovely. I'm so glad that even though that was a really, really hard scenario, I'm glad that it did bring you guys all together more and have you guys kind of have a bonding experience. And then
it wasn't just with we two, it was with everybody.
Yeah.
With everybody. Yeah, that was definitely a hard time. But you guys picked up a little extra when she was no longer there, and you guys tried your best to fill in for what she was adding to the channel. And you've done fantastic. Fantastic.
It was really strange through the whole COVID pandemic. I mean, I myself had some challenges with some family members passing, and Chris and Roxy were tremendously supportive. My wife had to go in for an emergency surgery, and they couriered her some flowers. It was just unreal. It was very touching. Yeah.
And I lost my two nephews not long actually after they started on Facebook. And that was actually when I became very active. My two nephews were killed last June here in Vegas in a dirt bike accident. And the day of the funeral, which happened to be Father's Day, I came home from their funeral, and it was a Sunday, and I'm like thinking to myself, well, I can fall apart, or I can get on my laptop and try to find something to do. And I went into Facebook, and Roxy Gunn was doing their show. And at that time, I was like, oh, okay, if they're on, I'll listen for a little while. But then I would, leave after a little while. It's like, okay, well, I got to go do something else. And that night when I went in, ironically, Steve Scott and Mama Gunn were in the chat, and I came on and I was like, yeah, I just got home from my nephew's funeral without any prompting whatsoever. And it happened to be one of Roxy and Chris's acoustic shows. Roxy did a song by Jimmy Eat World, and which is Hear You Me. And of course, I'm bawling all the way through that song. But it solidified at that moment, I need to be here. This is where I need to be. This is my family. Because instantly it was this overwhelming welcoming. And so from that point on, it was every Sunday, every Tuesday, like clockwork, I was in the stream.
And I think that all of those events collectively affected the way that we treat people when they come in. And there have been multiple occasions during the streams that Roxy and Chris don't even see where we actually will pull people out of chat by messaging them and try to counsel them. There's been a few times where people have come in and they're hurting, and it's difficult to watch in chat these people hurting and posting it in chat. They're kind of, I hate to say it, but killing the vibe a little bit. But so Erin and I message each other and try and pull them out of chat and talk to them and see what's going on and see if we can help in any way. And there have been a few instances where it's like, you really should go for some counseling, man.
That's really nice that you guys are willing to do that, because you're focused on so many different things. And, I know that's not the most convenient for you guys to have a whole side conversation, but you actually both care. You care about people. Yes. And that is rare in this world a lot these days, unfortunately. There's some great people, but in general, the masses just seem to be a little bit more self-focused and a little more selfish, and people will just be like, vibe killer, and move along. But you guys really do care, and I'm that type of person too. I really genuinely care too. So it's really cool.
It goes back to what I was saying earlier, right, about representing the Roxy Gun Project, because somebody comes in, and Chris and Roxy say it just about every stream. If you need to talk, they don't care. You need to reach out to them, to one of us, to somebody else in the chat. Who am I to sit there and say, be gone from me? No, I don't care how busy it is in chat. Because at that point, I can neglect a few hellos and highs for making sure that somebody that needs that extra couple of minutes just to hear, hey, you're valuable to me, you're worth it to me, gets that from me. That begone from me attitude is not something that any of us mods have. And I don't think ever would.
Yeah. There was somebody popped in chat, it was a few months ago, and I didn't have any backstory on this person. I guess he was really young and has had some issues and had popped in before. And I was in the chat, and this dude, I don't remember what he was saying, but he was being a little dramatic about like somebody going to his grandmother's house or whatever, and nobody, like none of the other just chatty people were responding to it. And I popped up and I was like, hey, what's going on? I started talking to him, and Roxy told me later, she's like, there was backstory. He does that a lot, and he never really listens to anybody. And she was like, she saw me engaging while she's singing. She's like, fuck, he got her. Like, Sammy's in there, like, shit. But at the same time, it's nice to just be like, you are seen, you are heard. It's not the place to be having a crazy long conversation about dramatic things, but some people have no other outlet. This is their social outlet. They don't have friends to talk to, so they just kind of throw it out there.
I know exactly the one that you're talking about, and we really distilled that one down. And when you go through the messages that were sent, the story didn't really add up. I honestly think that was just a person who was trying to come in and disrupt chat. I don't think that person was that young. Yeah. There was a few too many things that happened early on in the stream that was really weird.
Yep.
Why are people weird, man?
But these are the types of things that people just don't see. They don't see the amount of work that's in behind the stream.
Right.
There are times where people are going, you're trying to engage with us and trying to hold conversations, and sometimes we can't get to that chat right away because we're doing other things. I know when the stream starts up there, especially the time where we had the front page, I mean, the song list was just ballistic. Erin messaged me and it was just like, okay, I'm not in a good place right now. Things are just nuts. I'll have my head down for a while.
Yeah, that was craziness. And that's how I ended up getting the mod sword. I ended up getting my sword during that because you guys were like, what the fuck? Like, we didn't expect it.
What's so funny about that entire thing, when we maxed out at 10,000 people, I was relieved when we got back down to 3,000 people. I was like, manageable, and at one point, and I've never gotten frustrated in the stream at Chris until this night. And I hope he's still here listening because he's got to hear this. I had slowed the chat down to 1 minute because I'm sorry, y'all, we're trying to keep up. And it was like going, whoom, like this. And Chris is going, no, 30 seconds is fine. I'm like, dude, you're not reading at all. And I'm like, fine. And I'm sitting there and I'm like, literally, I'm pausing the chat and I'm going, what do they say? What do they say? What do they say? Just trying to make sure nobody was going F this or, being racial or anything else. You couldn't have been reading it all.
Chris said they're reading it all.
It couldn't have been. It was crazy. And I'm sitting there going, fine, I'll put it back to 30 seconds. And I'm just like, I can read that. I literally put on I don't wear my glasses at home, but I ran over to my nightstand, grabbed my glasses, and I'm like, putting them on, I'm going.
Okay, that night when it was slowed down, somebody, I don't remember who it was, somebody messaged me, whispered me, and was like, hey, I hope that I didn't offend anybody. I'm just really enjoying chatting. It looks like I got timed out. I can't post more than once every 60 seconds. I was like, no. We are so happy that you're there, but there's just too many people in the chat. It's not you. It's not you. Like, it's everybody.
It's not you. It's me.
Like, thank goodness. They're like, I love this channel. I'm having a really great time. And I was just hoping I wasn't being annoying. We're like, you're not being annoying at all. It's just there's 8,000 people in the chat, So, like, we're trying to tone it down. But I thought that was really sweet that guy just randomly was like, I'm sorry.
And Chris knew it was going to happen that day or that week sometime. And, of course, I get a message from Super Mousetrap going, are we on front page? Because I'm watching the numbers, that's what I kind of do as a mod. I'm like, all right, if they go up, I start posting certain messages more often because more people are coming in, blah, blah, blah. All of a sudden it went from 140 to over 1,000. And I'm like, yep, we're on the front page. Ah, shit. And I'm like, here we go. And I'm like, well, we're about to find out what this is going to be like,
And you guys were nailing it. You guys were fucking nailing it on that one. Like, you guys were killing it. But I was feeling bad for you guys from the outside because I was like, oh, shit. Like, these poor guys, they're sweating,
Mm-hmm.
I was getting wine and coffee at that time.
Oh, I took a few shots of Jameson. As that number went up, I went.
Oh, well, I guess, yeah, it was kind of Irish coffee, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, Chris said they got the email when they were on the way here. And you guys didn't even tell me when you were here. I didn't even know that you guys...
They did. They mentioned it on your stream.
Oh, shit.
So,
out. Sorry. But wow, that's crazy. But you didn't know exactly when it was going to happen. That's the interesting thing. They're like, yeah, we're going to try a new thing. You'll be on the front page sometime, soonish, maybe next week or whatever. Mm-hmm. But you'd think they would tell you specifically.
Like, hey, what day?
Yes. So that way you can, like, prepare. Yeah, you guys drank like that. Yeah, we bought these guys a bottle of Jameson.
Yeah, it wasn't noticeable at all.
There's Jameson! And we put it in the fancy decanter. We're like, we put it in this fancy decanter for you guys. Welcome. That was so fun. That was the longest stream to date. That was over 7 hours. It was fucking awesome. It was so fun. And we almost
I had a great time watching it.
Good. I'm so glad. That was really, really fun. That was a really good time. 7.5 hours. Yeah. Woo! It was fucking great.
I'm still drinking that Jameson.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that was crazy night. And knowing
I'll have one with you.
Perfect. But yeah, that was a crazy night, and you guys were just on friggin' top of it. You guys were so on top of it, and I was so impressed. And it was
we were also happy to have you come in because you were able to finish off the last hour.
Yeah. It was just me. I held it down solo.
After 11 hours of my eyes going back and forth and all the song list and everything like that, I was absolutely done. I mean, I was literally almost lying on the floor by the time the 11th hour hit. And I was like, I really need to go.
And you know what? I was totally good doing that. And I'd never modded before. I'd never done it. But, Erin showed me the ways, on the little side chat and everything. And I was like, no, I feel confident. And when you left, there was like, I don't know, 3,000 or 4,000 people still in there, but the chat was kind of slower. Everything was chill. That's why I was like, everybody go to bed. I'm up until 1,000,000 o'clock. Like, it's totally fine. I don't.
And I didn't even have to leave that night.
Ugh, I hated that. I hated that you had to leave early thinking it was your first day of work. And then surprise, you didn't eat.
And I'm going to drink to that one because I'm still frustrated at that.
That really sucks. But it was a really great night, and we got a lot of new people that came in that were just loving it, that have been coming back. So I feel like overall it was a really, really good night.
Yes,
And I was
yes,
glad
it
to know
was.
that I was trusted, with that duty. That was awesome. And it was funny because I think I had mentioned it before in a stream where it was like, it was a surprise. I heard them mumble our name on the screen and I didn't even know what, like, I missed it. And I'm like, what are they talking about? And then Aaron's like, Sammy, are you here? Is Dusty near you? I'm like, what? What? I don't, am I in trouble? I don't want to be in trouble. And then all of a sudden they're like,
Um,
no, you're not in trouble. You're mods. And I was like, sick. Let's do this. I'm fucking down, you
Sick.
know? I'm on
Roxy,
it.
Roxy, Roxy, should I pour another one? Because I'm willing to and have one with you. Sorry. Wait for me, Turbo.
I
As
know
I'm
she used
Yeah.
all caps.
I can't believe you said wait for me turbo.
Now
That's
I
why
gotta
she's
do another
turbo.
Now I gotta do another one. All right, hold up here, y'all. I gotta do another one. Oh God! So on my own birthday stream, Chid and my son got me drunk.
Thanks for the
That was a-
follow, Cheryl.
Oh my god, that was hilarious.
Welcome.
That was such a good night.
Oh,
Who
that
got you
was.
drunk? What happened?
I felt it the next day.
Oh, I want to say goodbye to Walt, the car guy. Thank you so much
Night,
for
Walt.
coming in. We
Good
are
to see you,
very
Walt.
happy to have you. Give us a follow and come back. Come back again soon, and we'll see you in the Roxy chat for sure.
And Cheryl, she's also one of our newer members in the Roxy Gun Project family stream.
Yay! Hi, Cheryl.
Yay.
Welcome. It's lovely to have you. Welcome.
All right, so Roxy
Thunderdome.
and Dusty, just put it in chat when you're ready. I'll slancha. We'll do a toast, and we're good.
Okay, that sounds great. Turbo's
Good thing
gonna
I
be
love my
wasted by the end of
Jameson.
this.
So- Are there any questions as far as the moderator aspect? We've kind of been talking about the mod stuff for a while and all of the adventures that we've had with that.
I have one for you, though, Chid. I do have one, and I think this is a legit question.
Almost died on a
What
box of rocks.
is it? What happened, Dusty?
That's easy. He almost died on a box of rocks on the stairs.
Yeah, there's a box of rocks.
I mean, I'm not surprised, but I didn't know there was a box
I'm
of
not
rocks.
shocked in this house.
Probably.
So
My
that's-
wife's streamer name is Roxy Rolla. Now you could be Boxy Rolla.
All right, everyone.
Bye.
Refunds.
Slancha.
Cheers.
Slancha,
Slancha.
cheers to old friends and new.
Cheers.
Woo.
And to the
and-
Roxy
and-
Gun Project for bringing us all together.
Oh, true.
Absolutely, and I mean that's really what this whole thing came down to was with the pandemic and needing for other things to do. I mean, this occupied a lot of time, and it was something that was fun and rewarding, and the whole social aspect and getting to meet all these new friends. I mean, what a great medium to do this, and the fact that I now have friends all over the world, that I could go and engage with. I mean, I don't know if I actually came down to Australia and said, hey, Cy and Erin, I'd like to stay with you for a while. They probably would put me in the shed, but whatever. I could live in there for a
No
while.
way. You know what? I bet they would take you. And I know if you ever came to Seattle, you always have a place with me. Like, just because there's distance between us, people are all over the world, but we're all connected, man. We're all connected, and we all got each other's
Cheers,
backs.
Joe.
Thanks, Joe. I appreciate
So-
you. Yay.
So, my question for Chid about running the music list: what, if anything, would you change about the music list
Thanks, Chris.
and how it's working out?
I think that an ability to have messaging a little bit to the side that was a little more private, because there are times where I put nothing. There are some things that's because he doesn't want to do anything with it. I put some notes, and sometimes I make Chris laugh with it, and it's fun. But I think the other streamers can see some of it, so I have to be careful as to what I put in there if they happen to go onto Stream Elements, if they actually look on the full queue. Yeah, that would be, because there's some times where it's like I don't really know if this person is in, or this person has had like the last 5 songs requested, and there's a lot of different things to the list that I try and do my best as to paying attention to who's I don't get to see the donations necessarily all the time. So I'm trying to prioritize, listen to Chris at the same time as to who's donated the bits, who's donated the subs, and then who's new followers, and who are friends that, this is their first time in, and then there's the raiders. So there's a whole bunch of prioritization that takes place. So I try to do my best, and sometimes I get overruled, but hey, that's okay. It's their stream after all.
Yeah, you're doing a really great job organizing all of that. It's a lot of work. A lot of people got a lot of requests coming in.
Well,
fast.
And certainly there's another aspect to it which I don't necessarily always clue into, which is the whole key. Right, the keys of the songs and all the key changes and all the tuning that has to take place. And I've been a disc jockey before, so I try and align musical, sort of gradational changes in the music, if you will.
Cool.
But certainly from the key changes, that's something of a consideration for Roxy and Chris.
Right.
That's awesome. You guys do so much. It's so awesome how just like involved in all the little aspects that you guys are, and they're happy, which is great. It seems like they're super happy. Chris wants to change nothing, so that means it's going good. That's a good
We'll
sign.
see how happy they
good.
are after this stream.
I think it's all based on just trying to be as organized as possible. Now, God knows, Chris and Roxy are so freaking busy. And Chris has tried to update, the commands and things like that, but that does take time. And so, I try to at least keep things a little bit more simplistic as far as what I put on there, like especially if there will be like a stream change like this week, obviously there's possibly 3 of them with Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And just trying to make sure that they can at least be up there doing what they do best and let us take all of that other pressure off of them. That's what our job is as mods. And when you sign up to be a mod, it's not just a title. It's not just a, hey, I've got a sword and you better listen to me. No, that's not it at all. It's more of what can I do to make their job a little bit easier. And, so that's the reason why I do all the shout outs, because I have compiled the list of over 200 plus streamers that have come into their show. And so when there's a shout out that needs to be done, I give it immediately because, hey, if I see them come in, I'm going to do that. Anything I can do to kind of take that off of them a little bit, a little bit of the stupidity, if you will, the mundane all the time. Oh, let's do a shout out for this person. Oh yeah, they're a streamer, be serious with it. And that's what I try to be. So, but I also try to have fun, and it's great to have fun with Chid.
Steve Scott using a bullet redemption for songs not to play. Call it Request Wars. Oh, that would be sweet. No, you're an idiot. That's a stupid song. Boom.
Getting confused why I hear turbo in the game and gunfire in the stream. What? Okay. You edit correctly when turbo speaks. Bad guys get blown away. LOL. Steve Scott.
Well, Dusty said he's fighting the squirrels out of the flowers for me. That's what the gunfire's from.
All right.
Damn squirrels.
The goddamn squirrels tear my whole freaking garden up, man. It's rough. They're little assholes. They're cute little fuzzy assholes, but assholes nonetheless. Okay, so speaking of squirrels and stuff, where you live in Canada, we have a Canadian. We have an actual Canadian in the background, and I want to do Ask a Canadian segment right now, where mainly a bunch of Americans and Americans in general think that everything is, look, we're the center of the freaking universe. So Canadians, let's talk. Tell me some interesting facts about being a Canadian, viewing us down here. What kind of things do you have that are different or the same or whatever? And then if anybody has any questions. Oh, yeah. Chris can only answer half questions. Okay. So I'm curious, does anybody have any specific questions for the Canadian?
I have one for the Canadian. When can I get a new care package? Because I need more coffee, more... No, just kidding.
Oh, Cheryl's Australian.
Stop stealing my damn beer and we'll chat.
Okay, speaking of beer, all right, like what's the Canadian beer out there? Out here, like our shitty, like average American beers, it's like Budweiser and Coors and like Miller and shit like that. What's your guys' Schwilly beer?
I mean, we obviously have Molson Canadian and Labatt Blue, which are those are the run of the mill, really common beers. But we've in the last 3 years had a tremendous amount of microbreweries spring up all over the place. So we have a tremendous variety of beers, and it's everything ranging from just the 3% Radlers all the way up to like the 8 and 9% beers.
So I know West Coast is huge on IPAs. Like West Coast of the States, they're huge on IPAs. Mm-hmm. Do you guys have a reasonable amount of IPAs up there too? Or since it's like up north, absolutely. Is it more like,
Oh, yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, we've got wheat beers, we've got IPAs, we've got stouts. I mean, like I said, the microbreweries are going really, really popular these days.
That's really cool. Okay, but so the Molson and the Labatt Blue, I didn't know if those were like so cliche that you'd be like, nobody drinks that. But
and of course we also get Budweiser, and Labatt's actually brews Budweiser up here north of the border.
Ah, interesting. Okay, so what's your drink of choice, Chid?
Honestly, my preference is Guinness, but in Ireland, it tastes completely different to anything that I've ever tasted imported or in any pub. I certainly drink a lot of Jamesons all of a sudden for some reason in the last year.
Yeah, go figure. Why? I don't know.
I'm a Scotch guy. I like Scotch.
Okay. Oh man, I wanted to even a little bit like Scotch. I really wanted to. I was in Scotland, and I was on a tour, and there was a distillery tour, and it was like, this distillery's been here for hundreds of years, and we have this like fancy Scotch that everybody is so lucky to be here to try the Scotch. And oh man, I tried. It was so fucking horrid. I can't do it, dude. I tried.
Yeah, there are some that are definitely an acquired taste, and certainly the peat takes a lot of getting used to.
What about Chivas? I love Chivas.
Chivas is a blended Scotch. Yeah, it's got a little bit more of a smoky flavor to it.
I love it. That's what I grew up on. That's what my dad drinks.
Yep, that was what my granddad. That's what my granddad drank. Mm-hmm. And actually, I got into Scotch from my other granddad when I turned 18. Actually, it was over there. It was 19 years of age. I flew over for the first time on my own dollar to go and visit my family, and I visited my grandfather. And we sat in the living room, and he, before bed, asked, would I like a nightcap? And it was the first time that my grandfather ever offered me a drink. And I really didn't like Scotch at the time, if I'm being honest. It was just not my favorite drink, but you're not going to say no to your grandfather. So he poured me a 2-finger Scotch and set it down beside me, and we proceeded to drink the entire freaking bottle.
Wow, really?
Shit.
And
that's bonding right there.
Unfortunately for me, it was the one and only time that he ever talked about his time in World War II. And I wish to God I could have videotaped it. It was he was not proud of having gone to war, and obviously some of the things that he had to do, but I guarantee you it was just, I mean, from what I do recall about it, I was just so enamored with everything, just trying to soak everything in, meanwhile trying not to get too loaded. But what an event. And ever since then,
really cool.
Every time I drink Scotch, I think of him.
Oh,
that's so nice. Oh, I love that he was willing to share with you, and you guys had that kind of bonding experience, because that is really hard stuff for a lot of people. Like you said, they're not proud of the things that they had to do, and they try to just kind of block it out. But it is really good to share that, with people, to keep that history alive. So hopefully you didn't get so wasted that you forgot a lot of it.
Yeah, it was a little rough the next day, let's put it that way.
Oh, man. Oh, that's cool. Okay, so do you guys put maple syrup on everything? Is that real?
No.
Because I wish, damn it.
No.
You should. It's delicious.
I mean...
we're not in the Elf. Come on.
Canadians, that maple everything. Hey, Super Mousetrap,
There,
welcome.
yeah, there's a lot of things that have maple for sure, but I mean, it's not necessarily my favorite thing to have. Um, Maple cookies sometimes, and certainly pancakes and sausage, but other than that, not much.
See, I was always wondering if it was a little bit more of a kind of touristy type of thing because every time I've gone to Vancouver, I come back with like maple Earl Grey tea, and I love all the maple stuff. I get like a nice bottle of maple syrup. I think it's fantastic. But I was wondering, is it something that Canadians actually partake in on a normal basis, or is it more for the tourists?
Good night, Joe. Good to see you.
Night,
Thanks for coming
Joe.
in,
Love
buddy.
you.
Oh, good night, Joe. We're so happy to see you in here. Our other fantastic super mod over
And I
at
see
Roxy
that
Gun Project.
Super Mousetrap's coming into the chat, and being from Eastern Canada, which is where most of the maple syrup is made, he might have a different view because Eastern versus Western Canada is completely different. They're very, very different places, no question. Canada, as in the United States, you have different regions of the United States. I mean, British
Totally.
Columbia is completely different from Alberta, but then you get into the widespread prairies of Saskatchewan and Manitoba, and they're fairly similar. Then you get Ontario different, Quebec different, and the Maritimes completely different,
Sure.
not just from a geographical perspective, but from a cultural perspective.
So where you're at is French pretty prominent? Because I know in certain areas
Not,
French is
not
prominent.
at all. Not at all.
Okay, interesting.
No, Alberta, I mean, my kids have gone through French immersion and they're fluent in French, but that was intentional.
Cool.
We wanted them to be able to have the opportunity as children. If you can learn a new language, you're going to be better off for it. It offers a whole bunch of other opportunities from government job perspective, as well as being able to move around the country. What does he say? True, and yes, we use a lot of maple syrup. Some use it in coffee instead of sugar. Okay. So yeah, the people from Quebec, I guess, use it a lot more than we do in Alberta. Maybe
Okay.
because it's probably a lot more expensive in Alberta as well.
Roxy wants to know, is there an American food item that you don't have in Canada that you wish you did?
Whew. That's a good question. I can't think of one off the top of my head. I mean, American food item. What
Any
would
like
you classify
candy
as?
or anything? I don't know. I mean, anything you could eat is classified as food item.
I think we actually have a lot more variety up here,
Damn it.
to be honest. I can get British food, I can get Irish food, Italian. We get a lot of variety in what we can get. So
Okay, so you don't need our American shit processed with a bunch of crap in it. I totally feel you.
yeah.
God damn it. Okay, we have a question from Chris. How can someone convince you to buy a house and rent it to some awesome Americans?
Oh, gee, I wonder why that question.
I don't know. I think that's a fair question.
I was thinking Chid could just rent out his basement, but hey, house is good too. Then I can have the basement. Just saying.
Yeah, there you go. We got radio silence. Do 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 do. See, Chris says he can get a job. He's a resourceful fellow.
Absolutely,
No,
he can.
And he get a job. And
Yeah.
can I get a job?
In fact, right now, there's a major shortage of workers in Alberta after the downturn in the oil and gas industry. And in fact, I don't mean to get political, but right now, this is having a major impact on us up here. Biden nixed the Keystone Pipeline, and that's basically cut thousands of jobs from our province, and numerous people have actually left who were in the industry have had to leave the province to go and find work elsewhere. It's been a pretty
Damn.
tough go in the last, I'd say, 5 years.
Yeah.
That's too bad. Well, oil. Everything's all about oil, oil, oil. So hopefully at some point we can make things not all about oil.
Well,
That would be nice, not tearing the earth to bits.
Well, and
Alternative options, perhaps.
that's interesting you say that, because that's actually the industry that I work in. And
Really?
So I'm an environmental consultant, and I have been for 25 years. And
Oh, that's awesome.
there is a lot of misinformation that is put out there in the media as well as on social media, obviously, about oil, hydrocarbons, and the detriment that it causes to the earth. No question, there is an impact, but when you think about hydrocarbon production and oil pipelines, everybody starts thinking about oil pipelines and oil spills and how harmful they are and how risky they are. I'm sorry, they're not. They're actually very easy to clean up. They're very easy to remediate. One of the bigger problems is salt water, believe it or not, that comes with oil production. There's also a whole bunch of misinformation about the oil sands in northern Alberta. You know, there have been people come up here like Jane Fonda and Neil Young, and they've flown over the oil sands and say it looks like the moonscape. Yeah, it's an open pit mine. I mean, go and check out a lithium mine that they mine for batteries, and you're going to see the same thing. We have successfully reclaimed a lot of these lands, and they don't show you that.
Okay. Well, I'm glad that you
The-
have, that other perspective that makes it seem not as
Yeah, and the
dire.
other part about hydrocarbons is that anything and everything that you have that's made of plastic, hydrocarbons.
Yeah.
Like our
Everything.
phones, our disposable like sterile syringes that they need in hospitals, all of the products that we needed for the pandemic to be able to keep sterile and things like that, that's all plastics, and that's
Yeah.
all hydrocarbons.
Oh, there's definitely beneficial,
And
aspects of that, for
I'll
sure.
get off my soapbox because I don't want to be the crusader. Yes, I agree. I think that it would be fabulous if we could remove ourselves from the dependency, but one of the things that's going to come to bear very, very quickly, and we're starting to notice this now, is that all of these power grids are starting to fail, in particular with global warming and climate change. We do not have currently the ability to produce enough electricity to supply the grid with renewables. We're probably 20 years out from being able to produce enough using nuclear power. We're a long way off with hydroelectricity, and certainly the wind power and solar power is not enough to be able to produce and supply the grid sustainably. And one of the things that people have forgotten about is natural gas. And natural gas is a very clean burning fuel that we could be producing electricity with. And it's actually one of the cleanest burning fuels from a hydrocarbon perspective. So,
Well, I do hope that over time they can kind of spread things out a little bit so we're not depending so much on one or the other, and whatever can be the best for the environment, I think would be the best choice in the end if we can.
the
move
best thing
towards
that we could do is get China to stop burning coal.
Yep.
Fucking A. Amen to that.
Amen to that.
But what about the clean coal? We got clean coal. You didn't know? Clean coal. You know what? I want a band and call it Clean Coal because that's just fucking funny. That's just so funny. I like it. All right, coming up next, Clean Coal. Yeah, I think that's what we're going for. But all right, so we know what you do now. Erin, what do you do as your career? I know you just got a brand new job. What are you doing? How you liking it?
Okay, so first off, I've got to tell you guys, I have not been this happy or this relaxed ever in a job.
Awesome.
A short, brief history before this job, I was captioning calls for the hearing impaired. So later on, I can give you all a few good stories about some of the calls I captioned. But I was a team lead supervisor there, and I did love it. It was an amazing job helping those with a hearing impairment, giving them basically a phone that when somebody would call them and talk to them, we were repeating everything that the speaker was saying, and it would print up on their phone. And it was a great job. It was a lot of fun. I had it for just over 3 years. but it gets a little tedious after a while. So, and still wanting to be in the helping people careers, I moved on to another company where basically the patient comes to me and says, "Hey, my doctor gave me this script." I then, in turn, get it approved through their insurance and get that equipment or device or whatever sent out or given to them immediately. And I get to talk to people, real people, all day, every day, and
That's
talk about
great.
loving your career. It is not a job, it is my hobby. I have finally found my hobby. And so I've heard people say that if you call your job a job, you don't love it. If you call your job a hobby, apparently you love it. Mine's a hobby.
I am
So,
so happy to hear
yes,
that. And this is things
yes.
that people need to make their lives better,
Mhm,
whether it be wheelchairs or walkers or whatever. So if they're
exactly.
coming to you in a sensitive time, especially, if somebody doesn't
I
want
am no longer
crutches
a
or walker,
robot. Yeah.
whatever. Um,
Well,
but
and
that's
to kind of
that's cool.
clarify what Roxy has posted there, I am no longer a robot. So, if you picture, the best way to describe captioning a call is put on a TED Talk on YouTube and repeat everything you hear them say. And Dragon Dictation does not like inflection in your voice. It does not like pitch and tones. It likes, "Hi, how are you doing? My name is so and so. I'm having a great day, blah, 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 blah," all day long, every day. Oh my God. After a while, you get tired of doing it. And it got
You
to the
had to
point
do it
where,
without inflection?
yeah, you can't, otherwise Dragon doesn't recognize you. And there are times I'll be holding my phone and I'll literally be, talking to my family. I'll be like, "Hey, so how are you guys doing?" Question mark. And they're like, "Mom." I'm like, "What?" And they're like, "You're captioning again." I'm like, "Shit." And I'm like, "Oops."
So
I
is Dusty
still do
saying that
that.
he's scared to talk to real people? Or is it that because
Uh,
Erin is talking to real people, how much she scares them?
it probably a little bit of
Uh,
both.
it's probably a little bit of both. Dusty
Yeah.
is
Yeah.
he's so sweet and he's good around people, but he doesn't really care about that many like to talk to that many people, like real
Hmm.
people. He's just kind of like, okay. He lets me sift through and find the good people, and then he accepts them. But
All
that's
right.
Okay.
my job. I'm like the wrangler. Like I'm fishing for people, and he's like, real people. Like, okay, you're cool. We'll keep that one.
And
Fish people? What?
I love
Yeah.
what Chris said, and that's exactly what I was trying to say. If you love what you do, you'll never work a day in your life. And for me, 40 hours a caption call, I was like, oh, 40 hours where I'm at now is like standing on my head. I'm like, yes. I get
I'm
off work, I
so
come
glad that you're
home, I'm renewed,
happy.
I'm energized. I love it. Oh, it's awesome. And yes,
Yay.
Roxy, shit, exclamation point, shit.
It's not dirty hour. What are you doing?
It is dirty hour. No, wait, it's 11 o'clock somewhere.
Okay, Dusty said he was making a comment about how we've been on lockdown for over a year and haven't been able to interact with real people.
Oh my God. I
Clarification.
went in
True.
for my job interview, and of course, I had to wear a mask, and I'm sitting there in the lobby. And, all of a sudden, one of the respiratory therapists comes out with a patient and starts walking them out the front door. And under my mask, I'm glad I was wearing one because under my mask, I got this Cheshire cat grin, and I went, "People!" And I'm like, it was like, "Oh shit, there's really people here," And so, yeah, it's so different. Even though I was in a building with a bunch of other people, I was facing in a cubicle a computer screen for 8 hours a day. And I mean,
Yeah.
you didn't have time to turn around and go, "Hi, how are you?" because you're too busy captioning calls.
And your
Yeah.
arms
And
were flailing wildly.
oh, there were some times where I was going, "What the fuck am I captioning? What the hell are they talking about? What?"
See all the
And
stuff you're missing and just having her chat? Oh,
I,
this going on?
Yeah, very animated. Now you get to see the real animation of
the,
Chid.
yeah, man, I will tell you, that was definitely, if you want an interesting job and you like to be in a corner all day long, go caption
Good.
calls. That's all I'm going to say. But where I'm at now, no, I love it. It is a lot of fun. I come home, I'm way more energized, and I love it. I get up for work in the mornings now, not going, fine, I'll go take a shower and go to work. Now I get up, I'm
Oh,
like,
that's the worst feeling.
oh God, I was doing that the last 3 months. I was like, I don't even want to go. And literally my last paycheck was less than $40 because I didn't go to work all week. I went for like 2 hours and early out to all that last week that I was there. I was
Okay.
like, nope, going home. Bye.
So what time do you
yeah.
have to be at your new job? What's your
So
end
my
time?
old job, my old job was Tuesday through Saturday, 6 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. This is now Monday through Friday, 9 to 5:30, soon to be 8 to 4:30, which is phenomenal. So that's what allows me to also go down and, do the Friday and Saturday streams from downtown or wherever Crimson Riot or Roxy Gun Project happened to be.
Man, so you had to do your other job that you hated at 6 a.m. You had to be clocked in and there at 6 in the morning to do something shitty. That sucks. How did you not, blow up the building? I don't know how you didn't blow up the building. I would have definitely.
I'm not that violent, but I did want to, I did sit there and think about, is it really that illegal to pull the fire alarm?
You're calling it a bomb threat to yourself?
I can't really quite do that one either, but I thought about it a few times. I was like, what if I go into the computer room and just rip out a cord out of the wall? Will they figure it out quick enough? But
see, that's how you know you're not in the right job. If you were trying to figure out ways that you can sabotage the entire operation.
The job.
I forgot to say that in it, the environmental consultant I'm also the Prime Minister of Canada. I forgot to mention that too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. Chris had mentioned that earlier. That's a fantastic, very important position that you have. Dressed as Darth Vader, What are you trying to reveal here? Secrets.
Yeah.
I don't know did all you guys see the Vader earlier, because it was fantastic. I hope none of you guys missed that. Oh, okay, let's see. Chris says, "Hey, the worst job ever. If anyone ever says they have the worst job, I tell them I was the opening manager for Burger King next door to the unemployment office." Oh. I mean, Burger King fucking sucks anyway. So, on top of that, having it you be the opening person next to the unemployment office, that sounds pretty shitty. That sucks. Like, have it your way, bitch. Fuck you. I get pissed off.
Here's your fucking burger. Get out.
In the ghetto, too. Oh, man.
Was that on Boulder Highway?
I'll give you a Whopper.
If that was the one on Boulder Highway, I know exactly where Chris works.
That's rough, dude. I'm so sorry. But, we've all had some, shitty jobs, and it's really nice whenever you find, something that you actually care about, something you love, that you can put your energy and effort into, where you feel like you're doing something good, something.
Chris just said he had a homeless guy swing a tray at him.
What did you do? Did you fucking karate that shit, Cobra Kai that shit right out of his hand? Or what?
I would have.
I would have. Sometimes you gotta
Maryland and DI.
People. Yeah, he asked him if the shake machine was working.
The shake machine's down, son of a bitch. Dude, that is real. The struggle is real with that one, man. God.
I am going to one of these days take my phone, have it set all ready for that, and be like, hey, can I get a strawberry milkshake? And when they say, no, I'm sorry, it's down, play that song immediately and be like, really? Here's a song about it.
Actually,
and is your name Laura?
Me and Crystal went through the Arby's drive-thru a couple months ago, and I was like, oh my God, there's the Arby's. I love Arby's. They have the Jamocha shakes. I am so fucking down. I'm ready for a Jamocha shake. I was pumped. And we get up there, and I'm like, okay, I'll take whatever, and a Jamocha shake. And they're like, sorry, a shake machine's down. And I was like, ah! I yelled. And I was like, I'm sorry, I apologize. That's fine. I'll have a lemonade or whatever. But I was like, fuck! And after we got our shit, I told Crystal, I'm like, we need this appropriate song. And I put that song on and rocked it super hard. Like, there we go.
You got some French fried potatoes in there? Mm-hmm.
It sucked. It really sucked. Because seriously, I love Jamocha Shake. So then it was maybe like a month later, I happened to find another Arby's. We don't have any around me. And I was like, okay, there's another Arby's. This one. Gotta get the Jamocha Shake. Been thinking about the goddamn shake since that day. Fucking shake machine was down again. It's like, I hate everyone. What is going on? And it was like midday. It wasn't like at night or something like that. I'm like, I can't handle it. I love ice cream, milkshakes, desserts, and it just destroys my soul. So the fact they made a song about it is like the fucking best ever.
But did you swing a tray at people?
I would have if I was inside. I was in the damn drive-through.
Don't hold back.
But I just yelled, ah!
I can so see Sammy doing that.
Yes. Why? God damn it. I'm sorry. I apologize. Okay. Lemonade.
I'm calm.
fine.
I'm good. We all
It's not
right.
your fault. It's not your fault. You just make minimum wage. It's not your fault. But still, fix the fucking machine. Bastards.
Stop
So-
cleaning it.
I know. It's like they just shut it down so they don't have to clean it. I think that's what actually is happening.
Mm-hmm.
Which, you know, you pay people shitty wages. Like, I wouldn't want to do it either. So I can't say I blame them, you know.
Right? Well, QT gas stations in Phoenix, Arizona, at least there, they actually sell this little cup of ice cream that you then take over to this shake machine and make your own shake. Yeah. So
I've seen those. It's so cool.
yeah. So if people get that upset, send them to a QT.
Yeeting alligator into the window.
Yeah, from our Monday stream, I'm sure you caught
Yeah.
that. All the
Yeah, that was
alligator
awesome.
yeeting. Yeah. Don't pull a gun on your drive-through person and don't yeet alligators into their window, please.
Oh
It's
God.
inappropriate. Yes. People do that.
Was that wrong?
Yeah,
Wait.
was that wrong? Sorry.
So are you telling me I can take the alligator out of the back seat of my car now?
I mean, that's up to you. How big of a rebel are you?
I'm a rebel. I'm from UNLV. Well, I've never been to UNLV, but I live in the town.
Jesus.
Oh. Okay,
Does
so
that count?
speaking of where you live, I know you live in Vegas now, and you mentioned that you lived in Phoenix before. Have you lived
Mhm.
anywhere else, Turbo?
Yeah, actually, I have. Brief thing. I was born in Phoenix. Moved to New Mexico, Deming area, when I was 7. Lived there till I had my first kid at 18. Went back to Phoenix. Lived there for about a year. Moved to San Antonio for about 2 weeks, 3 weeks. Hated it. Went back to Phoenix.
Like, fuck Texas. 3 weeks is plenty. Bye.
Hey,
I don't
one
blame you
person
at all.
can tour the Alamo only so many fucking times before they're like, this is boring.
Yeah.
So yeah, I left San Antonio, went back to Phoenix, was there until 1998, and then moved to Vegas from 98 to 05, back to Phoenix, back to Vegas in 2015, and I'm still here. So yeah,
Desert baby through and through.
unfortunate fuckingly, yes.
Yeah.
Tired of the heat.
Okay, Chid, what about you? Have you lived in Canada your whole life? Have you lived in different parts? Where have you lived?
I was born and raised in Hinton, Alberta, which is a small town of about 10,000 people on the eastern slopes of the Rockies. Grew up skiing, cross-country skiing, downhill skiing, go to Jasper all the time. Spent a tremendous amount of my youth in England. We would go to England and basically
Cool.
spend every year for about 4 months in England, visiting with my grandparents and all of my other family, because
Cool.
my mom and dad emigrated to Canada in '68. So all of my family was over there. So we went back on a regular basis because they were both teachers. Have lived in Eugene, Oregon for a year and a half
Oh, cool.
when my dad
That's
was
where my family lives.
getting his master's, and we lived down there when Mount St. Helens erupted.
No shit, really?
Yeah. In
Did you see
fact,
it?
I was on the front page of the Portland newspaper. I can't remember what it was, but we were in what the hell was the lake called that got filled with mud? Crater Lake, I want to say. I think it was called Crater Lake, and we were up there on the volcano like a week before, and it was like sort of spitting ash a little bit. My parents had no idea. So
Oh
yeah,
my God, you were on St. Helens a week before?
yeah,
No shit.
yeah.
Wow, that's totally crazy. That's scary.
Yeah, and then we
Ooh.
came out that one day after it erupted. I mean, we heard it, and then we had to shovel the driveway from all the ash. It was just ballistic.
Steve Scott says
Oh,
Spirit
man.
Lake.
Yes, Spirit
Spirit
Lake.
Lake,
Yep,
thank you.
yep,
Yeah,
yep, yep.
that's the one. Yeah,
Yep. Wow.
Crater Lake
So,
is in
so
Oregon.
did
Yeah.
you see all the aftermath? Like, did you see the big
We
plume
did
and the whole
actually.
thing?
We went back. We were driving actually when it erupted, or shortly after it erupted. We were driving in the area, and we were going over bridges and things, and you could just see the mud and the trees going and taking out all of this stuff. It was pretty crazy. Yeah,
Wow. That was the year I was born. That was in May. So it was just a few months.
1980,
80. Yeah.
May
Yep.
18th, day after my birthday. Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
Hmm.
Yep. I know. That's crazy. So like, I was born the year that the Earth exploded.
Sammy, your birthday is in May?
No, December. His is in May. Mine's
Oh,
December.
well, mine is May 29th, and of course, Chid's is also in May, so that's the reason
May
why we get
19th.
along so well.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, that's awesome.
We're both bullheaded Tauruses.
I'm a Gemini.
Oh,
I'm
oh,
a
that
two-faced person.
yeah, that explains a lot.
I'm a two-faced person. All right, meet the mods. Here you go. Two-faced person and a bull-headed asshole. It's great.
Hey,
And-
I am the best friend you will ever have because best truthful story I could ever tell you is the time I stabbed myself in the back. I will never stab you in the back.
you stabbed yourself in the back.
Yes.
That takes a
Yes.
special kind of talent.
No, not
Special.
really.
Story
No,
time.
not really.
Story
She's
time.
special.
How did you stab yourself in the back? What the fuck?
I was not
Long
drunk.
arm.
No, I don't have that. I've got T-Rex arms. Okay. So we were living in Phoenix. I had seen a thing on Facebook. This woman had written a little note to her husband for when he got home from work. Hey, babe, here's your Nerf gun. I've got mine. Winner or loser makes dinner. And I thought, oh my God, what a great way to spice up the marriage. So I couldn't find Nerf guns, but I found two big water rifles. And I'm like, all right. So I take them home and I realize, oh, I got to go get these really cool cutting scissors from the store because nothing I have at home is going to cut through the plastic that's yay thick, holding these things in the boxes. So I go to the store. Now, when I lived in Phoenix, I knew a lot of people. I was on several different committees. I knew all the firefighters in our area, and they just happened to be having lunch at my local Safeway.
That doesn't
And
sound
I'm
like
like,
you at all.
no, not at all. I'm like, hey guys, how you doing? As I walked in, they're like, hey, what's going on, Erin? And I go on, do my shopping, go home. Take out this really cool big A knife, and it's about yay long. So I go in my bedroom and I'm trying to cut open the plastic. I've got to go to the bathroom. Set the knife on the bed, go to the bathroom, come back. I got dizzy. Have not had a drink, Steve Scott. Pretty close to sitting on a knife. I lay back. Now, the only thing that saved me from being permanently put in a wheelchair to this day is that I've had spinal tap. And how I liken a spinal tap to feel
Oh, they're a
is
great band.
when they stick that needle through that little tiny opening in your spine and they get right there on your spinal cord, you get a clap of lightning slapping your ass. That's what it feels like. And I'm laying back and all of a sudden I feel that and I'm like, oh shit. And I come back up and I'm like, what the hell? And I went like that and I went, oh. So I pull the knife out and I'm, fuck, I've laid on the knife. So I call my son. Here's where the story gets really good. So I yell for my son. He comes in. I'm like, Doug, I've just stabbed myself in the back. Go get your sister. And Don't panic. Oh, my first words actually were don't panic. What does he do? Barrels down the hall, barrels through her door. She's sound asleep taking a nap. Mom stabbed herself. Get up and call 911. I'm screaming, I'm fine. Don't panic or do. Either or. I'm like, but I'm still feeling a lot of blood. And I'm like, I can't see what I'm doing to, obviously it's deep, so I might need stitches. So, of course, Kylie calls 911. They send a cop. The cop knows me. He comes in my bedroom and like
what have you done now?
Pretty much. He walked in, he goes, really? Literally, really? And I'm like, I laid on it. So
I say that word a lot. I message her a lot. Really? Really?
So he gets on his radio. They're safe to come up because, of course, they don't know domestic violence situation. Got to keep the firefighters and the paramedics safe till the police clear the scene.
Okay.
Same firefighters that know me, that just saw me 20 minutes ago at the grocery store, are now in my bedroom, and I'm going. They are literally like, "Really, Erin?" And I'm like, "So yes, I am your best friend. I will never stab you in the back, only myself."
I can't believe that. You just laid back on it.
I laid back on it, and it went straight up. And had I not felt that initial clap of lightning that I felt before with spinal taps, I would have kept laying down and would have severed my spinal cord, and I would be a paraplegic today in a wheelchair. Never been to jail, but somehow the cops know her and aren't shocked when she's dead. So I volunteered with the Phoenix Police Department for 8 years, and I worked with City Council. Ruben Gallego, the big guy that's in Congress from Arizona, I helped get him elected. Yeah, so that's how I know all these people and why they know me.
She was part of the catch and release program. That's brilliant, Steve.
Oh my God! I'm gonna kill Steve Scott. I'm gonna kill Steve Scott. Oh Lord! Wait till I tell you that I have a way of predicting things, Steve Scott. You might change your ideas later.
Ooh, actually, good segue. Apparently, Madam Turbo, has a knack for seeing into the future somehow, and I would love to hear your stories.
Well, when things are going that fast in your brain, obviously.
I'm not that guy from Over the Hedge. What's his name? Sammy? Oh, Sammy, ironically. I think that's the whole thing's name.
Well, you might want to tweak your powers because you would have known you're about to lay on a fucking knife, Turbo. Didn't predict that.
That's not the predictions I have. Don't ask me for the lotto numbers. I don't know those. Okay, because trust me, I would have already had them. So years ago, it started out years and years ago. I don't know if anybody in the chat has ever watched NASCAR, likes NASCAR, or whatever, but I grew up on it. And one of my favorite drivers is Dale Earnhardt, the Intimidator. The Intimidator. So in 2001, he was getting ready to race Daytona 500. And on that day, I looked at my now ex-husband and I said, "Hey, I don't think Dale Earnhardt's going to be racing much longer." Well, as those of you who follow NASCAR know, what happened, last turn of the race, turn 4, he hit the wall and died. First prediction. The next one came in Christmas of 2004. My ex and I decided we were going to take a trip. We were living in Vegas. We wanted to go home to Phoenix and spend the Christmas with my mom and dad. And I said, well, I have a feeling this will be my mom's last Christmas. See where I'm going with this. So we went, spent Christmas with her, had a great time, came back. In February of '05, right after that, we ended up moving back to Phoenix because my mom was really sick. She died on May 6th of that year.
Oh.
So that was her last Christmas. Now, it's a very personal story that many people don't know, but there is a very, very good reason why I hated and despised my brother. Now, he was 15 years older than me. And so, right after my mom died, my brother had planned on moving from Florida to Phoenix, where I lived, and I didn't want him to move to Phoenix. It was like, nope, my life will be over. I hate that man. We'll have to move again, blah, blah, blah. So, this particular day, I wake up that morning, don't even know what made me think about it. But I get out of the shower and I'm standing there and I'm getting dressed. And I looked at my husband and I said, and I'm not this person. I haven't said it about anybody since. Don't normally think this way, but there's a reason for this. I looked at my husband and I said, I really wish he would just drop dead. Noon that day, I get a call from my aunt that he has had a heart attack and is in the hospital, not looking good. I'm like, okay, well, let me know. Hang up the phone. And
Well,
I'm
that
like,
worked itself out. Shit.
this is getting creepy. Less than an hour later, I get a phone call from my cousin now. Oh, he died. And I'm like, okay, sorry. I'm doing cartwheels to the parking lot because my nightmare is over.
You're like the angel of death.
Yeah, wait a minute. So when you said eat shit and die in the chat last night to me when you messaged me, I should be worried?
No. But in my family, if I think about you,
you might die.
Wow.
Yeah. So my mother-in-law's mother-in-law.
I think I need to be worried, Sammy.
I don't think anybody
I'll
needs to be
protect
worried.
you. I'll protect you with the quickening sword.
The quickening sword. My mother-in-law's mother-in-law was very sick, and I hadn't talked to my mother-in-law about her in about a week. And I looked at my husband that day, and I was like, I don't think Audrey will be here at 4:00. And my husband's going, stop that! And sure enough, 3:00 that afternoon, this is all the God's honest truth. 3:00 that afternoon, my mother-in-law calls and says, Audrey, it just died. And I'm like, I don't know if I'm doing this on purpose or if I'm just that damn good or bad. And then
shit.
Don't cross me. Exactly. I've been thinking about my first ex-husband for so long and he's still alive. Y'all are safe.
Damn it.
But no, I mean, it's like, and then, my mother-in-law's ex-husband. Well, he died. But they got married, and I said they won't be married 2 weeks, and he'll be dead because he was sick. So this can't really necessarily be a prediction from me, but he died a week after they got married. I don't really count that one. But yeah, people seem to drop dead around me when I think about them. So just saying.
Wow.
Fabulous. Really looking forward to that.
That's interesting. So all of your predictions have been around somebody who was going to die and when they were going to die.
Yeah.
Do you feel like you're seeing what's already happening in motion, or do you feel like your thoughts somehow are helping to facilitate these things?
Honestly, so when I think back to my mom, I just had a feeling and she wasn't even really sick at that point. She didn't even get sick or go into the hospital until the following April. But that December, I just had this feeling, we really need to get back to Phoenix. I really need her to be around her grandkids. I need to spend time with her. And so we took that time. I made it the best trip ever to be with her and bawled like a baby from literally Phoenix to Vegas all the way home and told my husband, we are moving back to Phoenix. I can't be away from her. And when we moved back, I could tell that she was getting older, but, my mom was in her early 60s. So it wasn't like she was, my dad, he's 82 right now, so it wasn't
very old.
No. And so, but I could just tell something was not right with her. And with my brother, that one, if they're, I don't know what people's beliefs are in God, but mine was God was listening to me that day because, the relationship I had with my brother and that he had with other people was not good. And there was no reason to waste anybody's precious energies, times, or thoughts. I mean, he's buried in a pauper's grave because his own kids don't want him. So he's
Wow. Fuck.
unmarked grave somewhere in Louisiana. Yeah, that's how bad this guy was. So when I said I wish he would just drop dead and it came true, I literally looked up at God and went, thanks, because he was going to put me through literal hell if he had gone to Phoenix.
Jeez.
With
Okay.
Dale Earnhardt, that was more just he was getting older, closer to retirement, so that, people say, oh, you predicted it. Maybe. But
Well,
I did
you
say,
did take up voodoo after that, so.
but no,
Yeah,
I
that
mean,
seems like that was
day-
more of a premonition. So maybe the brother thing, maybe that was some kind of, I don't know, energetic you putting it out there. But the rest of them, it kind of seems like you just knew. Like Dusty said, like you're a death seer, which is a Harry Potter character waiting to happen. And I concur.
and
It's interesting ability.
I've actually, there's been others in passing where, somebody will talk to me and I'll be like, oh, your mom is gone. And they're like, I haven't even told you. And I'm like, I can just kind of feel it, that your mom is gone or your dad is gone or, you've lost a child. It's something that I've kind of always had where I can kind of tell that something is missing. But I can't necessarily say that I'm sitting there going, I can read you. I don't know what it's just for me. It feels like just dumb luck. A lot of it.
Yeah. Did you see Roxy's comment? She said she had a similar situation once that somebody asked if she had talked to someone, and her response was, "Nah, he probably is probably dead in a gutter," and a few days later found out that the friend died. So she doesn't say that stuff anymore, just in case. But that's interesting. And I don't know if that was just like making a joke or if there was actually like some kind of like, precognition of that happening. But
So
I
so
think,
if I
a
don't show
lot of
up to
people
the
have felt
next
it.
stream, you'll know why, everyone.
Yes. Okay,
And
so
I'll
that
be in
being said,
hiding.
yes. Chid, have you had any kind of experiences like this? Have you had any things that you have known they were going to happen before they happened, or telepathic type of things at all?
I've obviously, like everybody, had deja vu moments. Can I remember them specifically? Not really. Um, no, I really don't have a lot of that psychic kind of moments going on. Only deja vu moments where it's like I've been here before, and it's usually because
Okay.
I've forgotten that I've been there before.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's fair. I feel like everybody has different levels of abilities in different ways. And with yours, that's Turbo, you had the death precog thing. I just know different random things without me even trying. A lot of times it's really interesting. I do it when people are calling. When I think about somebody, they call. So I don't know if it's me projecting that out and then they're picking up on it and calling me, or if I'm realizing it, but it happens a lot. Sometimes I just grab my phone, it's just sitting there, and I just pick my phone up and I'm like, why am I even picking it up? And then it's like ding, like right away. And I'm like, huh, there you go.
Right.
Okay, I was just 1 second ahead. So it's interesting. So
Yeah,
everybody's got different
it's not that I
abilities.
don't. It's not that I don't believe in it. Having not been able to experience it, I wish I could, to be honest. I do believe in the afterlife and some spirits around, and certainly with people who can feel what is it called? Help me out here. That they can talk to the dead, basically,
It's like
or other
mediums.
spirits. Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Some of that is just a little too close to home sometimes. That
Interesting.
I actually believe that there are people who can do that. It's
I do
fabulous.
too. So
Yeah.
have you had any personal ghosty or afterlife type of experiences that you want to share?
Having spent a lot of time in England growing up, yes, there was a couple of times where I actually saw what I believe to have seen a ghost. There was
Ooh, really?
yeah, we stayed in a very old inn in a very small town called Wootton Under Edge, which is where my father grew up, and it turned out to be an inn that was constructed in about 1125. They built the house because it was
1125.
yeah they built the house because it was being used for stonemasons and slaves to construct a church nearby, and
Okay.
it was a very, very old place. A lot of pagan rituals. Apparently, there was a pagan cemetery there. The house was supposed to have been haunted, and you could just tell when you went in there that just something wasn't right. And when we actually did some research on it, there's actually quite a lot online now about it. They were finding some skeletons in the area of children that had been sacrificed back then. And yeah, when I was actually in there, I felt when I was sleeping somebody grabbing my legs and pulling me to the bottom of the bed. So that was a little trippy.
Oh my God! How did you react in that moment?
Wow.
Like, what did
As
you
a
do?
kid, I mean, I crapped my drawers. It was one of the scariest things I've ever felt in my life.
Yeah.
Yeah, had no idea.
Whoa.
Yeah,
And that was in that creepy inn.
yeah.
Wow, that is really interesting that you had that experience. So you're a believer. After that shit, it's hard to explain that, especially in an
And
old place.
one of my favorite places on earth is Dartmoor, which is in southwestern England, in Devon. And I love going up on Devon, and my grandparents used to take me up there all the time. And there's this one place that we used to walk to all the time, and it was called Jay's Grave. And it's a location on the crossroads where a woman who was slighted by one of her lovers, she was a maid, I guess, and she was having an affair with the owner of the house. And when he kind of said we can't have a relationship, she ended up hanging herself. Well, suicides back then were frowned upon. You could not be buried in consecrated ground, so she was buried on the crossroads. And if you go back there in the morning, every single day there's flowers, fresh flowers on that stone.
Really?
And nobody has ever been able to, it's mythical maybe. Nobody's ever been able to find the person that actually places these flowers. And this has been happening for hundreds of years.
Ah, interesting. Really?
Yeah.
Wow. What a sad story. That's super sad.
Yeah.
That she just took herself out and
Now
couldn't even be buried in the graveyard that she wanted to be buried in. That's
one of the things as a kid that scared the hell out of me was that people would also leave like 10 pence or 5 pence on top of the stone, a little bit of money. My brother stole some of the money.
What a dick!
Oh my
He's
God.
cursed.
Bring back bad juju, why don't you?
Oh, good
Oh,
Lord. That's like bringing
no.
home sand from freaking Hawaii. Your house will burn down. And no, he
Yeah.
is not a snow owl. This is Oliver.
Hi,
That's the one
Oliver.
That's the one she spits whiskey on.
No. That's
Oh.
Winchester.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
I wouldn't try to bathe this guy. Oh, God, no. His claws would kill me.
So cute. Wow, that's really interesting, though. And in England, especially, I mean, it's so old out there. There's definitely a lot of very old energy that, at least me being out there, I've felt it. Like, you can feel the history just like oozing from the stones out there, from the roads, and Scotland as well. I mean, all of the UK, it definitely has a very, very old, like, it has stories to tell if you're willing to listen. What it feels
One
like
of
out
my
there to me.
most scariest moments in my entire life was my wife and I were on a trip in Ireland, and we were staying in a Georgian gatehouse, which was a very old stone house at the gate to a very large manor and property. And you got to rent this thing through VRBO, and it was fabulous. But when we went in and we got settled, there was of course the visitor book, and we were leafing through the visitor book, and it turns out that this Georgian gatehouse was apparently haunted. People were describing that they had seen ghosts in the bathroom, in the mirror, had apparitions and things like that. Well, okay, that kind of raised the hackles a little bit. And what did we go and do? Well, we went into town in Tipperary and decided to watch What Lies Beneath, the horror movie.
Yep.
And then driving back to the Georgian Gatehouse late at night, completely pitch black, driving up this old windy road, great big white thing sitting on a stone kind of fence. And I think my wife said to me, "Oh, look out, watch out for the white cat." And I said, "That's not a cat, that's a rat." And it was one of these massive freaking rats over in Ireland, which they have a lot of, right? I mean, it's literally the size of a cat. They're huge. Anyway, we get up to
Whoa.
the Georgian Gatehouse, and we had forgotten to turn the light on the porch. So it was still pitch black when we were getting out of the car. So I parked next to the hedge. I was peeking after reading the book about, it being haunted. We went to this and saw What Lies Beneath, and anything with death and water kind of just freaks the hell out of me. I mean, I think that would be one of the worst ways to die personally is drowning. And got out of the car, and my wife went towards the door. I closed the door, and suddenly something stuck its head through the hedge, and I lost my freaking mind. I mean, the shrillest scream you have ever heard in your life. And what do you hear? Moo. I lost my shit.
Oh my god, you were just on edge and that cow got you.
Yeah,
That's
totally.
So fucking
Oh my
funny.
god, it was the most scariest moment in my entire life. I totally did the funky chicken and went into convulsions on the ground.
It sounds like it was a very moody place to stay.
Moving experience for sure, yeah.
Oh my god.
That's funny. But you didn't have any actual experiences in the house. You were just on edge.
In the house, definitely on edge, but I'm not going to lie. I felt uncomfortable the whole time we were there, to be honest.
Like someone was watching you?
Yeah, totally.
Weird.
And not just cows.
All right. Roxy, here's what we've got to do for the mod Christmas party this year. We all got to get Chid a cow for Christmas.
Yes.
Screw you, Turbo.
So now we know. Chid hates cows. Roxy hates frogs. What do you hate, Turbo?
What's an
animal
cow,
just freaks you
Dusty?
Oh, scorpions. Deadly terrified of scorpions. And
oh my god, and you're from the desert. That sucks.
Okay, nobody knows more about scorpions than me at this point because
gotta know your enemy.
So this 2-story house that I lived in was their Disneyland. We had at one point 6 cats, 3 that lived upstairs, 3 that lived downstairs. My dad had 3, I had 3. And we moved into this house, and I should have known not to sign the lease when the lease operator is looking over and she goes, "Oh, steps on a scorpion in my kitchen." And I'm like, ew. First off, I'm terrified of them. They are the color of peanut butter. Bark scorpions are the most dangerous scorpions in America because they will continue to sting you. They're not like a bee. They don't sting you once and die. They will continue to sting you, and the babies will continue till they run out of venom. And
what assholes. That's terrible.
Yeah. Oh, God.
Fuckers.
So in this particular house, we were killing 12 scorpions a day.
Should have sent him to Dusty. He'll eat them.
For 8 years. 8 years I dealt with this shit. So I learned how to...
Peanut butter is terrifying.
It is for me now. I learned how to professionally seal my entire house by myself because companies in Arizona want to charge you $1,500 to go and seal your home. No, call me. I'll tell you how to do it for $40 at the Dollar Tree. Because there are cheap, easy, effective ways to close off everything. But I've had them fall on my head. I've taken showers with them. I've had them land on my shoulder. But then, no. That's not even the worst. The worst was actually in Nevada. So I'm in bed and I'm sound asleep. And all of a sudden I feel this real sharp pain on my neck. So I sit up and I'm like, what the hell? And I'm rubbing my neck. Well, the scorpion now is crawling down my arm. And it's about yay long on my arm. I'm not joking. And I'm sitting there and I'm like, what the hell? So I reach over and I turn on my lamp. And as I brought my arm back, that's when I saw it. And I'm like, whoa! And I'm screaming. Now I'm literally standing on my bed at 3 a.m. 45 years old. No, 44 years old, mind you.
Burn the house down.
Screaming literally at the freaking top of my lungs, so loud that my neighbor behind me turned on their lights, came out, and they're looking over the fence into my bedroom, going, oh, she's fine, go back to bed. I'm screaming for my son to come in and kill the fucking scorpion. He's off on a date, and all I see is this thing wiggle up underneath my bed. And I'm like, I've been stung in the neck. I don't know if it's the first time I'd ever been stung. And I'm like, what the hell? And I'm like, ah, ah, you know. And so
I'll take scorpions any day over cougars.
No, I'll take cougars. You can give them a cat and they'll be happy. Sorry, cat lovers, I'm one too. But so I go to the hospital. They're like, oh, yeah, you got a definite little mark there, but you're okay. No problem. I go home. We are now tearing my bedroom apart trying to find this freaking scorpion. And it turns out it crawled back up on the box it came out of, which, by the way, my son had been asked to take back to the garage where it came from a week earlier, and he refused. So the scorpion crawled out of the box
That's
up
why
the
I'm
wall
scared of
onto
them,
my
Chris.
bed.
Frightened to death of them. They'll drain your bank account.
Oh, those kind of cougars. You can execute them too. But yeah, so scorpions are my biggest fear.
Okay,
yeah.
Scorpions. Got it.
Well, now I know what to
Steve
get
says you
her
need a
for
scorpion
Christmas.
tattoo. Right?
You a cow and me a scorpion, right?
No, so are cougars, is that your like arch nemesis animal? Is that your biggest fear animal? Cougars? Or what do you got?
Well, certainly they've become more aggressive in the last few years. So if you happen to be walking or hiking in the mountains because of COVID, they've had a little bit more free range. And there's been a lot more cougars getting in and close to where we're living. Not too far from me, about a 20-minute drive, they'll go outside and find them sitting on their car hood.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, no. I'd be like, you're
just staying
touching
warm.
my hood, you asshole. Like, I'd be just pissed off if they're fucking my car up. Man. So,
But I mean,
do you have a specific fear of any kind of animals? Any animals or bugs that you just fucking hate? Roxy.
What?
Cougar on the Jaguar.
Cougar on the Jaguar. No, not really. No.
Okay. Tough guy. I like it.
Not true. No, not true. Actually, come to think of it, I remember swimming down in Belize, and I felt something watching me, and I turned around, and there was a massive barracuda following me. That was a little freaky. Wasn't all that fond of that thing.
It wasn't Heart singing the song Barracuda?
No.
Oh.
Sharks I can handle. Barracuda, not so much.
Yeah, I was snorkeling when I was younger, down in the Keys, in the Florida Keys, and I saw a barracuda, and I was kind of off on my own, not really far from people, but like I felt like I was all alone in the ocean, and there's a fucking barracuda, and I was like, okay, we're just gonna go the other way, just gonna go this way. No, thank you, no, thank you, sir. But I don't know, I wasn't really necessarily scared of it. It just made me be mindful. I was mindful of it. But as far as things that freak me out, I don't know. There's not a lot of things like animals or anything that specifically really freak me out. But I don't like buzzing.
Slugs.
I don't like anything buzzing around my
Can't handle
you don't
a
like
slug.
Slugs?
Anything
That's
slimy.
Dusty's spirit animal.
Oh my god.
It is. Dusty has slug life tattooed on his knuckles, dude.
Oh my god.
We have so many slugs out here. Like, there's like a million slugs here in Washington.
Yeah, I've been to Seattle a few times. Just
okay, so you've seen them. They're everywhere. Okay, so okay, that got your heebie-jeebies going. So I think that's the official answer. Christmas list for Chid, slugs. Got it. No tint.
Nuckin has the right thing in mind. If you ever tour any of the ghost towns in Arizona or Nevada, seriously watch out for colossal centipedes. Now, let me tell you,
Centipedes are wicked.
Colossal?
they
Colossal.
can be up to 1.5 to 2 feet long. And
Excuse
actually,
me?
they have them in New Mexico as well. We used to get them in our trailer all the time.
I've seen
And
little
so,
ones, but I've never seen big ones. Jesus
oh,
Christ.
in New Mexico, the biggest I ever saw was about maybe 6 inches. But yeah, you had to even, if you had clothes hanging in the closet, you shook them out first.
New band name,
You
Colossal
shook out your
Centipede.
shoes.
I like it.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
That's right. Yeah,
But
wow.
yeah,
That's fucking scary.
yeah,
I don't like
Nuckin
that.
is right.
Roxy. FBI watch list for cows and slugs.
Oh, I knew this was a bad idea.
And I still have not. I can't move away from the desert. I've been trying, but the damn gate ain't open yet, Prime Minister.
Oh yeah, let us in.
I'm
I've
like
been
the old
dying
lady in
to
the Mervyn's
go.
commercial. Open, 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 open.
Yes. Well, I really have wanted to go up to Dinosaur Provincial Park. I took a dinosaur class
So good. Yeah.
during COVID, and it was out of Alberta University, and they talked all about Dinosaur Provincial Park, and I really want to go, but they won't let us in.
Yeah, it's only an
Yet.
hour away from where we live.
Wow, really?
Yeah.
Road trip?
There's some,
Do you want to come
there's
hang
some-
out at the dinosaur park and look for dinosaur bones?
We camp there all the time. We used to camp there about twice a year. It's great fun.
Cool.
And the Terrell Museum is one of the best in the world. It's amazing. You walk in and there's this massive T-Rex skeleton there. It's just wicked.
Yes. Dude, have you found anything at the park? Have you found any bones or teeth or anything?
Found some fossils before, yeah. And my wife's a geologist, so she's a little more
She
in tune with
is?
that kind of thing. Yeah.
Yes. Okay, that's my jam. So I would love to talk to her about that. That's so cool. Maybe we should do that sometime. We'll take a little road trip and we can all go hang out and play around the park.
Absolutely,
And go to
would
the
love
museum.
to.
That would be so fun. We're coming over. We're staying at your house, Chid.
And there's some
Doing it.
places just south of Calgary here where you can go fossil hunting. There's if you apply to get a permit on one of the First Nations reserves, you can go along the Old Man River, and you can usually find ammonites and belemnites and things like that.
Oh,
It's
yes.
really neat.
Yes. That's all I want. Nuckin says he's fossilized. Fossilized. That's really cute. Oh, I want to find fossils. I would love that. That'd be so fun. But I understand Canada not wanting, to let all the shenanigans in. I don't blame them one fucking bit. I was like, I'm not crazy, but
And
I get it.
there are a lot of places are telling you don't come to Vegas because we are now number 1 on the hot spot for COVID again.
Shut up.
Yep. And
Damn
it is now a mask mandate again until the
Masks
17th
about-
of August that employees have to wear masks when indoors if they are front facing. So basically what that means is if you in any way mingle with any customer in any way whatsoever, you must wear a mask inside. Outside, you don't have to.
Customers and patrons don't have to wear masks.
Nope. Just the employees right now.
Well,
And that is until August 17th. So, and that wasn't a governor thing. That was actually our city council that put that into motion effective, I believe, midnight last night. So,
fucking
yeah,
really?
so people are being
it's
told
not
don't
good.
come to Vegas now.
Damn it, because we were thinking about maybe coming to Vegas for Roxy's birthday.
Well, you can, but,
I'm vaccinated,
the
but
thing
that's
is,
spooky.
and I get that some people don't want to get vaccinated, but at that point, please stay home. It's the rest of us that are doing what we're supposed to be doing. I'm vaccinated because I have an 82-year-old father I live with, and also because of where I've worked. I had to get COVID tested twice this week. And let me tell you, I'm still crying. Oh, those hurt. Ouch. And both of them, thank God, negative. But I mean, it's just because you live in Las Vegas, they're like, oh, you have COVID now. You sneeze, you've got COVID. Cough, you've got COVID. No, I have bronchitis. It's a big difference. But people are saying, "Oh, I've been vaccinated," and they haven't. They don't wear a mask, and I don't want to go totally political on that, but hey, if you're not going to be vaccinated, please just stay home until
Yep,
this whole thing is
I
over
agree.
with. Please stay home,
Yep.
because the rest of us are doing it responsibly.
Absolutely. I was
So,
surprised when I was out there a month and a half or however long ago, um, and I went to Hennessy's to go see them play, and I got dropped off
mhm,
about maybe half a block away. And I get out of the cab with all my shit, and I was like, what the fuck? There was so many people. There was so many
yeah,
more people than I was expecting in one place. And 90% of them were not wearing masks. And it was
nope,
shocking to me because I hadn't really done much and been out very much. I went to Atlanta, but I was mostly hanging out like at Justin's house, like not really doing much.
mhm,
And then all of a sudden I'm like, oh, I'll just go to this bar, it'll be fine. And just the streets on Fremont was just packed. And I was like, Jesus fucking Christ, like, what are you doing? You just want to start yelling
right.
at everybody, like, what are you doing? Why are you here? They're
Well,
like, I'm here also. But still, you guys, what the fuck? It's weird.
exactly. Well, and when I was there last Sunday, when poor Chris's phone almost melted, when I was waiting for Roxy and Chris to get there, I was hanging out in one of the casinos. I had my mask on the whole time I was in there. But when I got outside into the 120-degree heat, I'll be damned if I'm wearing a mask because that heat's got to bake it off at least a little bit. But then again, I was not literally standing right up next to people either.
Sure.
And I'm not going, "Hi, how you doing?" talking in the face.
You're not making out
So
with everybody that you see?
no, not
Prude,
that,
you fucking prude.
not like that into myself. Um, but
Oh, I
I
made
mean,
Erin
it was
blush. Ha
only a few people can, woman. But it was like
Go for
you
Fox
still.
Creek. Give me a break.
But no, I mean, seriously, I was in the casinos and there were so many people not wearing their masks, and it was like, okay, I get it. But if you're not vaccinated, how do I know? And you don't have the legal right any more than, like, I have a handicap placard for my car. I don't give a shit. Who knows? I mean, I have MS and I have a spinal cord injury and a pacemaker. I'm well entitled to it.
You've earned it for
Um,
sure.
Pretty much. And if anybody were to ask, I'm not going to be one of those rude people and go, "None of your business." I mean, I would actually say, okay, so just to clarify, because I don't want somebody
Yeah.
keying my car either. But by the same token, I can't go up to you and say, "Have you been vaccinated?" Show me your card, because you can actually buy those things on eBay and,
A
on
vaccination
Amazon.
card?
Yes, you can buy the vaccination cards and forge them. So that doesn't do you any good. That doesn't
I mean, I
prove
know if you know a
anything.
graphic artist, they could make one, but I didn't realize you could just buy them.
Oh
That's like
yeah,
the stupidest.
search
Seriously,
on
Steve Scott?
Amazon.
Like you're crazy?
Yeah,
Oh right, exactly. But I mean, it's the so you just who do you trust?
yeah.
And but here, I mean, with Roxy and Chris, I have to admit, it scares the shit out of me that we're going to get put back into some sort of a lockdown. And I'm sure it's in the back of their heads. What if that happens
Yeah.
yet again? Because we are now back on the rise, 12.6%. We haven't been above 10% since February. That's huge. And we've had 28 deaths now from COVID in just the last week again, or something like that. I could be wrong on that
Shit.
number, but I mean, it's like, come on, people, seriously.
Damn.
And, so it does. It's very scary to think we
It's
might be,
spooky.
so totally solidified to Twitch again for a while. So
Yeah.
grateful that
What
they're on here.
What about you, Chid? What's it like as far as COVID where you're at? What's the dealio?
So our province actually just recently let down all of its restrictions and opened up as of July 1st. And there was a real drive to have the Calgary Stampede. I'm not sure if any of the viewers and yourselves have heard of the Calgary Stampede before. Huge rodeo, one of the biggest rodeos, in North America.
Hmm.
And we have a midway, we have agricultural displays, and then there's the rodeo with chuck wagons and saddle broncs and bulls, and yeah, we get all the American riders up here from the pro circuit. they wanted to have that. I think we've been vaccinated. Our population has been about 60% double vaccinated, so it's pretty good on the uptake.
Okay.
70% have got a first shot, but there's still a number of people in the rural regions that are hesitant to want to get it. You know, there's obviously some of the conspiracy theorists and stuff like that their government's tracking you and all of this kind of crap. But for the most part, it's been pretty good on the uptake. Our numbers have significantly dropped down.
Good.
This is going to be a very good test, though, with the Stampede. We usually had about 117. I want to say it was ridiculously in the thousands, or 17,000 or 20,000 people a day going to this thing. This year it was only 50%, so it half the numbers. But it's still going to be a good test because there was a lot of people in fairly close quarters. If the numbers start to climb again, then yeah, we've got a problem. If they do not, I think we're in a pretty good position. Yeah.
Yeah, and
Well,
nothing
you know,
is
you
right.
gotta
We're
say,
about
too-
38 to 40%.
Yeah. But as far as, like you say, you know, a lot of people in the more rural areas are the ones that are resisting the vaccines generally. And you have a fucking rodeo, not to sound like a dick, but most of the people going to rodeos are people from more remote areas.
Rural
Like,
areas.
Yeah,
not
Yeah.
as much
and
city folk, you know, going out to the rodeos.
interestingly enough, we actually had a rodeo that was completely against all of the restrictions in a town called Bowden, and it was ridiculous the amount of people. And guess what? It became a super spreader event. So yeah, they deserved what they got there to a certain extent. But yeah, no, I think we're in pretty good position right now. We're able to travel interprovincial. Going downtown to Calgary, there's a lot of people not wearing masks anymore, and it's strange walking around, and all of a sudden people aren't wearing masks. There's a number of people that still are, and I think it's going to be ever present, but yeah, and that's fine. My one comment to anybody who doesn't want to get vaccinated is like, when is the last time you had polio?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh man, I saw
Exactly.
somebody on Facebook said something so stupid the other day, and I wrote back, and then I just deleted it. I was like, "There's no fucking point." But somebody said something like, it took all these years for the polio vaccine and for whatever other for the flu vaccine for the Spanish flu. It took years to develop, and now I'm just supposed to take something that was developed in months. It's like, have you thought about scientific advancement? Since
And not only that,
fucking 17 or whatever.
Yeah.
Like, what are you
not
talking about?
only that, but this vaccine was not created specifically for this version of SARS. It was already in production for SARS. That's what COVID is part of SARS. And it has been around, COVID has been around for eons. People have had COVID for thousands of years. The thing is they've been working on these vaccines. This wasn't created just because
Well,
Trump
they also
said,
had the
let's
roadmap.
make a vaccine. Exactly.
They had the
And they've been
roadmap to be
working-
able to
yeah,
develop.
Yeah, there is like a foundation that they've been working on. So I just thought it was funny when people were like, well, it took years for the polio vaccine. Yes, this is a coronavirus like other coronaviruses. They're already like privy to it to some degree.
Your
and
point is null
with
and void.
technology.
Next
Well,
question.
I love Roxy's. I love
Like, come
Roxy's
on.
comment. I love Roxy's comment. I'm not getting it. They're trying to track me. Sent from my iPhone.
Yep.
Really?
Yep.
You know, it's
Yep.
like, come on, Captain Obvious.
People are kooky, but you know what? They're gonna be kooky no matter what, and they're never gonna listen to reason for many of us, and it's fine. So I've just learned at this point, I'm just letting it be because, like I said, I had in the moment I was typing stuff up, and I'm like, fucking technological advancement and like scientific advancement, all this stuff, and then I was like, it doesn't matter. I'm just gonna delete that because it literally doesn't matter what I say. It doesn't matter. They're still gonna think it.
Alexa, does the COVID vaccine, is it going to track me?
Right?
What? Google Home or whatever? Give me a break.
And like Roxy said, there are people that are being told, don't take the vaccine until you've consulted with your physician, your real physician, not the Facebook sofa physician.
Yeah.
who's also
Hey.
the detective and this, that, and the other. Now, granted, I had a lot of issues with it in the beginning with, okay, should I take it? Am I going to be safe? Because I have a pacemaker, I have a spinal cord injury, I have MS. For God's sakes, I already have an immunocompromised system. So I went to three different doctors, and all three of them, when they all three could assure me nothing was going to happen, and nothing did, I was
Jesus.
like,
Sorry.
good, okay. I
Are
did
you
my
laughing at
research.
Dusty's comment?
Yeah.
I got vaccinated just so I could eat bats. Have you guys seen the movie Pandemic? Did you guys ever see
No,
that one?
I haven't seen that
Contagion is a
yet.
good one.
Man. Oh no, Contagion. Sorry.
I
That's the
think
one
that's when you're thinking of. Yes.
with Jude Law and
Yes.
whatever all the okay. That
Yes.
was fantastic. I had never seen it and we watched it at the beginning of the lockdown. And it was fucking eerie and spooky how many things lined up because at first, like, we were in the phase way before vaccines and everything, and I'm watching this movie and I'm like, what the fuck? And it's interesting for anyone that hasn't seen it.
I just like to watch
Oh,
The
it is.
Simpsons for those moments. It's like, ooh, that was pre-predicted.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, even down to Jude Law's character, who was like the crazy conspiracy theorist talking about this like other cure that was supposed to work and the whole thing, like,
The
similar
flower,
to the
the echinacea.
hydroxychloroquine, whatever.
We,
Yeah.
Yeah,
Cheryl
echinacea.
Cheryl at the Stampede, we actually had it was called Nashville North, and it's one of these massive tents. And a couple of years ago, I got to see the Offspring in that concert in that tent, and
Cool.
it was
That's awesome.
unbelievable. But I mean, you're just packed in there, like shoulder to shoulder. Such a great time. But in Nashville North this time, they made sure that you had a pre-test and you had to be vaccinated. So they actually tested people going in on fast tests, and there was this whole big dilemma socially as to whether or not that was appropriate.
Mm-hmm.
I just want things
And
to be normal again.
even now with going back to work, there's this big dilemma, socially, is because people are saying they don't want to go back to the office because they don't want to be exposed to some people. Some people are very, very fearful of this.
Yes.
And there's this whole HR problem about disclosing medical information to people and saying that they don't want to disclose if they've been vaccinated or not vaccinated, because then they might be, seen in a different light.
There is a business, and I can't remember which one it is now, and it was on one of the major news stations a couple of weeks ago, talking about all of their remote workers had to be back in the office by September or lose their jobs. And,
Wow.
they were talking to a few of them, and a few of them were like, yeah, I'm okay with that. It's been great working from home. They just liked it because it was convenient. But then they went and they talked to this one woman who is a caregiver for her elderly parents. And she was like, no, I'm not going to go back to work in the office. They'll have to fire me. And she goes, but I'm seeking the advice of an attorney, because how can they tell me what to do in the middle of a pandemic when we still are clearly in the middle of a pandemic? And I totally agree with her on this. But I also see the company's side of it as well. They want all their employees back in. But what they don't understand is that, before the pandemic, if you had people working remote, it was because they wanted to. They weren't fearful of anything. Now you've got people who, even from my old company, who are going, no, because they don't trust they've even said the vaccines aren't a 100% guarantee. Well, we know that. You could still be a carrier for and contract coronavirus. So people are still fearful of this. And so, for this woman, she says, I'll just seek the advice of an attorney. And even her attorney said, we'll probably lose in court, but it's got to set precedents that companies need to understand. You can't tell somebody not to be afraid of something that is very real and very deadly.
That's true. To me, the thing I miss the most since all of this pandemic is traveling. I'm such a huge avid traveler, and this has been hard for me because all I want to do is go and do things and see the world, but I'm also trying to be respectful and mindful of everybody, and there's all these restrictions going up and down, so it's hard to even plan anything.
Well-
But I do want to talk about traveling with both of you guys. I'm curious what some of your favorite places are
Well,
that you've.
I want to go
have
travel
visited.
and meet my friends that I've met
Yes.
in the last year. Except Turbo, of course.
I know. Yeah, if I come to Vegas, sorry, I'm not even gonna see you.
She
I'm gonna
knows
go
I,
get my tongue pierced
she
so that way
knows
I
I
can
love
play with
her.
the koala.
She
Yeah,
knows I
good for you.
love her. Yeah, I'm
No,
with you,
so
Sammy. I mean, I
what do
love
you
to
miss?
travel.
Where's your
I,
favorite places that you have gone?
I mean, I would say one of my favorite trips was Ireland. I absolutely love Ireland. Even though when we went, it was like October, November, it was cold and rainy. But we lived on a canal boat, and we went up the River Shannon, living on a canal boat. We would moor up on the
Wow.
side of canals, and that's what I like to do when we go to England as well. Is we live on canal boats or boats, drive up the rivers, drive up the canals, moor up beside a town, mountain bike up into the towns.
That's
Have lunch or
amazing. How
something,
fun.
explore the ruins, kind of thing that we see off in the distance. Come back to the boat, go find a local pub that's near to the canal or the lake, drink with the locals, and then try and hit the boat on the way back to the boat so that you don't fall in the freaking water. But
Yeah.
oh my
Wow.
God,
How
that was
long were you
so much
there? Because
fun.
that sounds like a really cool experience.
We had a week on the boat, and then we had a week touring around Southern Ireland. So yeah, we went. That was when
Oh, that's
I think I posted a
awesome.
few photos in Discord. That's when we went to St. James Gate, and I got
Oh,
kicked out.
cool.
I'm kidding.
You
Namesake
did?
of Roxy and
I
Princess
didn't
Pearl.
literally get kicked out, but I faked I was getting kicked out. But I got to
Oh
drink
no, he
Oh
got
my
kicked
my.
wife's
out.
Guinness because she didn't like it. So I was on cloud 9.
He
Okay.
got kicked out. Don't let
Wow.
him lie to you.
Yeah, you're right. I did.
God, Ireland is so beautiful. It's so beautiful. Everybody was so nice
Yeah.
and just like calm. Everybody seemed very just chill and welcoming. I
It
thought it was a
it
really
was a
beautiful
lot.
place. It's a good choice.
It was a lot more relaxed than England is for sure. England is incredibly overpopulated right now. But I still like going to Ireland to visit family and obviously all of the culture and surrounding. And my God, do I love fish and chips.
Yeah.
English fish
We
and
got the
chips
lockdown
are
on that
by
over here
far
too.
like I will eat it like every second day if I could.
Really?
Oh
Have you
God,
had the
yes.
fish and chips in Seattle? Because we have
I have
absolutely
actually. I
fantastic.
have. Yeah, down at
So good.
yeah. I went down to the market and had fish and chips. In fact,
Because
that was the first
we
and
have
only place
cod.
I ever had clam chowder, and I enjoyed it.
It's good. It's good. We have good fish out here. One of the things that I love about the fish and chips here versus anywhere else in the states that I have found is the rest of the states you order fish and chips, it's always cod. And cod's good. It's fine. But here we have a choice of cod, halibut, or salmon. Those are
I
like
love
three common ones that you can find.
Salmon.
haddock for me.
Salmon. Oh yeah, and there's haddock. That's true. Yep, there's haddock options too. But I love the salmon. Salmon and chips. Fucking awesome. I
Oh,
love
now
it.
I'm
Yes.
hungry.
It's unique. I know,
And
right?
you cannot get good fish and chips here. I mean, obviously Calgary
Oh.
is inland, but
Oh, that's the Arizona thing the American thing he needs. Fish and chips.
Is
oh
the
no,
fish and
we have
finally
chips.
answered.
we have plenty of fish and chip shops, plenty, but they're just not as good
It's
as
just not
over
as
there.
good.
They just don't
Well, I
compare.
think you did
And I'm sure
make
it has
a
something to do with the
journey.
flour or the fat that they cook it in or something. But oh my God, yeah,
Amen,
love it.
Roxy.
You know what though? In England, they don't know how to make a piece of fucking toast. They do not know how to
No.
make
My
toast.
son doesn't know how to make a piece of fucking toast.
Well, is he British? Because he
No,
would learn
I
from
get
the
hot
best.
bread.
Pretty much, that's how it is in England. You order toast, and it is bread that kind of seems like it's been sitting just under the heat lamp for about 3.5
Yes.
minutes. So it's just like
Yes.
kind of stale and
Mhm.
like moderately warm, but it's not actually toast. Like, what is the? Just put it in the fucking toaster. Do you not have toasters in
Well,
England?
what
Have
did you
never heard of them?
expect to get?
Toast. Toast. It's
What
like
did you
the easiest
expect to
thing
see?
ever. Just put it in
Roxy
the
knows.
fucking toaster.
I wanna
Roxy
go-
knows.
Oh yeah, and Dusty said with the cold unspreadable butter. True. So they'll give you this bread that's like shitty and then this like rock hard cold butter and you're like, what am I supposed to do with any of this? This is so sad. It's very disappointing.
Well, the other day I had zero appetite whatsoever, and I thought toast and butter. So I looked at Doug. I'm like, hey, can you make me a couple of slices of toast? He brings me in warm potato bread. And I'm looking at it and I'm like, this is not toast. It was the color of my hand. I'm like, toast is supposed to be brown, spotted, speckled.
Are you sure you guys are travelers? You guys are complaining about everything. You're complaining about toast? Come on.
Toast is supposed to be toast.
I paid for a hotel room with a view. You can't see the ocean.
No,
it's right there.
We are absolutely travelers.
Window.
No, we are definitely travelers, which makes us feel like
the Hanging Gardens of Babylon. This is Torquay.
It's just funny because it's one of the most simple things ever. That this is what traveling provides. Like it provides you such a perspective because everybody does things just a little different. So being out here, you're like, well, toast is toast. I don't understand how toast could be any different because it's like literally you just put it in a toaster and you're done and it just does its thing.
Right.
But regionally, they just do it differently and you'd never know until you go and you like give it a go.
It's probably the type of bread similar to the fish and chips. Just the flour. I think it would probably cook differently, but yeah.
You might be right. I don't know. I love eating food in different places. I love it. I love trying new stuff everywhere. Dusty made me eat haggis in Scotland.
No. That's a big, hard no.
I tried it. There was fried haggis balls. Which sounds disgusting, but it was. Dusty was like, I'm eating this haggis and I have this scotch or whatever, like going for it. And he tried a bite and he's like, it was actually really good. And it took me a minute of watching him eat these balls.
No. Anytime.
I gave it a try. I tried it.
No. Organ meat, not happening. Organ meat, never. Nope. Negatory.
Yeah.
Draw the line there.
And then in Japan, there was some weird shit that we don't even know what we were eating, and you can't really ask because they don't speak English. So you're like, okay, we're just gonna eat it.
Really? Is that what you said to them?
Pretty much, yeah. Okay. I don't know what that is. There's
Roxy,
we had a joke: tentacles for breakfast.
And don't call it something else. Roxy, I need to know what the first song on that new album is going to be for that new band.
Yes. Gotta think fast.
No, or organ meat, anything that like brings together all the body's impurities on an animal, and then you want to consume that.
So no hot dogs or Slim Jims or any of that kind of jazz.
Not into it.
Okay, that's okay.
Prefer not to.
Yeah, I had hot dogs for dinner. They were delicious. Ah, Tux, what's up, buddy? Welcome.
Sheep Guts, obviously. Good song.
Yes. Yep, Sheep Guts.
Oh, good Lord.
Oh, welcome in, Tuxedo Hammer. Okay, so
Hammer
you
sandwich.
traveled a lot there. What about your favorite? Your favorite was Ireland. That was your favorite. What about you, Turbo? Where's your favorite place that you've ever traveled?
Hawaii.
Ah, good answer.
Hands down, Hawaii. And honestly, outside of the mainland, that's all I've ever done. I've not ever been able to go overseas anywhere, other than Mexico. But yeah, we spent 8 days in Oahu in 2011. And cool. I had planned out that trip so perfectly that literally we never saw the same side of the island twice. And excuse me, that was a great trip. Now, when we're talking strange food, I was so excited. I watched Lilo and Stitch a million times so I could learn the Hawaiian lingo and I could sing the Hawaiian roller coaster song till I turned blue in the face.
Cultural education with Lilo and Stitch. Really? Holy
now we've
car-
got Moana just to add to it.
It worked, and I got off. I made sure that we flew Hawaiian Airlines of all airlines to Hawaii. Of course, it couldn't be United, Delta, American. No, it had to be Hawaiian Air. And of course, the first thing I did as I got off the plane was I screamed, "I'm going to get laid!" And I had to
Awesome.
pay $50 to get 5 lays for me and my family. And of course, as I'm running off the plane, the flight attendant literally looks at me and goes, "You're not the first one to use it. You certainly won't be the last, and it's not funny." And I went, "It's me!" And I ran off the plane. I got laid, and then but Hawaii was phenomenal, and that's where I'd want to go again. Yeah.
Okay,
put a tent
chat.
in the middle of the beach with a Mai Tai in one hand and a good book in the other, and I'm set.
If you could go overseas other than Hawaii, where would you go?
Ireland.
Yes, where
I'm
if you
Irish.
got a free ticket. You got a free ticket. That's where you're going. You're going to Ireland.
Ireland, yes, because I am Irish and I've always wanted to go. So, with hands down, not even a second thought.
Okay, Chid, free ticket to anywhere in the world. Where's your number one dream destination?
New Zealand.
Ooh, good choice.
Why?
Anything specific? Yeah, what was the specifics?
Tolkien, come on.
Yeah, you want to go to the Hobbit house, don't you? Me too. Me too.
Not necessarily, but just the landscape just looks unreal, and I love that kind of thing.
Hey, Roxy, can you see if Die Laughing Records could hook us all up with tickets to Ireland for some Crimson Riot thing? That'd be great.
Oh, man. Let me tell you guys real quick. Rox, you want to all go to Ireland? We made friends with the owner of a castle. We stayed in an Airbnb castle in outside of Galway, Ireland. And immediately we show up with all our crazy hair and looking all crazy, and the owner of the castle fucking loved us, ended up hanging out with us the whole night, and he kept being like, oh, sorry, I'll leave you guys to like do your thing. And we're like, no, hang out with us. We had the best fucking time. He is our dear friend to this day. He still messages us every now and then with little videos. We chat sometimes. He has said anytime that we want to come back, we can just stay in the castle. He's like, let me know when you're coming back. You're always welcome here, and your friends that you vouch for are welcome here as well, because we love you guys and we trust you guys and we know you hang out with good people. So if we actually wanted to go to Ireland, which I am absolutely down to go back, I can hook it up so that we can stay in a freaking castle in Ireland.
Hell yeah, let's do it.
The fucking best, dude. Like I'm totally down. I'm totally
Turbo gets a dungeon.
Yeah. There is one. There's actually
just for stealing a few Guinness beers, y'all. Just for a few Guinness beers.
They made their own Blarney Stone. Now they're very, very silly. Like the guy that owns the castle, Pete, he's very silly guy, and his son is a rock carver his name's Rian. He's awesome. So he has learned like traditional rock carving, and they made their own Blarney Stone up at the top of the castle. It's a butt. So he's like, you have to go kiss the Blarney Stone while you're here, and it's a rock butt. So there's a photo of us like kissing the fucking butt. So I'm just saying, you
said you kissed the real Blarney Stone.
Yeah, I did. I kissed the real Blarney Stone. It was scary because it was really hard to like bend over, and
you have to lean over, and you have that guy holding you. Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm really short, so it scared me. There's a photo of me doing it, but I was like, I'm going to fall backwards. I'm like a tiny person, you know? But it was beautiful. What a beautiful castle. That was awesome.
And then you got herpes.
You weren't supposed to tell anybody. It was a secret.
Well, he had already told me. I mean, hell. And Roxy says, careful, Turbo, they'll cut your hands off if you steal Guinness in Ireland.
Yes.
It's true.
I think we should do that. We should totally go on a group trip to Ireland.
Can all like line
down.
up and barf on St. James Gate down on our knees.
Dude. Oh my God, what if I don't know if you guys would want to do it, Rox and Chris, because St. Patrick's Day is like your big show out in Vegas, but like maybe we go in
Could
March,
you imagine them streaming it though from Ireland?
Oh, that would be wicked.
Ah! But then they'd have to bring all their gear and shit like that, which is not.
Are you kidding? They
Acoustic
live
guitars.
for touring.
But like across the seas, like you can't drive the fucking RV to Ireland with the gear in
Well,
it.
I get that, but they do fly with their gear as
Fucking
Crimson
A.
Riot, so
Leprechaun
they could
hunting. I'm in.
I'm
easily
gonna
fly.
say we should totally try to facilitate that because I'm totally in. Okay, if you guys
And
want
Roxy
to,
already said she
I will
would
put it
love
on the
to.
calendar right now. I'll put it on the gosh darn calendar right now that we could go to Ireland in
And
March.
Dusty says December round trip ticket to Ireland from Vegas, 537. I might be buying myself a Christmas present.
Fucking A. Oh, well, I'm down anytime. And yeah, I'm good. Count me in. We
I
went in
too like to
February
go
and I
to
loved
Hawaii.
it.
I too like to go to Hawaii. We've been on a number of occasions, but my favorite island is Maui. Been to Kauai.
That was so beautiful.
Little too quiet for me. Kauai, it's just, too removed, not enough action. Love Maui. The only problem anytime we go to Maui, I end up getting called into emergency situations, and my wife really doesn't like that.
I think that was
I don't know what it is, but I end up having to like respond to emergencies. Like one time there was a boat that flipped over right beside me on the coral reef, and I was swimming with these people, like pulling them into shore, and I look up and I'm like, "What's in the cooler?" And then this guy is like, "My bait." I'm like, "So we're swimming with bait in shark-infested waters? Oh, this is a good idea."
Oh no! Fuck.
Yeah.
As far as Hawaii, we were planning on trying to go to Hawaii within the next few months, but I don't know because we got new jobs going on. I'm not sure how it's going to work out, but the goal is to go. Dusty and Tavia have never been anywhere tropical before. And I am from Florida.
So
I've been to
good.
Costa Rica. I love Hawaii. I've been to Maui and to Oahu, which was not my favorite, but we really want to go to the Big Island because, Kilauea erupted like
Right.
a motherfucker a couple years ago, and I really wanted to see that. The eruption stopped, and then it came back, and it was just like confined to the crater, but it's still erupting, and it had been erupting for months. Just Dusty, me and him the other day. I was like, okay, let me see. I still want to do Hawaii. Let me see how the eruption's doing. Fucking stopped again. No eruption. Stopped again. I'm like, why does Hawaii hate us? Like, why are these volcanoes forsaking us right now? Which all I want to do is go see a fucking volcano. And it's
That
very
would be
disappointing.
unbelievable to go see at night, especially like in a helicopter from the air or something like that. That would be unreal.
That's what I was thinking. I was like, well, if we can't see it from ground base, we can do an above tour, and it's not erupting right now. Fucking asshole. But we're figuring it out. We're trying to figure out how to go. But I will say,
Volcanic
I would
jerks.
love next spring. I would love to go. Actually, I have a little a tablet that has a slideshow of a bunch of my photographs, and as we're talking about it, there's a photo of Ireland that I took in Ireland right now. So that's a sign. I think we should go.
We are going to Ireland.
Let's do it. I'll go.
Hope y'all can hear me. My cat's laying on the mic.
Hi, buddy.
Cats are
This one
jerks.
is Whiskey Cat.
That's the one that messed your face up?
This is the one that'll kill you.
Oh man,
This
good.
is
I
the
like
one
his
that'll kill ya.
attitude. Yes, that's awesome. Okay, so you guys, that's good choices, guys. Okay, New Zealand and Ireland. So we might be making your dreams come true.
And any of those islands down near New Zealand, like Tahiti, would be unbelievable.
Dude, yes.
Samoa. Oh my God.
Dude,
Any of
we
those.
almost went to French Polynesia. So during this whole pandemic, we were like dying because we really wanted to do something, and we know we shouldn't. My 40th birthday was last December. My goal for like a million years has been to go to Egypt for my 40th birthday, and it was not going to happen. So we were thinking like, okay, we can't go there. What if we go somewhere tropical and remote so we can just be away from people? So we're not trying to do cultural stuff like I normally like to do, going to museums and going to like, archaeological sites. What if we just go somewhere tropical and just like kick it and go on hikes in the fucking rainforest and whatever? So we were really extensively looking into going to French Polynesia. I really wanted to do it, and there was so many travel restrictions we couldn't do it. We really wanted
Now,
to do it, and there was so many restrictions. We were like, there was like alerts, like "Do not come here for the love of God." And I was like, "Fuck, I can't, in good conscience, go and do that." Like I couldn't do it, so it sucked. But I feel you. That would be amazing to go to one of those
mhm.
South Pacific islands. They're so fucking beautiful. I want to swim with manta rays. I want to learn how to scuba dive. I've never done it, and I want to scuba dive with
Oh,
manta
so
rays
good.
and whale sharks. I want to do it.
Whale sharks would be fun, yeah, for sure.
God, it'd be so awesome. And those manta rays are so big, and they're just like gentle giants. I
Yeah.
think it would be intimidating, but at the same time, it would be so nice because I know they're not trying to hurt you. They're just trying to like just fly around. That's all. Try and do. Just kick it, flying through the water, all peacefully. Like, oh, I think it'd be great. Have you guys ever scuba
There,
dived? Either of you guys?
Yes.
no, but there is an island, and I'm trying to think of the name of it. You might have heard of it, Sammy. It used to be a military installation um, that our planes flying through like that part of the Pacific Ocean towards China and all that would make stops and they could gas up. And now there's really like three people that live on it and they're just living on it to
Three?
maintain it. Yeah, but it's an
What?
old military abandoned installation island and it's like 8 square
Ooh,
miles.
cool.
Yeah, I'll find out. I
That
saw something
sounds
about it.
interesting.
Yeah, I saw something about it on YouTube one time. And I was like, oh, that sounds really, really cool. Because, it would be, just awesome.
Oh
Um,
yeah, going to such a remote place like that would be so cool.
yeah. And imagine the
Do
haunted
they have
building.
sea flat flaps? Do they have sea flat flaps?
What the hell's a sea
Mm,
flap flap?
I love that
mm.
sea flat flaps.
I don't even know what that is either.
We were talking about the manta rays. As you, we were talking fly man the sea flat flaps. Oh, oh man, yeah, that would be amazing. I think going to remote islands would be fucking
No, I was
fantastic. It
not
would
a
be so fun.
tenant. Steve Scott.
These
No, she got kicked off the island.
guys.
I did
You're
not.
voted out. Oh man.
That was not me.
Okay, I want to hear chat. Chat. If you had a free trip anywhere in the world, what is your dream destination? Everybody, tell me
Ooh,
where
good
you would
question.
go. If you could go anywhere in the world, where would you go?
It wasn't a 3-hour tour.
A 3 hour tour.
Yeah, it wasn't Gilligan's Island, that's for damn sure.
Oh man. Yeah, so yeah, mine is Egypt. I will go to Egypt. We're thinking maybe
Is that
2022.
because of the
So maybe
mummies?
next year. Oh, the history, the
Yeah.
mummies, the architecture, all of the excavations, like I feel so connected to that place. I've
Okay.
always felt such a connection to ancient Egypt specifically that I really do feel like it's past life
Easter
stuff that we
Island
have
would be
there.
pretty cool.
Yep. Oh
They've
yeah.
been I heard they've been discovering additional stones. They just
Oh,
recently
that's
uncovered
awesome.
more of the Easter Island stones.
Oh,
Dusty
that's
has
so
it.
cool. The
Midway
Moai.
Atoll. Dusty has the island. I was looking it up.
Ah,
Thank you, Dusty.
good
That is the
job.
one. Yep. Midway Atoll. That is the one.
Italy's pretty cool, but man, is it stinking hot in the summertime. Holy man.
I was there in the for winter solstice. Actually, I was in Pompeii on winter solstice, and I thought it was the perfect time to be in Italy. It was great winter time. It was way more mellow. There wasn't as many tourists around. It wasn't hot. It wasn't cold. It was fucking brilliant. It was. I love traveling in the wintertime. Honestly, pro tip for all of you guys out there: traveling in Europe in the winter is fucking awesome because it's not cold. It's pretty much the same as it is in Seattle, which is like mildly chilly,
Just the
but it's
British
not
islands
bad.
are very rainy.
Which I don't really mind. I don't mind the rain. It sucks if you're trying to do some like outdoorsy stuff and it's raining. substantially, but I don't know. I never had any issues. I've been out there a few times during the winter, and I've never had any problems. We were in Athens for New Year's one year, and we did Italy and Greece and all that stuff over New Year's time, and that was totally awesome weather. And then yeah, I've done Scotland twice. So it was once in December, and then another time was in October, and it was fucking great. Like I highly recommend not going to Europe in the summertime ever. I've never been, but I've heard all the tales and seen how inflated prices are, and
Yeah.
like the lines, like to get in the Vatican, the line is like 4 hours long and shit like that. Like we walked right in. You have to go through like security, but we just walked right in, and all of a sudden you're in the fucking Vatican. It's amazing. It's fucking great. Oh, thanks, Roxy. I'm trying. I'm going for expert traveler status. I'm trying. But definitely UK, Ireland, or Scotland for sure. So there you go. So we'd be making so many dreams come true if we did end up going. I love it.
I'm
That would be
hoping to go to
amazing.
Scotland next year.
Awesome.
I want to play the old course.
Oh,
Nice.
shit. Well, then maybe why don't we all go to Ireland and then hop over to Scotland and do like a twofer, and then you go golf and we'll go fucking eat haggis without you.
I'm on a diet. I'm on a diet. Specifically in my diet, it says no haggis.
Okay, okay, that's fine. Oh my God, Roxy, you're so funny. Another pro tip from me: always check the Pope's Twitter. That is a true story. I don't know if you guys had heard any of the stories, but we were in Rome for Christmas, and I am not a religious person, but I thought it would be super cool to go see the Pope do midnight mass in Rome on Christmas. Like I thought that would be a really interesting thing to see. I know he's speaking Italian. I can't understand him, but I thought that just the power of the experience would be really really cool. So some friends are there too. We're like, all right, midnight mass. It's always midnight mass. So we go get some dinner. We're just hanging out. We're like wasting time, We're like, okay, like we're just hang out until 11:30 or something, and we'll walk down to the Vatican and check out the mass. And we're walking up there, and all these people are leaving. There's like hordes like going the opposite direction. I'm like, what is going on? We get there, and everybody's clearing out, and I'm like, what the fuck? And I talked to a security guard, and I was like, what's going on? Midnight mass. I figured that people would be coming. Everybody's going, and he's like, oh yes, the Pope did mass at 9:30. We're like, how do you do midnight mass at 9:30? He's like, oh, the Pope wasn't feeling well. And I was like, well, how was I supposed to know? It's midnight mass all the time. How was I supposed to know? How did all these people know? He's like, well, you should have checked the Pope's Twitter. And I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? Are you serious right now? You're telling me that I should have checked the Pope's Twitter to see when midnight fucking mass on Christmas Eve is going to be? Like, what the hell? So we were all like, what the fuck? The Pope ruined Christmas. Fucking Twitter, dude. Stupid. So we took a selfie, had a selfie stick, and we took this like sad picture of us by the Vatican, like, oh, the Pope ruined Christmas. Like, whatever. And I'm not a big Pope fan in general, but this Pope is a pretty cool Pope as far as popes go.
I'm a pastafarian.
Oh yeah. Perfect. You would have been in heaven out there then.
Have you ever read the Gospel of the Flying Spaghetti Monster?
I have not read it, but I bet
Oh my
it's fucking
God,
hilarious.
you need to read it. It is
Yeah?
unreal. It is so good. Yeah, it's a guy who made his own religion. It's fabulous. One of the funniest things
Oh
ever.
man. I have heard
I
about
think
it,
it's
but
about
I'll
I
have
think
to read it.
it's about 96 pages, and I absolutely love it. It talks about how religion is basically most of the wars in history are based on religion, and just sort of pokes fun at all the religions. One of the things that in there, I think the pirates are the chosen people, and they've said that they justify the Pastafarianism by the fact that the disappearance of the pirates is causing global warming. So they plotted on a graph with declining, pirate population and increasing global temperature. So of course it's correlated. It's genius.
That's
And the
It's
other way
awesome.
that they justify pastafarianism or the eating of spaghetti and meatballs and how it is good for you, and therefore it is the chosen food, is that you can eat 1,100 calories of spaghetti and meatballs and feel great. But if you eat 1,100 calories of Catholic wafers, the wafers that you put under your tongue, you'll
Yeah,
feel
yeah,
like
yeah.
crap,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that totally makes so much sense.
right?
Science. Hashtag science.
And it's
That's
the
funny.
whole thing is about how pastafarianism is the chosen religion, and in heaven they have beer fountains and stripper poles. It's just great. It's such a fun
That's
read.
fucking great. I
I'm gonna
love
have
it.
to read
It's
this
funny.
now.
That sounds so funny. But Chris, I love your comment. The Pope ruined Christmas, the next Crimson Riot album. That's great. You can use that. Just put me in the credits. That's so
So
fucking
I
funny.
actually have a flying spaghetti monster thing on the back of my truck. You know how people have the Jesus fish?
Oh
Or
yeah, really?
some people have the Jesus fish, but then Darwin written in the middle. Well, I have a flying
Sure.
spaghetti monster.
Oh my god, that's so funny. I love. What does it look like? Is it the fish,
Well, it
or is
looks
it a
like kind of
monster?
well, the flying spaghetti monster looks like a bit of a crab, and then it's got FSM in the middle.
Oh my god,
Yeah.
that's so fucking great. So, do you have a tattoo of flying
No,
spaghetti monster tattoo?
no. But if you don't know about the religion, people actually have lobbied it as being an official religion, and they've lobbied the government, particularly in the United States and Europe, to be able to get their driver's license photos with spaghetti colanders on their head. And they've
No.
Somebody
successfully
did that
done
in
it.
Arizona. Somebody did that in Arizona a few years ago.
What?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Why is that
somebody did it in
necessary?
Arizona.
It's genius. Why
Oh
not?
my god. Because if a
The
Mm-hmm.
cop
whole
pulls you over
is so
and they're
good.
like ID and you hand them your ID and you have a fucking colander on your head, they're gonna fuck with you. They're gonna definitely be like,
Or
what the fuck?
it's going to make their day, and they're going to laugh their ass off.
Oh
So
my
Chris just asked, who has a Crimson Riot tattoo? I will be getting one. I know Nuck and Futz is getting one. But I don't think anybody other than them has one.
I posted in Discord a photo of
shoot.
the um, what is it? The circus freak of the future, the untattooed man. That'll be Chid.
Mm.
I have no
Would you get
tattoos.
one? Would you get a Crimson
I
Riot tattoo?
I won't
On
get
your butt
tattoos.
cheek?
No, nope,
No? Are you scared?
nope, not at all. Just
Okay.
don't want to
Okay.
get a tattoo.
It's not your thing. Fair enough.
Not my shtick.
I'll get one. I'll totally get one.
I
I'll
have a
do it.
lot
We
of
should all do it
tattoos,
together.
but my daughter has more than I do.
Oh, you were showing me some of her shit. Her stuff is awesome. All of her horror
Mm-hmm.
stuff. It's super cool.
Yep.
Wow.
And I've
So there's
got
about 5 people that have it. Really? Rocks? That's a lot of people. That's so cool.
Chid is pure. Bloody likely.
Oh man. Oh, I would totally get one. I'll represent. I love the logo. I think it's adorable. I think it's super
I think
cute. would totally
I think I have
do it.
12 tattoos, but my daughter's got close to like 50 by now. I've
Good
I've
God.
lost count. Oh god, yeah, she's one arm almost completely sleeved, working on the other arm, both legs have tattoos. Yeah, she doesn't have the tramp stamp, thank you God, but
Whatever. Some of us
exactly.
lived in the 90s and we can't help it.
Oh no, the idea for her tramp stamp that she wanted, you'd be going, oh, thank you God, she didn't get it either.
What did she want?
I'll save that.
I thought
Oh
about
my
getting a
god.
tattoo once, and I was going to get a chromatic dragon because I was really big into D&D at the time.
Ooh. That sounds cool. What made you decide not to?
University. Just couldn't afford it at the time.
Gotcha. Hey, that's okay. Everybody's got different, you know, different things that they like to express themselves or be pure. As as Nugget said, you gotta be pure. I don't
Yep.
know. I'm terrified of tattoos too. I don't know, guys. I'm scared. Terrified.
What?
Just kidding. I'm just kidding. Okay, let's talk about tramp stamps for 1 second, because I have always wondered what is the official tramp stamp? Is it just a tattoo in that placement, or is it specifically a long one, or is it specifically a certain style? Is it anything in that spot or not? Because I have a fairy on my lower back, but I don't know if it's officially tramp stamp.
I plead the fifth. I have no freaking clue.
Okay.
I would say it's the
In that
style.
area.
Yes,
Okay.
it is the
Chris thinks
style
in
in
that
that area
area.
because, I know one girl that she basically hers is a rose, long red stemmed rose that goes this way, and then a yellow rose that goes this way. It makes kind of an X above
Oh,
hers,
that's cute.
but then it has her grandparents' name in it. And that's where she did her memorial for them. Some people might call that distasteful. I don't know.
Yeah. I don't know.
But that was why that's what she chose to put there.
Weirdest
I
tattoo
thought
I ever
it
saw
was
was in Vegas. Went to NASCAR and a lady had her children's feet like up her back. It was the weirdest thing I've ever seen. It looked
I don't
awful.
like the feet prints. Like, people do the kids' footprints. I don't like that at all. I get why people like. I can understand a parent wanting to like do that, but I
Mm-hmm.
think it's gross looking personally.
Maybe two of them, but this one was like eight. It was just the weirdest thing ever. Meanwhile, eating like a dinosaur turkey leg. It was. Ugh.
Okay, so apparently, according to chat, I officially do have the tramp stamp, but it wasn't even called a tramp stamp back then. It wasn't. Gosh. It's a fairy on like a galaxy. I thought it was cute, but apparently I'm in the tramp stamp club. Whatever. Fuck
I
all you
like I said,
guys.
I think it's just whatever. It depends on what's there, and what my daughter wanted to
I
put
did
there, which
not
I'll save for
get
private. That would have been a
tribal.
tramp stamp.
Yeah, I didn't get tribal. It doesn't say anybody's fucking name or anything. So there's that. Okay, Dusty said the internet says any tattoo in the lower back. All right,
You get
tramp
a.
stamp club. Woo!
Steve Scott. Robin Williams said that when you're 19 and get the beautiful sunset tramp stamp, but when you're 40 it becomes an ugly octopus.
God, ain't that right? And that's that is the funny thing is, you walk into a nursing home now, and most of the elderly people that live there are fairly pure and clean, except for the military guys that have their big, military tattoos that you can't even tell what it is anymore. Wait till we all get there, okay?
Oh
It's
my
like,
goodness. We're going to be
yeah,
very colorful folks, a lot of us.
yes, the games going on in the dining room after dinner aren't going to be bingo and, whatever. It'll be identify the tat if you can even see it. I mean, think about it. I can't wait to get to the nursing home for it. That
Yeah.
alone,
Yeah.
damn it.
Yep. Yep. I think it's going to be really interesting seeing the older people of our
Sweetie Bird becomes Big Bird.
generation. It's going to be really interesting. Because you think about like the old folks, like they're listening to like jazz music and everything, and like what is it going to be when we're older, like Wu Tang and shit like that? Like it's going to be ridiculous.
Right?
Speaking of music, Sammy, you have seems to be a fairly eclectic musical taste.
Oh, yeah.
Let's go there.
Okay. I would say I have very specific type of stuff that I like, but there's a lot of different genres that it's in, but I'm very specific. I'm kind of like one of those like assholes about music where I'm like, this is bullshit, but this is fucking fantastic. So I really love I love rock and roll in all forms for the most part. In my mind, like I feel like in 1997 was like when music just took a horrible turn anywhere after that. There are some really fantastic newer bands, example, these guys that have come out after that, but just in general, like the sound of music changed so much. So I'm very old school. I love like 20s and 30s old timey kind of stuff. I love 50s music. It's super fun. I love like 60s and 70s like psychedelic and rock and roll. I love the classic rock of the era. 80s cheeseball music, love it. I love the cheesiest, stupidest 80s music ever. I just love it. And then 90s, that was my shit. Like all the grunge music and all the fucking rock and roll. And even the cheesy alternative stuff, I love it. But I don't do country. I don't do much like rap or hip hop. There's a few select pieces of rap and hip hop that I do enjoy, but it's all like old school kind of stuff. All this new style, like I just can't do it. I'm very passionate about the things that I don't like, and I try to like be respectful to people and be like, I'm glad that you guys like this music. But inside, I'm like fucking dying, you know? So, I know. I try to not come off as a super judgy asshole, but sometimes I am.
I am very similar. I like what I like, and some things I just don't care for. But anything and everything goes for me. I mean, there's some country music that I like. There's rock, heavy metal, thrash metal, dance. The '80s stuff is definitely my shtick, though.
Really?
The '80s stupid stuff. I mean, I was disc jockeying back then, having a blast doing that on vinyl, for that matter. I actually got rickrolled in real life. Rick Astley came into our bar and signed the vinyl album that we had in the
sick!
in the DJ booth.
That's awesome. That is so fucking great. I gotta say, as a karaoke host, I've got access to all this music, and really, like, I wish it was more diverse stuff, but I have to work with what I have to work with. But I would say the vast majority of the stuff that I sing at karaoke is 80s stuff. A lot of it. Like, I pick things from different eras depending on what kind of people are in the bar at the time or whatever. And I have a really large amount of songs that I've been doing it for years and years and years. So I have like, I don't even know, hundreds of songs that I can get up there and sing on a fucking dime. And a lot of it's 80s. I just love it. Even though I recognize a lot of it, like, it's not like good music necessarily. Like, it's not super deep lyrics. It's not like really fantastically written or whatever, but like, it's so fun. Like, as soon as you hear, I just died in your arms tonight, like, everyone's like, yeah, like, it's the fucking jam, dude. You can't fuck with that. It's so good.
The one thing that people used to come up, I mean, in the bar that I worked in Hinton, the one thing that always stuck in my head was guys coming up to the DJ booth just drunk as you know what. Play Deep Purple. It's, oh, God, I hate that song. With a passion.
So what are your favorite bands? What are some of your favorite bands? Just rattle off, just some of your favorites right off the cuff.
Heart, no question. Love Heart. All of this early stuff, all of the late stuff, everything. I mean, that woman could sing.
Fucking A, dude.
Maiden. Went to Maiden concert.
They put on a fucking show, dude. Shit.
That was pretty cool.
Really do.
As Roxy and Chris know, and probably don't know how passionate I was about it, but when I was in university, I listened to a lot of Dead Milkmen. Like anything
really?
And everything. Cool. And it was just like you said, it was fun. It was stupid lyrics. It was absolutely ridiculous. And I just loved listening to them and laughing my head off at the same time.
That's awesome. Yeah, it's fun. Like, I really like stuff that has very, like, deep meaning to it. And when I write lyrics, I personally write lyrics that have depth to it. I can't write shit that's just like fluffy, fun stuff. It's just a personal thing. I'm like super influenced by Greg Graffin from Bad Religion. The way that he writes his shit, like, they're one of my favorite bands ever. And I'm like, yes. You've made like 20 fucking albums, and every fucking song is like legit as fuck.
And I think I've said before, one of my most favorite concerts was Gwar. Like, what a freaking riot. And you go into the stadium. Well, it wasn't really a stadium. It was a concert hall. And the walls are lined with plastic. And you're like, okay, this is different. Yeah. But I was told to wear a white T-shirt for a reason, right? And I really had no idea what to expect. And oh my God, was it a riot. So much fun. Never
I've
have
never
you ever
seen Gwar. And I
It's
want
so
to.
strange. You're actually running, trying to get covered in fake blood and vomit, and it becomes a goal to get like it's like a badge of honor walking out just covered in this
Totally,
crap.
dude. That's so fun.
Oh, so much
Okay.
fun.
All right. That's some good. Okay. I like your choices. Okay. Turbo. What do you got? What are some of your favorite bands?
Not that. Because if I got to take a shower before I could even ride in my own damn car home, no. Well,
So funny.
growing
Prude.
up, one of my favorite things ever, favorite singers ever, is Elton John.
Oh, good
And
choice.
yeah, now he
I love
has an
him.
album from back in the 80s called Reg Strikes Back. And that whole album is just a bunch of, you were talking about, you like the goofy stuff. And most of the songs on there are goofy songs. Phil Collins, another one of my biggest, most favorite, ones. Ace of Base was one of my favorites growing up.
Awesome.
I
I did
and
not
I
expect
share
that. That's so fun.
I love
Yeah.
Ace of Base, and a lot of people don't even know who they are. And I share one with
What?
Roxy, though she has a really hard time admitting it. But New Kids on the Block, that's her
Uh,
favorite, my favorite, or was that Chris's? Let me think. I
That's
love my
no.
sword. I love my sword. I
That's
may not be a mod by
Chris's.
tomorrow. Yeah, that's what I thought.
Roxy fucking hates them, and
I know she does. That's why I have to do that every
I
time.
know. Did you you
But
saw when they opened up the New Kids things, like the little pack that I had got? I love the
yes.
cards. And I was like, "Come on, Roxy, you should totally just learn the one song. Like learn one song." And she was like, "Ugh." And then when they opened the cards, he was like, "Okay, Rox, we're doing one song." And you could see her eyes rolling all the way back in her head. But I think it was the right stuff. I think it was the
Yes.
right stuff. I'm proud of you for doing it. I thought it was great. But
Well,
you
and
loved New Kids on the Block, huh? Legit, you did.
yeah, I did. And in fact, my entire bedroom growing up, the floor had plexiglass over it because I had posters on the floor. The
Cool.
walls were completely covered, and so was the ceiling. And so everything was about Jordan Knight of the New Kids on the Block. I loved all of
Jordan,
them,
that
of
was your guy,
course.
huh? That was your guy.
I was 14 and I bought a plane ticket from El Paso to Boston to go marry Jordan. But he didn't know me. He wouldn't have married me. And my mom caught me halfway to El Paso. So that didn't happen.
Oh my God.
Um,
Were you trying to tell him, I'll be loving you forever?
Forever. Yeah, that was me. My mother, she wasn't even mad. Turn in. I'm working this down again. I love you, Roxy. No. But my mother wasn't even mad. She was laughing so hard she had to pull over between Las Cruces and Deming and sit there on the side of the road crying. She was laughing so hard. She's like, "You almost got on a plane to freaking Boston." And I'm like, "Yeah, I did." I was so mad for about 3 days.
How
I
old
didn't
were
talk to
you?
her. 14. I used
You
my allowance money and I put it in her purse and used her debit card, which is how she got me, and bought a plane ticket.
Oh
boing.
my God. And she didn't let you go? She should have been like, all right, we're going. I'll buy a ticket too. Let's fucking go. How mean
She,
was that?
funniest thing ever, I hadn't even been to one of their concerts yet. 6 weeks later, they performed in El Paso. She went with me to the New Kids on the Block concert.
Okay.
Yeah, so she wasn't
Okay,
mad.
but oh,
But
that sucks that you were halfway there. That must have been the most disappointing moment of your life.
no, because then he's
No?
not that cute now. No, I'm kind
No,
of
but
glad.
at
I
the
look at him now, I'm
time,
like,
dude.
no,
No.
he's not even that cute. Oh, I have a really good one. I also liked, I did not like Marky Mark and the Funky Bunch until one particular night. And I think Roxy knows this story. My kids know this story. Um, but my mom, and I was also at this time 14, had worked at the Holiday Inn de Las Cruces. And it's basically exit 142 in Las Cruces. It's now the Ramada Inn. But at the time it was the Holiday Inn. My mom was the head bookkeeper. And on this particular night, we were staying overnight at her hotel. We lived in Deming, 60 miles away. And so some nights we would just stay at her hotel and she would work overnight and then take the next day off. And we, whatever. On this particular night, Marky Mark and the Funky Bunch were in concert at the Pan Am Center in Las Cruces. Now, I didn't even like him, didn't even know he was there. I'm in my poolside room, which in that hotel is an interior room that looks into like this really nice courtyard where the pool is. And it's got these really nice French doors that open out onto it. And I'm like, oh, maybe I'll go get into my suit and go out to the pool. And all of a sudden I hear this noise like a tornado coming through the building. And I look out and it's 1,000 screaming girls standing outside my door, looking up at the balcony above mine, going, Mark, Mark, and they're all going nuts. He announced it at the concert where he was staying. It took 2 hours for the Las Cruces Police Department to come in, clear all the girls out, clean up all the mess. And so finally I was like, all right, now I think I'll go to the pool. So I put my towel over me and I head out the door and I hear, hey. And I turn around and look up and here's Mark Wahlberg. Now you talk about fangirl, all of a sudden, I don't give a shit. And he looks, he's like, do you want to come up and party? Y'all, let me ask this question. Would anybody believe me today if I said I slept with Mark Wahlberg when I was 14? Probably not. So I'm glad that I didn't. I didn't.
Oh, you didn't? Damn
no.
Hell, I would have.
I was ready for that. I know. I was ready for that part of the story. I'm like, oh, you banged Mark Wahlberg. But no, not so much.
And no, he did not have a shirt on. No, he did not. And he did not look as good then as he does now. And I'm like, I would love to, but I can't. My mom works here and she'll kill me.
You could have been part of the Funky Bunch.
Dude.
I could have been part of the herpes bunch. No.
You would have had a funky bunch all up in you.
Exactly. I'm like, what the hell?
Oh my God. That's hilarious.
I was so mad. I turned around, went back into my room, and then went, I hate my mother. I hate my mother.
Oh.
And that was right after the New Kids on the Block going, marrying George. Yeah,
So the other band that I was really into was Kiss growing up.
Nice.
Yeah. I'm not necessarily all proud of that, but I had a lot of Kiss posters. Until my mother read. I did actually when I was about.
Cool.
I think I did Gene Simmons makeup for the first time when we were living in Eugene, Oregon. I think it was in grade 2. That's when that love affair started. And then my mother read a really religious book and ripped all my posters down and threw away all my albums. So the Kiss infatuation was over with after that.
Oh, bitch. Oh, that sucks, dude. That sucks. Man.
But I stopped liking Kiss when they did their farewell tour, and I think it was 2010. And then 2 years later, they did the goodbye tour or whatever the hell it went. They've done like 4 goodbye tours after that. I mean, go to hell, you marketing bastards.
It's sort of like saying, well, I'll talk to you later, and 3 hours later, yeah, I got to go. 2 hours later, well, you have a great night.
Yeah. I got to go to see Elton John do the farewell tour like 2 years ago. And it was so fucking good. Like I'm an Elton John fan, but I would not call myself like a huge Elton John fan. But I love him, and he's one of the biggest rock icons of all time. And I just think he just has such a nice disposition. And they were doing this tour, and it's like the last tour ever. And I was like, you know what? I absolutely want to go. I will spend reasonable money to go to this show. And I did not realize how emotional that show would make me. Because I'm not like a weepy person. I'm not like super emotional. I'm like sentimental, but I don't get all like over stuff very easily. And at the show, he's rocking out, and then in between he's talking to the fans. and telling everybody I would not have ever been here without all of you, and I am so grateful. And he starts getting teared up, and the whole freaking amphitheater's getting teared up. And at the very end, he gets on this little thing and he's like waving and he's like, "Goodbye. I will miss all of you. I will miss every last one of you." And he's all like, "Oh," and I'm like, "Goodbye, Elton. I love you." Like, it really got me, that farewell, because I could feel that it was genuine. I could really feel that he is not going to come back in 2 years and do another farewell tour. This was his goodbye to this whole thing. And he did it right before COVID. So that was kind of, good timing, I guess. But yeah, you're right. Like when they say we're done,
You're done.
it's, you should not say that willy nilly to try to like get money out of people. They're like, "It's the last time. I've got to go." Like that kind of sucks.
Well, and another group that I liked listening to growing up was Twisted Sister and Slayer. And those
nice.
were two of my favorites growing up. And, it's kind of a controversial one. So I've listened to them. Do I necessarily agree with the words in their music? No, but my ex sort of got me into them. NWA.
6 year
really?
farewell tour. It's true.
Yeah, 6 year farewell tour. Come on, guys. Damn. Okay, so I'm curious, have you guys hung out with any musicians or actors or anything like that you guys really looked up to or whatever? So,
James Caan for me.
oh, sweet.
James Caan, yes.
Awesome.
Here in Las Vegas. We don't
Sunny.
have the hotel anymore, but there was a hotel here called the Showboat, and it became Castaways, and it was then imploded. But right before, so this would have been 99, there was a movie filmed there called Lucky Town, and it's a B-rated movie. And it was starring James Caan, Kirsten Dunst, and Louis Guzman. And they filmed it at the Showboat. And I actually had to work with Kirsten Dunst, who was at the time 15. And there's a scene in the movie where they had to come down and film her sitting in the pit while Nevada Gaming Board went, "Hey, okay, but we have to have somebody there the whole time watching." Now, mind you, Hollywood moves about as fast as lava going uphill. And so a 30-second scene in a movie took about 3.5 hours to film, with my butt planted literally on the floor in between her and James Caan, because pit tables in that particular style have a little opening that goes around the entire pit table. So it's like you've got like the armrest, and then the actual table is below that, but there's like an opening around it. I had to sit there with my head up so that I could verify she wasn't gambling for 3 hours.
I don't understand that, because it's like it's a fake scene that's being shot. Nobody's gambling. It's a scene being shot
even
by actors.
Exactly. The gambling implements being used are not even real. So, and they print their own money in Hollywood, and it literally says not real currency, but it looks real until you see the not real currency written all the way across it that you can't see on cam. But still, because it is an actual gambling establishment and there is real gambling going on at other tables, she's not supposed to be lingering in a casino.
So you're hiding under the table. But at least you got to stare at James Caan's crotch area, right? Right? Was it like full blown, like crotchular region?
No, I saw more of his knees and his side of his leg, but yeah. And I will tell you,
petting him from underneath? Were you like?
In my head, yes, because I will tell you, James Caan at that time, gorgeous and so fucking sweet. And I got to meet Scott, his son, Scott Caan, who was also in Hawaii Five-0. And then Louis Guzman at that time, he was in the TV series Oz on HBO. And if any of you have ever seen Journey to the Lost Island, I think is what it's called. He's the little tiny Mexican guy with the big face, kind of ugly and squishy.
I just
Kind of
know
like
him
a
from
pug.
having doing the Batwing
Yeah,
on
okay,
fucking
that guy.
Waiting. I
Yeah.
just think of him as
Well,
Batwing guy, testicle Batwing.
and Roxy should know this. This was at the time that Smooth and Matchbox 20 kind of got together, and Santana and Matchbox 20 got together and did the song Smooth. When that came out was when this movie was being filmed. And so Louis Guzman happened to know Santana personally and had an actual copy of the CD he gave to me that I was able to download and give back to him. So, and they were there
That's fun.
at the showboat probably about 3 weeks. But it was also my job every night. Thank you, Mysterious Island. It was also my job every night to go up to Kirsten Dunst's hotel room to ensure there was no gambling implements there either. And
You're
her
like the
mom and
narc.
her,
You're like a hired narc lady.
it sucked, but her mom and her were the sweetest people ever.
Training for her mod job.
Apparently.
Yeah,
Hey,
totally.
no running in the hall, no running.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was
Cool.
a great
Interesting.
experience, and I am actually in the movie, and I didn't know this till years later. My ex and I were watching it, and my ex goes, "There you are," and we're watching this, on VHS because we had to buy it. It never came out on, it's one of those very low rated movies. So we're watching it, and my ex rewinds it, and sure enough, you can see me sauntering out of the pit, not even realizing I'm being filmed. But it
Oh
was
my
just
God,
one
you're
of
like
those
famous.
B-roll types.
You're so famous.
My ass is back when it looked good. I wonder where it went,
All right.
but hey.
Chid, I'm curious. What about you? Have you got to go backstage or hang out with any bands or any TV people?
I've mentioned it a few times on chat, some of them, but I work with, or I volunteer every year for a golf tournament in town. That's the senior PGA event called the Shaw Charity Classic, and so I work with Bernhard Langer, Darren Clark, Freddie Couples, all of those golfers that used to be on the PGA. Got photos with them. And Miguel Angel Jimenez, who's absolutely fabulous, the coolest man in golf. We smoked a couple cigars together, which was kind of fun. And I don't really smoke, but
That's
it was
cool
so
though.
fun.
Like since you're into it, you got to meet people that are like top in your interest. I like that. That's cool.
And then hockey, the Sutter brothers, got to know them very well. Actually did some work on their land. And Theron Fleury, got to know him a little bit when he was in Calgary. Still is in Calgary, actually.
Any relation to Marc-Andre?
Marc-Andre?
Fleury?
I don't think so.
Oh.
No. I got to tour Skid Row around West Edmonton Mall, which was kind of cool.
What?
They
Really?
were,
That's so cool.
Yeah, well, Sebastian Bach wasn't there, but all of the other guys were there, and we just happened to recognize them. They weren't that well known. They were touring with, at that time, it was Chris and Roxy, Bon Jovi New Jersey tour, and we recognized Skid Row walking around in West Edmonton Mall and went up to them because they looked lost, and we said, do you need any help? And they were like, yeah, do you know your way around this place? And we did, actually. We knew our way around very well. And so we took Skid Row all around West Edmonton Mall. We went into a record shop and we bought cassettes, and they signed it all for us, which was really fun.
Dude.
Tried to get them to come onto the roller coaster with us. We had this big plan, at the very end of touring them around, we were going to go on the Mindbender roller coaster in West Edmonton Mall with a can of chunky beef stew. And then when it goes around the big loop upside down and there's a walkway through there, we were just going to unload this chunky beef stew, and that would be really funny. Well, and then my friend took it a little too far and said, and then we'll get off the roller coaster and bring a fork and then go up there and get the chunky beef stew and start eating it. And then Skid Row is like, yeah, I think we're done here.
Oh my God.
So that was
Could be
interesting.
a fly on the wall.
Steve Scott, I love you. I'm glad you were here. Good night to you, my friend.
Good night, Steve.
Sweetheart.
Night, Steve. Love ya.
That
And
is
then
so fucking funny. That sucks that Sebastian Bach wasn't there though, because I had
And
the biggest boner for that guy when I was a kid. God damn.
we
Dude.
were actually scheduled to go and see Sebastian Bach, and I was going to bring my cassette tape and hopefully get the last signature, but of course COVID hit, and yeah, that concert's been delayed,
Damn
unfortunately.
it.
And then I
The
mentioned
last signature.
Rick Astley came into our bar, which was cool. Got to hang out with him in the DJ booth for a little bit. Um, the the other two were I was working in the bar bartending and disc jockeying for a concert for what the hell was his name? It says "Mama Let Him Go, Play Some Rock and Roll." You know that song? What the hell? Jerry Doucette. That's who it was. And it was a Jerry Doucette concert, and I did really well that night. Manager owns a bar in Edmonton, said go to the bar in Edmonton, I'll put you up in the hotel. You did so great as a reward. I had no idea. Show up at his bar, which is a pool hall, and my girlfriend and I were in there playing pool and having a lot of fun and just hanging out, eating food and stuff. And all of a sudden it started getting a little busier, and then we look over and it's the Tragically Hip and Midnight Oil walk in. And it's just like, oh my God, it's their after concert party, because I knew that they were in town. And it was when they were doing this tour for Clyquot Sound, which is on the BC coast. They were trying to do some sort of money to raise to protect the old rainforests out there on the BC coast. And then I ended up playing pool with Peter Garrett to start with for Midnight Oil. And then a little later, Gordon Downey comes over to talk to me and said, dude, I want to go into the bathroom and have something to smoke. And I didn't say no.
Oh my God.
Because it was Gordon freaking Downey. So I went in and smoked up in the bathroom with Tragically Hip and then shot pool with him for a few hours.
That's
which was
awesome. How
pretty
fun.
freaking cool. Yeah.
And I thought I knew my fellow mod. Oh my God.
Yeah, I'm not necessarily proud, but it was probably one of the highlights of my life.
No, I think that's totally something to be proud of. It's great.
How many of you in the chat are going to do like me and rewatch this again tomorrow and take notes?
Take notes.
But Gordon Downey was an amazing man. I mean, just what a talent he was.
That is
saw the Tragically Hip play many times at the university. Actually, they used to come and play in the smallest of bars and just loved playing small events. It was great fun.
That's so cool. It's always nice to get to hang out with people that you actually, idolize or respect their music or love it or whatever, and then to get to just transition and see them as people in that kind of way, because you only know what they've shown you on TV and on their videos and whatever. So it's really nice to get to actually really chat with people.
Then you could get Willie Nelson high.
And
and then we're losing Chris. If we would lose Chris if he smoked with Willie Nelson. He'd be gone.
That is a great thing that kind of brings up another subject. A lot of people will ask me in the chat what it's like to know Roxy, Chris, Ryan J, and Randall. And so for those of you that have never met them, and Sammy now has, they are no different in person than they are on the chat in reality, except they're real. It's sort of like if you see it on, you watch TV and certain things don't seem real until you actually get to see it up close. Because we see TV as being fake. So I think a lot of people kind of see Roxy Gun Project as fake. They're not real people. And I get questioned a lot, what is it like to know them in person? And I'm like, well, first off, I don't know them that well. I'm just their mod. I go to their shows. We hang out at the shows, and we talk and, things like that. But they're real people, and exactly what you see in their streams is exactly what you get in real life.
They're just being themselves on their stream, which I think is what makes Twitch special, is because it's just people being who they are. It's not contrived as far as on these interviews where people are really having to behave themselves or, whatever. People are putting out different things in different ways, but on Twitch, it's just them hanging out with guitars. I'm lazy and grumpy.
And I've got to say, there have been moments, I'm sure, where Chris has wanted to lose his mind when things are not going quite right. But he seems pretty cool, calm, and collected. Like, all right, let me have the second to freak out, but I'm going to figure this out. And he does. And
you
it's
always
just
hold
like,
it together really, really well.
yeah, it's like Sunday when all of a sudden I'm seeing Roxy with her guitar trying to get something, moved around or shifted or whatever. And I'm going, what the fuck is she doing? And then because I'm so busy in the chat that there are times I don't hear what's really going on. And all of a sudden I see her going, with her guitar. And then Chris comes around, he takes the guitar. And it's like, she's like so calm about it. And I'm going, I'd be freaking the fuck out.
Yeah.
Even Roxy's like, so how y'all doing? Yeah.
That's why I was like, Roxy, what's your favorite animal? I'm like, she's probably like, what the fuck? So I'm like, hey, let me ask a fun question. We'll get the chat involved. We'll just like divert attention for half of a second, So I just kind of came up with like, okay, she likes animals. Let's talk about animals. Just something to try to fill that spot. But you know what? Nobody else really minds. I don't think I know that everybody on the technical end is freaking out. But everybody that's part of it, they're like, oh, now we just get to talk to Roxy. We get to hear about her favorite animal, and we're talking too. So, it's kind of cool that everybody's still so engaged.
And meanwhile in the kitchen, Chris is probably going,
oh, yeah, dude, he's freaking out.
Doing it quietly as he can, like, get out of there, But no, I mean, every time I've been around them, they're always pretty cool, calm, and collected. And it's like,
oh yeah,
Chris and doesn't seem to be the kind to really. He doesn't seem to be the kind to really let a whole lot bug him at that moment. Not in my eyes, anyways.
Speaking of bugging, I've got something I want to say, and that is that we've experienced as mods a few times where people will come in and they'll be like insulting the band or not understanding or saying that something isn't going so well. And one thing I want to say is that if they actually spent any time on the stream to understand that these guys play anything and everything, and I mean, aside from the live learns and things like that, but there's a lot of songs that they don't play very often. And it's, if you're picking up a musical instrument and all of a sudden playing a song that you don't play that often, well, maybe you're not going to play it all that well. But the ones that you do play on a regular basis and are well practiced, you are going to play well. So if people gave them a little bit more of a chance and understood that, like the diversity that they play and the amount of songs that they know is just astronomical.
I know.
Yeah, you'll sit there and the range is know this song, and they're like, no, but then all of a sudden they do, and they play it really well.
The range is unbelievable.
I love the shit that they don't even know very well. I love that. Yeah. Okay, I love the shit that they can nail. Obviously, any cover bands, it's fucking fantastic when you just nail it. It's in the bag. But I personally enjoy, the other day it was a Phil Collins song. They're like, okay, we're just gonna figure out this Phil Collins song, and it wasn't perfect, but it was real. It was fucking real, and everybody tried, and Randy did great on the vocals, and everybody was doing their part, and I really enjoy that stuff. I like the live learns. I like when they're pushing the boundaries a little bit, and even if it's not perfect, dude, you're not on American fucking Idol, dude. It's fine. You're playing for 6 hours.
Right.
It's fun to be.
And I mean, then there's some songs that are in their range. You're right. Yeah. I mean, there's some songs that when you're singing on your own, some songs you can sing well because it's in your range. Some songs maybe are a little bit more of a challenge.
Well, and then we've got people kind of going along with what Chid was saying, that they'll come in and they'll make these stupid comments. And, I'll sit there and I'll be looking, and I'll, even Chid and I'll message each other. And every now and then he's like, this person
might know. Are you seeing what I'm seeing?
Yeah, that too. And I'm like, I don't know. And, it just, for a minute, I'm kind of like, okay, what are they doing? But the second you cross that line, I don't care who you are. I don't care who you think you are. You cross the line, you're gone. You're out. Yeah. Let Chris sort it out later on. And there was
there's no
one
room
night
for that shit.
where,
Fuck that.
yeah, well, I love being a mod. And this was back in January, and someone had come in and had made a comment, and Chris had a pimple on his nose, and he had said it right in the beginning of the stream. Hey, I'm not sick, it's a pimple, blah blah blah, that's why my nose is red, whatever. And everybody in the chat's like, oh cool, sweet, okay, so it's nothing major, you know and because we all get pimples, you know
Yeah, humans.
and all of a sudden, this guy keeps saying something in the chat, and I'm expecting, Chris is going to see it. He'll respond. Chris doesn't, probably because he's already said, hey, this is what it is. Let it go. So finally, I posted it in there. I was like, he's not sick. It's just a pimple. Don't worry about it. He's doing fine. All of a sudden, the guy whispers me and starts going off about Chris and says some really nasty stuff. And I was like, oh, you're done. You're done. You're banned.
Why would
Well,
why would
as a
anybody even feel
mod,
the need? It's crazy.
well, I don't know. But as a mod, I've learned to read Chris and Roxy. And so I could see in Chris's face, he had seen, because it comes up on their screen, obviously, when somebody gets banned. And of course, he even said earlier, they can read the chat. Well, yeah. So I know that he's going, the hell? Because he didn't see why this person was now suddenly banned by me. Was it a mistake? Was I going to suddenly unban them and everything would be okay? And I have accidentally done that, a couple of weeks ago. I was like, oh my God, shit, and brought somebody back right away because you hit buttons quick or the chat moves or whatever. But so I'm looking at Chris's face and I can tell he's confused. And I'm like, oh God, again, I don't want him thinking about this the whole stream. So Chid and I are talking about it. Mama Gunn and I were even talking about it. Finally, I just said, I've got to send this to Chris. And I said, this is the whisper he just sent me. And I sent it to Chris. And then I think Chris was like, okay, now I know why Turbo did that. I get it. I understand. Because then he was like, hey, don't come in here with that kind of attitude, because you're not going to get away with it. We're not going to sit there and let you bully somebody.
No,
oh,
people don't
sure.
like
No,
it,
you don't
move
think
along.
about anything. Well, and
But
that's the
Just
thing.
you were
move
saying
along.
you were saying that you can read them well. I mean, just the other
Yeah, you
night,
can.
I think I said I know that look, and it was something about where's my coffee, dude, or something like that.
Uh-huh. Well,
Hey,
and like he
come
says, I
on.
don't think about anything unless
I've
Chid
been
bans
really
someone.
good, Chris. I've been really good. I haven't been
Oh, my
banning people
Lord.
by accident. It was that one. I had one bad day.
Well, and we will make mistakes. And, we
Absolutely,
are the
but
very
that
first
thing.
ones to admit it.
I mean, we often don't have the chat on any kind of a delay, so that thing gets moving, and it's hard to keep up. And you try to hit a ban or a timeout, or even just trying to select an account. It moves, and slightly your mouse moves just a fraction, and all of a sudden, you've accidentally banned somebody.
Yeah,
But
and
yeah,
it does. It
I have.
happens.
Oh God, one bad day.
What did you do? Is there backstory on this?
Oh, yeah.
I,
Oh,
I,
yeah.
I, I accidentally banned somebody, and then I heard about it for pretty much the rest of the stream, and then I think I accidentally banned somebody as I was leaving.
He did. And what
Oh
happened is
man,
he literally, this poor person is another streamer.
yeah.
And so, and not a huge streamer, not like Risky Biscuit or something like that, but they got banned. And I'm looking and I'm like,
Oh,
the
come on,
fuck?
Dusty. Jesus.
And so all of a sudden, Chid is gone. And I'm like, unban, and I'm unbanning this person because I don't see a reason for them to have been banned. And so, brought them back in. I'm like, we're so sorry, blah, 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 And then what it was Chid had two mouses.
I had two mice going, and I've learned to keep them very separate because I have two computers going, one to log all the data for the spreadsheet that I send Chris every night, and one for the song list and the chat. So, yeah, but I had them right next door to one another, and I hit the wrong one. So,
Yep.
yeah.
And banned somebody and went, ciao.
And I haven't lived it down, apparently. Yeah.
It's accidents. I know that you guys would never do anything that would compromise their fan base or their money or anything like that. Obviously, you guys are looking out for their best interest all the time, but that does suck when there's one little like, sorry, oops,
You know what?
my bad, we just kicked out
Most people have been
fleas or
pretty
whatever.
good about it if they know them
Yeah.
well, obviously. Yeah.
And
But
you get some people that'll come in and they'll post something that the auto model catch, and I can always go in behind them and say, hey, we keep it PG-13, and they're like, oh my god, I'm so sorry, and that's the end of it. No harm, no foul.
Yeah.
But then you will get some that they're like, oh well, fuck that, and blah blah. First off, Roxy Gun Project has kids that watch the stream. And if you are going to have your kids in there, do you really want them seeing, things that are a little questionable in the chat that now you may have to answer? So there's times when I'm sitting there and I'm looking at a question, somebody's comment, and I'm going, oh, and I'll actually leave it for Chid. If he doesn't answer right away, I'm like, well, I got to make a decision, and I'm just either going to allow or deny it, and those are tough. Because sometimes it's songs like, okay, first off, I did not know skank was a dance. Excuse the fuck out of me. What a term. I think of skank as meaning something completely, totally different. I'm denying the word. And Roxy's going, that's a dance. And I'm like, oh, okay. Yeah, I'm old. At that moment, I'm like, Doug, bring me my cane. What the fuck? When did that become a dance term?
Dude, like in the 70s, Turbo. Like that was like old ska dance. That's not new. This is like old.
It's been a great night. Y'all have fun. Bye. No, I'm kidding. I didn't know. So of course Roxy's like, no, it's okay.
I love it when that happens because I'm just back here laughing my ass off.
Oh God, the best one is when I argued with Ryan J on chat.
Oh, about the hockey. Yeah.
Yes. Oh my God. So I thought I was a diehard Golden Knights fan. Apparently I'm not, because one night I'm sitting here and they're on a Tuesday stream and I've got the hockey game on and I'm watching and I'm posting the scores, because usually Ryan J would update, but Chris isn't asking him for updates and Ryan J's not volunteering them like normal. So I'm just like, okay, whatever, I'll just do my thing. And all of a sudden, Ryan J says something. He goes, I guarantee you the score will be this. And I'm like, huh? And he goes, are you sure you're watching a live hockey game? And I'm like, it's on my TV. I'm arguing with Ryan J through chat. Come to find out, I'm watching a repeat of the game from the day before.
What an asshole.
I was like, mod under desk. Yep.
Oh my God, that's so funny. Also funny, did you see Dusty's comment? The dance style skank originated in the 50s or 60s at Jamaican dance halls where ska music was played. So I said Jamaican? 70s, but it was the 50s or 60s. Yep. I mean, ska music, it's like, I don't know if you're a ska person or not, but like, that's, that was the ska. It's the ska dance. You know what I mean? I'm only half doing it because I'm sitting on a couch right now. But
right?
You can use your imagination. It was revived in the 70s. It says, okay, that's funny.
But hey, I got to keep them on their toes. Chid keeps the music list going. I keep the laughter going. Apparently,
that's so good. It's very important business, both of it.
Yeah.
But yeah, when you get a term pops up in mod mode, I can see it, and you got to decide really fast, yay or nay. And there's been a couple, like especially during the front page night when everything was crazy and a bunch of shit was coming in, that like, I was trying to figure out like, fuck, like I don't know, like it's on the line, like I feel like it's fine, but is it fine? I'm not sure if it's fine. And is it going to escalate into something else? Somebody asked, they just said, are you gay? Which, like, obviously, gay people are fine. It's fine. Under normal circumstances, it's not weird or offensive to ask somebody if they're gay. But in the middle of their fucking stream, somebody just says, like, are you gay? And it was, like, in the thing. And I went ahead and was like, no, I feel like this could be an awkward thing,
But then again, it could also be the meaning, are you happy? like overseas, the F word that we think of as a derogatory comment towards gay people means cigarette. So,
Right,
that's
but
also where you
let's
have to
be
kind of go,
real.
oh my Lord,
But that's not
who
a
are these
word that's
people?
used in that context anymore.
Not
Like the gay
usually, no.
90s of like 1890, like okay. But
Right,
like that had everybody knows what that means,
right,
at that point. And I
right.
was kind of it's not bad to ask someone if they're gay, but it's inappropriate in this moment right now. They're playing fucking music.
Exactly.
Why are you gonna ask them if they're fucking, if they're gay? Like that's none of your fucking business.
But
But
see, that sort of
Chris
goes
caught it,
back to my
and
thing.
he's like, no, I'm not. I'm here with my wife right now, and then moved along. But I was like, what are you trying to do right now? Unless he was trying to
Right.
like get it on with Chris, but like, I mean,
Well,
I don't
that
see
was
how
sort
that's
of
gonna
like that
happen
thing with
via
the
Twitch.
word skank for me. It was like, okay, obviously we don't want to be saying that, in the chat. That's why I deleted it. I had no idea it was a dance
Yeah,
term.
no, yeah, that makes sense. Well, Roxy says I was over here doing the robot for some reason. Okay. Well, I can't skank while I'm sitting on the couch. That was just my arms kind of moving. God damn it, you called me out on that shit. It's fucked up.
But you're right. You're right, Sammy. I mean, words come up, and you have to make a split decision sometimes because you
Mm-hmm.
want to try and keep it out of chat. And there have been times where it's like, what is this person trying to say? What is their motive? Why are they doing this?
Yes.
You
What's
And
the
know,
that is
and
the
intention?
that is another thing is, and I will say this, if Chid makes a decision to time someone out or ban them, I don't question. And I never will. And I will always have his back on this, and he knows this. Because I don't think that it would be fair for me as another mod to be like, oh, well, okay, fine, I'll unban you, I'll untime you out. When he makes a decision like that, it sticks. You'd better come back to both of us with a really good explanation as to why you should be untimed out or unbanned. And he's going to make the final decision, and Chid knows I have his back 110%. And that is another thing that, I really hope is happening in all channels is that multiple mods are able to work together like that and not go, oh, well, I'm bigger and better and I have more seniority or this or that. No, we are equals. And if whatever he says, that's what goes. Don't come begging
Yep.
me. This isn't a mom and dad game.
No, it's
no,
great that you guys are totally on a team and you have each other's backs, and ultimately,
Mm-hmm.
above anything else, you have Chris and Roxy's backs.
Oh, yeah.
well,
That's
and
the
let's
whole
face it,
point,
there are other streams where self-promotion, as a prime example, anybody who happens to post a link or any kind of a name or anything like that, instantly banned. They are just done. The
Yeah.
moderators are very,
Wow.
very strict, which is, not where Chris and Roxy are. They encourage people to promote. They're completely allowing people to promote themselves. Sometimes
That's
in chat,
awesome.
obviously, it doesn't get too carried away, but we're all part of the community, which is great. And we try to give people a chance, and we have
Mm-hmm.
messaged people to say, look, this is a little bit offside. Could you tone it down a little bit? Give them a few shots across the bow. But if they keep it up, sometimes it forces our hand. And
Yep.
Yeah.
it's not something that I do automatically. I mean, some bans are very, very easy, or timeouts. It's a really easy decision to make. If I'm not sure about something, I might time somebody out for a little bit of time just to give me that opportunity to review it in my head, and then
Sure.
talk to Erin about it and say,
Mm-hmm.
what do you think about this? And let's face it, it's not the end of the world if we happen to ban somebody and we bring them back.
Right.
We can
And
bring
we've
them
done
back
that.
on the stream, or if somebody says, you know what, I was offside, I had a little bit too much to drink, I would really like to come back in. No problem. If
Cool.
if they've got good reasons and they're apologizing for their actions, you know what, come back in.
And what
We'll
they did
welcome you
wasn't
back
too
in.
carried away.
We'll welcome you back in, but know for
Mm-hmm.
sure that for the next few streams, you're going to be
Bless
watched
you.
pretty closely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know,
And
I mean,
we
why
just
would people
recently
be
had to.
shitty? Like, there's no need. I just think
Well,
it's just
and
silly
like
that
just
people come in.
recently, somebody came in with a rate, and they've been in our chat several times. They've been, good person in the chat before. But this particular night they went nuts and, on me for no reason, which kind of shocked me, but it was like, okay, whatever, so we
Really?
went ahead and had to do the ban, and, but I mean, the
That's
thing
too bad.
is when you come in, it's not hard to just follow the rules, just come in, enjoy the music, don't be stupid. Yeah, you'll see us have fun. Like I'll be putting people in the corner where, the joke is there's stale Cheetos and warm beer. And sometimes I'll even threaten people, who are being a little bit misbehaving with, hey, you go to the corner next. After that, it's the dragon. And, they kind of go, oh, okay, because they're like, oh, shit, but it's kind of a
Yeah, you're
fun way to
making a
say,
joke,
hey,
but you're being direct and you're kind of setting
right.
boundaries. So
Exactly.
that's good.
But I think that does kind of help, and Chid and I being able to kind of play off of that in some way together has really helped as well, you know. And I think that when people see, like Chid and I bantering back and forth and then trying to involve Joe, because he's just so much fun to bring into those. I love it. I think that kind of gives everybody a little chance to kind of lighten the mood a little bit.
Yeah,
But there are
for sure.
definitely times when we have to be a little bit more serious in chat. Like, unfortunately, when something happens and someone, we lose someone, and Roxy and Chris were visibly upset last week over a loss. But I mean, sometimes we have to get a little bit serious, but we try then to get those jokes going again as quick as possible to kind of lighten the mood again.
Yeah.
Because we don't want people to be in there all of a sudden being in a, tissue party. That's not what this is about. But we want
Yeah.
people to know we're there for them. We love them. We care about them. Behave. And you're welcome to be in here all the time.
Yeah, but if you're
you
going to be a
know,
dick, you're not welcome. Like they're not making it better. They're not helping raise the mood. They're not there's no point. You don't need people in there that are going to be
hmm
negative or make rude
exactly.
comments or provoking the mods or provoking other people in the chat. Like you got to go, man.
Oh,
There's no
well, we've
need
had
for that.
people that have tried to put me and Chid against each other, and that's not going to happen. You are never going
Really?
to get me on your, oh, yeah. And you are never, I don't care who you are, ever going to get me to take your side over Chid's. Because as a, I see the mod team as one person. We all need to work together as a team because otherwise Roxy and Chris have more stress. And they don't need that. They're busy enough trying to make sure that
Yeah.
all their instruments are working and computers going good. He's trying to navigate making sure when people are redeeming shark balls or whatever the hell that redemption is, that it's
Shark
going.
balls?
What the hell
Yeah.
is
The shark attack.
Oh my god.
Thank you, shark attack.
With the beach balls flopping around all
Yes,
over
that the
the place.
beach balls. Okay, beach balls, shark attack. I have Alzheimer's. I don't know. But Chris is watching for that. He doesn't need to be thanks, Dusty. He doesn't need to be worried
Exclamation show.
about, people going after us and us not being able to take care of each other. So but yeah. Thanks, Roxy. Yeah, that.
And
I've had 2 shots. That's
and I
all.
gotta
I'm
say,
so
some of the best moments of the whole last year is when I happen to post something that gets Chris and Roxy laughing.
bad.
And
And me
there,
crying.
yeah, there have been some pretty good times over the last year where it's just bust a gut, and I've got to take a
Dude,
moment
you're
to
funny. You're
compose
really
myself.
fucking funny. Like your sense of humor is just like top notch in my book, and I love it. I've seen where you'll post shit and they start cracking up. I mean, you're cracking everybody up. It's really
Yep.
awesome. You're fucking funny. I
Well,
appreciate
and
you.
what was it yesterday when Chit posted, take me out, punch me or something? It was kind of funny. And Roxy all of a sudden goes, hey, no hitting. And I'm just like, Thanks, yes. Protect me. Hello? What did I do besides steal a
Mom is
beer?
gonna
Sorry,
turn
a
this
few
car
beers.
around right now
Yeah,
if you
right?
don't
Yeah.
behave.
Usually, a lot of the humor is just reposting some of the stuff that after they've had a few shots, and Chris sort of has a couple of mumbles, and I pick up on it as like, wait, what? On glue is one for sure.
Mm-hmm.
On
Yep.
What the hell does that mean?
And what was it? Ball fan risk?
Ball fan risk. Oh my god, that was genius.
Oh yeah. And then
Oh,
what
man.
really gets me, and Sammy, this is the best part, is like Nuckin, he'll come in, and I'm going to call Nuckin out right now. I'm calling Nuckin to the middle of the floor. That man has, admittedly on his own, finger fumbleitis, as he calls it. I have a whole Aaronism thing.
Okay.
Chris can't see when somebody says, hey, I did a donation, but he'll pick out every last one of my typos. What the hell is that about? I mean, it's
Wait,
like,
you're saying Nuckin picks out your typos? Or
no,
Chris?
Chris does, but he never, Chris doesn't pick on Nuckin's typos.
Well, he's not a mod, so you have higher expectations.
I'm making Nuckin a mod now. Hold up, no.
Oh god.
Wait, so question,
And
your
Dewante,
typos,
that was a good one.
are they just on your normal chat typos, or like when you're
Yeah.
like typing up like the things to repost?
Well, it was funny because, exclamation donate gives you the links to their Venmo and all that. And so one night I typed exclamation Dewante, apparently, caught it real quick and typed in the correct one. So now Dewante is actually a thing. And I'm just like,
It's funny.
I'm just like, so, and of course, other people use it. I'm like, and it's the guys that use it. I'm like, excuse me, it says, I think she means. I'm like, that's for me, my own.
That's
So, but
fucking
yeah,
funny.
it's funny as hell. But I get picked on because of my typos.
One of my favorites
Well,
was
stop having
simple kind.
typos.
One of my favorites was simple kind of ban.
Yeah,
Instead of
that was a
simple
good
kind of
one.
man, that was pretty good.
Yeah,
Simple kind of van?
Ban.
ban.
I put in the ban symbol, simple kind of ban, and Chris sung it.
Oh.
I was laughing pretty damn hard.
That's awesome.
That was great.
So yeah, Chris was saying that he likes all your little like notes, like behind the scenes notes on the song list. So what kind of stuff are you putting behind the scenes notes on the song list?
Those are secrets we can't tell you. We'd have to kill you.
Yeah, but I'm on the team.
Well, then you'll have to come in and find out.
Like, no, there's nobody here. It's just us. It's just us right now. We're not
We
streaming
don't
live
have
on
anything.
Twitch.
We never post anything on there, but the songs. Yeah, we're innocent.
Roxy, can you remember what it was? It must have been about a month ago, and I had her busting a gut, and I can't remember exactly what it was. It wasn't simple kind of band, but it was another one, and I had posted something, and she just lost it.
Really?
It was genius. Yeah. I had to watch it a few times the next day. I think I clipped it actually. That's one of the really fun things is to clip some of the stupid stuff.
Don't make sure talk about you dying.
Right. Good point.
Oh.
Nope. I don't know, some of the songs that get posted into the list. Sometimes I'll add like, is this guy serious, or this is not. It's hard to remember exactly what I say, but yeah, it's usually sometimes I'm trying to make him laugh and have a good time with it.
Okay, that's good. So speaking of those songs, what are some of your favorite songs that they play? So I want Chid, tell me first. What are some of like whenever they go into the song request that you're like, fuck yeah, like I'm stoked about this? Is there any specific ones?
Well, I'm a big Bare Naked Ladies fan. Being a Canadian, I love Bare Naked Ladies. I've seen them in concert a few times, so any of those are really great. I'm a sucker for the major rock ballads. Always have been. When Roxy started doing Alone, I requested that a number of times for a very long time, and even though it was, I know, a big sing for her, she's very good at it.
Fucking good. I totally feel you on that one. Agreed.
Yeah. So any of the big rock ballads I'm in, and then they've even learned some songs for me, which I've been greatly appreciative of, especially the Dead Milkmen, the punk rock girl song.
Oh,
I first
awesome.
requested that, it was kind of a live learn, but they've kind of honed it a little bit better. So that's been a lot of
Cool.
fun. Yeah.
That is so awesome. That's nice that they're trying to learn stuff for you guys. They're like, we'll do
Well, and then
anything for you. What do you
I
want? We'll do it.
posted that Kitty Man shanty from the Trailer Park Boys in Discord, and they've learned that. I was like,
Oh,
really?
yeah. That's so fun. Okay, so your number one favorite though is that Heart song. Fucking A. It's good.
Yeah, definitely.
That's good. What about you, Erin? What's some of your favorites?
So I have to say, and this is a very special shout out to Chid, because he knows that one of my favorite songs is Heaven or Hell by Volbeat.
Volbeat.
And he knows, like the other day, I was not feeling really good, and on Tuesday night yesterday, and he specifically requested that for me. And he did it a couple of weeks ago when, one of the people in the chat got crazy on me. So honestly, that one, when I know that's coming up, that gets me super excited.
Oh, that's awesome.
Love Shack is by
good.
all accounts, I think, everybody's favorite. And we all sit there and break out our little timers and start timing Roxy on the tin roof part.
Oh my goodness gracious! I don't know how on earth she can hold those notes. Sitting down too. Sitting down with a compressed diaphragm. That's what even gets me more. Where sometimes it's just her and Chris sitting down. I'm like, I would have to stand up. I'd be like, excuse me, I'm gonna have to stand up for this part. But it's very impressive.
But that one, and then for Steve Scott and I, we always, whenever they're doing any Def Leppard song, it's immediately time for us to go dance. So that one always gets me very excited. And then there is one song that, and I know that it might be a little hard for Roxy, but it is a song that they have not done now in a while, understandably so, but it's If I Leave This World Alive by Flogging Molly's. That's always been one of my favorite songs. So those are my favorites.
What about you, Sammy?
That's
good. My favorites?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, gosh, there's so many good ones, but there's some specifically that I really love. Honestly, Faithfully, their version of Faithfully by Journey, it's so fucking good. It's so good. I love that song, and I just feel like there's so much heart and soul that gets put into it when they do that song. It's fucking fantastic. Silent Lucidity, and I know that that's also a very
powerful
sensitive and powerful song, and I can feel extra heart in there because I know and I understand, so I love that. And also Mary Jane by Alanis Morissette. There was one day I was like, oh, you should do some Alanis, and she was like, what song do you want? And I don't know who knows that album well enough to know the random B-sides or whatever, but I was like, do you know Mary Jane? And she's like, I got you. And it was the most beautiful rendition that I ever could have imagined. That song is very dear to me. It's very nostalgic to me, and that was probably my favorite Roxy vocal song. It was just her and the guitar, and it was so fucking good. And I was cooking dinner, and I stopped cooking and was staring at the street. I'm like, this deserves my undivided attention. It's just so fucking beautiful. So yeah, there's so many, and I love seeing on the requests what's coming up, and it's I'm so amped up. I'm excited for some of the stuff that's coming, and some of it I'm like, I don't know what that is, or okay, I still enjoy what they're doing even if it's not my favorite kind of thing. But yeah, there's certain ones that I'm just like, yes.
So for me, on
any of the rock and shit,
the originals, it's Time and Shatter, hands down, for me.
Oh yeah,
I love Time. The lyrics get me every time. I mean, it's so relatable to so many people, but it's really cool. And then the guitar riffs on Shatter is what gets me there.
And my favorite, and I know Chris and Roxy already know this, is If the Shoe Fits. That's my favorite on the new album. On the old album, Lola. All day, hands down,
Yeah,
Lola.
Lola's so good. On the
Yeah.
new album, I've got to say, my two favorite. I love the whole fucking album. It's all in its entirety. There's no like things where I'm like, it's all right or skip past it. But my two favorites are Girl Fight and Gatekeeper because they fucking
Well,
smash you in the face. They're so fucking rocking. I love it. I love it.
hell
And I'm like,
yeah.
yeah,
And
I'm amped up. I get all amped up. It's great.
Sammy, did you see on their Facebook? Room 6 did a review not only of part of their performance at the dive bar 2 weeks ago, but also the new album.
Really? So
Yes.
wait, Room 6. Tell me what.
Room
What is
6.
Room 6?
It's on the Roxy Gunn Facebook page, and everybody needs to go follow them on Facebook and check out Room 6 review.
Awesome.
He does he's a local guy, and in fact he was there at the dive bar when they did their show 2 weeks ago. And I could tell you, he does an amazing review of the It Took an Apocalypse album.
That's awesome.
Yes.
That is so cool. I will definitely have to check that out.
And
Oh, good. Roxy's going to send me the
Roxy
link.
said she's
Cool.
going to send you the link. It was really good. It's about 8 minutes, I think. But which I don't think was enough time. I personally would like to see him do a much lengthier review of each song. But he literally goes through every song on the album,
Awesome.
and it is a good review. Yeah.
That is so great. I'm
Yeah.
so glad. I'm glad that it was a well-deserved good review because some people they just pick shit apart. They can pick Led Zeppelin. People pick apart fucking Stairway, and it's one of the best songs of all time ever. So I'm glad that it was like a legitimately good review, and well-deserved. Okay,
Well,
so,
and that's the thing too, is that people are just now. So here's the thing with the curiosity about why I like Twitch now. Roxy and Chris probably didn't have anywhere close to the fan base they have now before Twitch. And that is people in Australia probably had never even heard of them.
yeah.
People in Russia, people in Ukraine, people in England, people up in Canada, down in Mexico, probably had never heard of the Roxy Gunn Project until Twitch. And now all of a sudden,
amazing.
And they don't come back, necessarily every week, but we are starting to see these same people coming back time and time again. And I'm going, it won't be long before Roxy Gunn is a name abroad, and Crimson Riot is a name abroad. I doubt if any of their first
great.
huge. I doubt if any of their first album has been sold overseas, and yet the second one has. People that were in the chat that got in on that 100, pre-buy it sale on the stream. A lot of them were from overseas too. Or from Canada.
I love that it's opened up the whole world.
Mm-hmm.
It is opening up the whole world. So as much as it sucked for them to not be able to play out in Vegas during this whole pandemic, extremely stressful, fucking bummer, that's your whole career. But like how wonderful of a plus, side for it to come out like this, where here you are on Twitch, the world is seeing you, and they would never get to see. I mean, I never would. How would I would have known about them? I don't live in Vegas.
Exactly.
I would have had no idea. And it was a risky biscuit raid that sent me into them. And I was like, holy shit. It doesn't matter that I don't live next door to them because they're in my house 2 days a week for hours and hours
or more.
And hours.
Right.
Yeah.
And this
which
is
why oh, go ahead.
This is why I go down to wherever they are to try to make sure that we can do something upstream. Because, these Friday and Saturday streams may not be the 190 to 200 viewers that they're used to, but if another raid comes in and just 10 people see Roxy Gunn Project or Crimson Riot, live on stage. They're going, oh shit, they're really good, and then they're going to come back for the stream. It's just, even if I can grow that viewership by one more person, it's
Yeah.
worth it. And,
Absolutely.
just the effort of being down there. I live here. It's not hard for me to go to Fremont Street or hit a casino down on the strip somewhere. Obviously, we're not going to be able to stream from casinos, but there are venues that they can't. But if I can like take photos and, show those for them, things like that,
Yeah.
anything to put on their Discord to help maybe grow them a little bit bigger, it's worth it. Because why not? Where's the harm in that? So that's why I do go down, and I figure I'd be there anyways. Might
It
as
sucks that
well.
poor Chris's phone was like overheating when you were trying to film the other day. That sucked that it was that freaking hot
Yeah.
that the phone just like
Now
wouldn't even work.
their roadie Jesse and I, he at one point during the second stream when we moved positions, um, Jesse had gone over and he was listening to it because Chris was really concerned about the sound quality. I was way further away from the stage, wanted to make sure that, people at home could still hear it. Well, Jesse was like, yeah, it sounds great. And then he comes over and already you could see the phone just giving out again. And it was like
Ugh.
30 minutes in. And I was like, oh. So, Jesse and I both had to make that decision. It was time to cut it.
Yeah, I
Um,
caught the beginning of it, and it made me sad that it ended up cutting out. But it's 115
mhm.
degrees. It happens. I mean, you guys remember on my podcast when it was that super hot day, my camera just stopped working. I had to use my
Yeah,
shitty laptop camera, which at least I had that as a backup. But I'm just sitting in
right.
my house, and we had fans pointed at all of the equipment, and my camera just completely overheated and wouldn't work. So it's like
Exactly.
that's an obstacle that's really hard to get
Hmm.
past. There's nothing that
And
you can really do
yeah,
in that
and
one.
that's why I've told Chris and Roxy, I'm like, hey, if I can be there to stream it, I will, and definitely no issue with that because, they need to be able to get out there, and right now, I mean, like if we lock up again, you know, God forbid we lock down again, this is all they have again. And, so keep the stream growing, keep the fans coming, and
Absolutely.
that's another reason why Chid and I work so well together. We are one together, and that's just the
That's
way it
so
is. It's like when,
cute. You guys need to
well,
have a hug. You need to have a hug. You need to meet. I feel
we will,
strongly about this.
we will,
Chid, what
and
are you doing next week? You got any plans? Like
he can't come
next
out
week?
of Canada yet.
No.
God, you can't. You're not allowed. Shit.
Well, I have to quarantine for 14 days and the whole works. Obviously,
Hmm.
that's a pretty large
Damn
commitment,
it.
but I am anxiously awaiting the border to open, and I think it's supposed to be opening. Well, uh, we are welcoming U.S. passengers into Canada, I think, in a couple of weeks, as long as they've been
Cool.
as long as they've been vaccinated. So if they can prove they've been vaccinated, they can come across the border. But the U.S. has not reciprocated to say that we can, as Canadians, can come to the States without having to isolate yet.
So I will
What
be
the
starting
fuck?
a GoFundMe page. I will post the link later.
Oh yeah, for a Canadian trip.
Hell yeah, damn it.
She's always welcome, as are any of you.
I have always wanted to go meet
Road
him
trip.
and his gorgeous, beautiful wife, Roxy Rolla.
Well, I'm
Not to
down
be
for a road
confused
trip.
with, not to be confused with Roxy Gunn.
No.
I know. I'm surrounded by rocks in every direction. Well, I would love it if we could all go on an actual trip to Ireland. I think that would be the
That would
Oh,
be
coolest, funnest
unfreaking
thing of
real.
all
But
time.
what we
So
need to start, we need to start small and have that the Roxy Gun viewership party, wherever that is, in the middle of some
mhm.
cornfield or something like that.
yes, well, they're talking about doing it in
RGP stock.
October.
Yeah.
I think October they were talking about that, which that's gonna be a little tricky for me. But I'm gonna try to do it, even if I can just come out for like a day just to be there for it. Then thankfully I'm like a 2.5 hour flight away, so if I can do it,
Well,
I'll
and if
totally do it.
Chid ever flies in, I am definitely his lift.
Nope.
He has seen me play American Truck Simulator, and he's like, "Hell yeah, I'm gonna ride with
No
Turbo,
way.
damn it!"
He's
Oh
mowed over
god.
a gas station.
It was in the way.
Have you been to Vegas before? You ever
I
been out
have.
there?
I've been down to Vegas for NASCAR once, just as an experience. Came down with my wife once. We stayed for 7 nights on the Strip. Learned very quickly that that was far too long.
Yes,
Yeah, you're
agreed.
white.
About two
It was
days,
like,
you're good.
oh my
2 days, you're good on
God,
that.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
And then I've come down with friends
Shit.
to go golfing and a couple of times.
Cool. Okay.
But I
Too
might be
familiar.
coming out to Seattle next year. I
Really?
really want to, yeah, I really want to go and do that air combat again. I posted in Discord a photo of me in a combat plane where I got to go up and fly on the air combat. So basically, you climb into
Really?
a little Italian Marchetti fighter with an ex-Air Force pilot. They take the plane off and land it for you, but you get to fly it. And so I flew with a friend
Cool.
of mine, and
Nice.
you fly wingman position and get used to flying the plane and doing some maneuvers and stuff. And then you get to do 7
Wow.
dog fights. So you actually shoot a laser at
God.
your friend's plane, and when it gets hit, it lets go of smoke. So you know you've got a kill, and then you can trash talk each other while you're doing these dog fights. It's like
It's
the most
laser tag
unreal.
in the air?
Totally.
Shut up.
So
Count
so
me.
we
Shut
flew
the fucking
down.
door.
We took off from the Boeing airfield, and then we flew down towards, I think it was Mount Hood, or is it Mount Rainier that you can
Okay.
see in the distance? Maybe it's Mount
Rainier
Rainier.
from
Yeah.
Seattle. Yeah.
Yeah, so we were kind of
Wow.
near Mount Rainier where we got cleared airspace, and it was just unfreaking real. So if
And
you go on
that's
air,
beautiful. Oh my god.
so yeah, you can do that out of Las Vegas, you can do it out of Seattle, and they do a bunch of
Wait.
coastal areas.
You can do that here?
Yeah,
Excuse me while I look that up.
yeah, it's called Air
I'll be right
Combat,
back.
Air Combat
Wow.
USA, and it is so much
Roxy,
fun.
you and me.
When are you
Roxy.
thinking about coming out for that? to Seattle?
That I want to do that again for my 50th. Yes, I'm that freaking old. So
In May.
that'll be next year.
May
Yeah.
17th, right?
Yeah.
That's awesome. Well, we will have a freaking shindig when you're out here. I'd
It's a
love it. That would be
Chiddig.
fucking awesome.
I-
A chid dig. Yes.
Sucking on Chidley dogs.
oh God. Oh my God. When Logan and Justin sang that, I don't know if you were in. Risky
No, I
Biscuit.
wasn't.
Oh my
That's
God, that was so
awesome.
funny. I was dying.
Oh my god, that's too fucking funny. Oh my god.
And of course, I
love
don't know
it.
what it is, but every time I go into that stream, Logan's crop top, and it's just like, really? Every
now-
freaking
and
now-
time.
And now
They're
he's got
killing
Chris doing it too.
And it's 20 gift subs for a crop top. They have to get 20 gift subs to trigger crop top. And sometimes they're doing 5-6 crop tops a night. That's how many gift subs they're getting from having this as an incentive.
Yeah.
And then Googly Nips. Googly Nips is new on the agenda, which is my favorite. Have you seen the Googly Nips?
I have
I don't
no
wanna see
idea what
Googly
that
Nips.
is, but I like it.
So Logan puts on a sequined jacket. He takes 2 big googly eyes, puts them on his nips, stands
dear
up, puts
God.
the microphone to his belly button, and Justin plays and sings, and he fucking does a little jig or whatever. I
Oh
swear.
my God.
It's fucking great. It's so funny. Oh my god. I just
Hey.
die every time they do
Chris,
it.
Chris, are you taking notes?
Roxy, please tell me Chris is in bed already.
Oh, wait
that
a
he
minute.
left.
Yeah, there was one time where Chris did that weird dance that I clipped with the bass. Oh, that was. And then I think I posted a picture of Roxy looking over, going, "What the fuck?"
I was video chatting with Roxy the other night.
Oh God.
And Chris
Chris
comes like out
Burnett.
of the abyss and comes out of nowhere and starts like twerking behind her on the scene, and me and Dusty just fucking died. I was like, that was fucking awesome. Chris is just twerking it up, dude. It was great. I love it.
I've got a few good clips of what they've done of Chris, from the streams, and let me tell you, he never ceases to amaze me.
Dude, sometimes
Nope.
my screen will freeze. Like it'll just like for a second it'll freeze and load or whatever. And the other night it froze on the fucking funniest screen. I tried to get my phone out to get a picture, but it unfroze by the time I could grab my phone. But like
Hmm.
Chris was over by Roxy and his face was just like it just froze and she was kind of like, "Ah," like it was so fucking funny, man. This shit cracks me up.
That's
Oh my god.
that's usually the point where I'll type in the chat, Roxy, blink twice if you need help, and she'll be like,
Yeah.
and I'm like, on my way, look at the Black Camry.
Oh, Roxy finally got to see the fucking googly nips in real time. That's awesome. She keeps missing it. And she popped in one time and she was like, I'm here for the googly nips. And Logan was just like ignoring it. And I'm like, Logan, give her the googly nips, dude. Like, please. And Chris is like, yeah, come on, we're here. And I'm like, I was trying to help facilitate it. And they were just like, do. I'm like, God damn it. Give him the nips, man. Just give him the nips. I'm glad you got to
Yeah.
check it out, though.
Roxy is
Oh.
so right. There are more screenshots of her what the fuck face than there are of her normal face now. Yeah. Well, and
Oh.
Roxy and I were actually talking this past weekend when I was over at Hammers with them. And one of the funniest things is, you get ready for your stream and you forget to do something. And I won't say what Roxy forgot, but it got me to thinking, for those of us that do stream, what is your biggest fear of forgetting to do before you go live? So I'm going to ask you, Sammy, what's your biggest fear of forgetting to do before you go live?
I would say, I guess, forgetting to change the titles on everything, because at first when we started, we had fucked that up. They're like the descriptions of the episodes said what the last ones were, and then we're like, fuck, and like, oh, now we're streaming, and I'm like, oh my god, it totally says I have a different guest than I actually have right now. God damn. So that for me, that's like okay, we got to make sure that all that shit is done because we fucked that up a couple times, and that was a bummer. That sucked. So making sure that all of our ducks are in a row and we're not calling out past guests. That's my fear. What about you?
Yeah.
What is yours, since you're a streamer too?
Forgetting to have my game ready to go. I've actually done that. So, when you use OBS, you have something called game capture as one of your sources. And so I had forgotten to load up, and I think it was American Truck Sim that I was doing that day. And I was like, why isn't my game loading? I'm sitting there and I'm talking to everybody in chat. I'm like, we'll be there in a sec. We'll be there in a minute. Hi, how y'all doing? I'm like, what the hell? And behind, I'm like in my mind going, what did I do? And then it takes forever to load it up. I'm like, so it's taking just a moment. I'll be right with you. And I'm like, so yeah, that's my biggest thing.
Yep. That sucks. Roxy said for her it's lipstick. I once forgot to put it on and it bugged me so much it took a break. Yeah, I could totally understand that, and it's so funny because it's such like a, it's not important to making sure you can like perform properly, but it's like it's very important. I wear lipstick every day. I'm always wearing, even if I'm just at home and nobody's even looking at me. Like it just makes me feel like I'm put together, So I could totally see, Roxy, how that could be like, oh fuck, like how am I gonna sing properly without my face on? Like I could totally understand. Sure. What about you, Chid? I know you're not a streamer, but is there anything before these guys go live that you feel like you need to make sure that you like have ready to roll?
Depending upon when I happen to sign on, and depending upon whether it's lazy Sunday or Tuesday, I will always go in and check the redemptions, see what's going on there. have a look at the stream. Sometimes I'll do some corrections to a few things if I've caught something that's been missing. Typically the Erinisms, believe it or not. I've reset those a few times. But Erin's usually in there way before I am, and she's got the redemptions turned on or off. Yeah.
Okay.
But
I usually, that was something that I always did on Sundays
the counters
because,
is another one. Yep.
yep, I would, on Sundays after the stream would end, I would end up messaging Roxy and Chris, especially in the beginning, that I, turn the song list back on or the song queue and fix the redemptions for Tuesday. And then I'd go in on Tuesday and Chris has already done it. So I'm like, okay, no problem, no worries. But then I check it. Okay, everything's good. And then Chid checks it. So we're all checking it, which is good. But now it's on Tuesdays. Since I'm in later on Tuesdays and I can actually now close a Tuesday stream, I'll make sure they're set for Sunday, or like now they're off because of Saturday and possibly Sunday. So, nobody goes in and tries to redeem a dog cam because I'm sorry, I don't think they want me at their house going, here's the dog. Although I wouldn't mind, but the real chore for me is to be where they are, so. But yeah, so everything
look at Dusty's comment. I always have to make sure I've changed my shirt since the last time we streamed. And that shit is real. That is true.
Oh God, yeah.
For me, the thing that used to stress me out was the song list and turning it on and off. I was mortified or just frightened to turn it off. When is the right time? How many songs can be in the list? When do we turn it back on? But I think I've managed to gauge that a lot better as time's gone on, and in the amount of time required to play the certain songs left. And then, if I've miscued by people leaving the stream and we are able to remove a bunch of songs, we can open it back up. Not such a big concern anymore.
And the thing is I'm watching for Chid. The second I see him turn off the song, the song requests, I go into the redemptions then and turn off all of those, that have to do with the music. And then as soon as he turns it back on, I go right back in and turn them back on again.
And there is a reason for that.
Yeah.
Because when we turn the song list off, there's a reason that we don't want any more songs put in the queue unless people are going to be donating. But for a while, we weren't turning the redemptions off, and people figured it out because they're crafty. They would come in and all of a sudden, Starter Riot, Roxy choice, Chris choice, boom, 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 bullet redemptions, and all of a sudden, we have to add all these songs into the list. And there was an
now they're not all
expectation
getting
there.
played. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
So we turned the redemptions off, and that was able to prevent that. And we're careful with those just to try and make sure that people aren't overdoing it with those as well.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a science, like a synchronized dance. You guys have to figure out all of these little things, and that just comes over time and repetition.
Oh yeah. Well, and Chid and I have learned, he knows that when he has to leave and I have to take over the song queue for him, he knows I know what I'm doing, because we've talked about it at great length, because I didn't want him to ever feel like, oh, she doesn't know how to do it, and so I'm his backup on it. And, I think it took Chris a little bit to kind of figure out, I do know what I'm doing. I got it, and now he seems to have a little bit more faith and trust in it. There have been times where he'll have to delete a song or, hit play because it's already played or whatever. But because now if I'm the only mod, I'm a little busy. I'm getting to everything,
Yeah,
sure.
But he's always been super cool about it too, which is great, but it's I've gotten to the point now where I figure, okay, last hour, 10 songs is probably pushing it. So, at the last hour, once we get about 7 or 8 songs in, I go ahead and shut it down, because I know Roxy and Chris, especially on Sundays, they like to do a song a piece, to close out the show. And then on Tuesdays, they might have everybody in the band to choose a song, or Chris might just say, hey, we're just going to end up, closing out the song list, that's it, and go raid, you know.
Sure.
So you just kind of figure it out. It is a fine science, but, you know, I try to figure out, you know, last half hour, if they've got 6 songs, they're good. They're golden, you know. And that's kind of how I figure it.
But Roxy's not kidding. I mean, sometimes when I turn that song list back on and chat's ready, it's just like bam, 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 bam.
Oh my
Holy
God.
crap.
And then on the flip
People are
side, there's times
ready.
I'm going, okay, guys, we can take 6 or 8 requests and nothing, and crickets for like half an hour. And I'm like, anybody?
Weird.
You know? But yeah, I'm just like,
You know, it's interesting how Risky does it. They at first they would like be like, okay, we got too many requests, we'll shut it down, and then they started doing. They will not ever shut it down. They will take all the requests, and you can pay to bump your song up. So someone can come in towards the end, and they'll just throw a 20 and be like, play my fucking song, and they're like, yes sir, you know. So it kind of keeps people like battling to make sure that they can tip enough to get the songs played, which
right.
is cool in a way for people that want their song played, but it sucks for people who've been in the list forever who
Yeah.
just want their damn song played, and then they're getting bumped ahead, you know, if they don't have the money. That really sucks for them. So,
And that's
we've-
something
good and
that
bad.
Chid had an issue with. That, yeah, tell her about that one, Chid.
Sorry?
People bumping their songs and
Yeah, there's we with the bullet redemptions for a while, which they were pretty low. As far from a bullets perspective, that made it challenging because, you know, we always obviously were trying to make sure that new followers were getting us at least a song played so that they would have an opportunity to appreciate the band, and that they were getting a song played. The bullet redemptions would load up, and suddenly all of a sudden, you know, people are waiting ridiculous amounts of time, and we were losing followers in the sense that they might be a new follower, but they would leave the stream before their song got played. And that was a little bit of a challenge. So we tried to pay a lot more attention to that and try and mix it up a little bit.
and not only that,
Obviously,
but multiple
obviously,
requests.
but cash is king, right? Cash is going to be king, and then subs and bits. I mean, let's face it, it is a business. And honestly, a lot of people don't always appreciate that as much as they
Right.
should. These guys are professional musicians. This is what they do for a living. And I wish a lot more people would respect that.
Agreed.
Yep.
I don't
And when you come in,
and
when
I
you go
love that
into
these guys I love that these guys will play a show and respect that, you know, we have it in the chat that times are tough and they're willing to allow people to come in and listen and have a good time. And that's just fine. There's absolutely no problem with that. But don't get mad if your song isn't getting played because other people are paying, you know.
and
Yeah,
not only that,
absolutely.
but don't go into a stream, a music stream, and suddenly request, you know, come in there, we don't even know who you are, and start requesting 10 songs in a row. First off, you're a jerk because there are other people that want to hear songs. And this was a big thing for Chid and I, because certain people would come in and they would request 5, 6, 7 songs, fill up the entire queue, and then leave without saying anything, no donations, no nothing. And then we've got all these people that were waiting, that are still there waiting. And it's like, you know, so Chid and Chris had to talk about it. And Chris made it so that, you know, hey, when you come in, based on your tier level, you're only going to be able to request so many songs per hour. And some people get upset with it, and I'm just like, well, don't be a jerk. You know, you get, you know, 1 song an hour, you're good. Come on.
That's
You know,
plenty.
this isn't,
Absolutely.
you know, there's 100 people, 100 plus people in here. You're not the only one that wants to hear a song.
That's the
So,
thing. People have entitlement. They come in and they're like, "Play this song for me right now."
But
like,
yeah,
the
they
fuck?
don't
Like, you're
donate.
coming into a whole thing. There's all these people who have been waiting patiently. It's same thing with karaoke. Jesus fucking Christ! People come into karaoke. They're like, put their song in. 3 minutes later, so like, when's my song coming up? And I'm like, yo, you just put your song in.
Play Deep Purple. Bam,
Calm
bam,
down, you know.
Right.
Go
Well, and
fucking sit. And then they just can't handle. Like, I've had to tell people, if you literally ask me one more fucking time when your song's coming up, you don't sing ever
Oh,
again.
goodness.
You're literally never singing again.
Right.
Every time you ask me, I'm bumping you down. So go sit down, shut the fuck up. I didn't forget about you. You're not the only person in this fucking bar. Wait
Chris never
your
gets to
turn.
hear his songs.
Well, and that's why I've
Aw.
actually, I think it was Chid that actually had one time typed in the chat, this is how the song list works. This is how the cue is going to be played. And so I copied it and now I pasted it in the chat a couple of times an hour sometimes because, I want people to realize just because you came in and you've been here 2 minutes doesn't mean your song is going to get played right now. Because right when you came in, we got a rate. And so that rater now takes, top song, and now you've also got somebody that said, hey, here's $20 for shots. But can I also get the song request in? Well, that bumped it.
Yeah.
Now your song got bumped down again. You have to allow for that.
Well, and
some people
I've
just are asses and don't.
I've also taken it upon myself that, and we've talked about it before, but there are people who will come in and they'll request a song and they'll leave.
Mm-hmm.
And then they go inactive for a while on chat. And it's like, there's a couple times where it's like, okay, are you actually here? Are you lurking and you've just gone inactive because you're no longer on chat? When we're watching the song list and stuff, it turns red and you can see that people aren't there. And you might have to check the chat and go, okay, this person actually left the stream.
Yeah,
Well,
and then
For
they
me,
get
I'll go
mad.
back and forth. Like I'll have on Sundays, it's Roxy and Risky. So I'll be going back and forth. I'll be in Roxy's for a while and put a song request in and be like, okay, I'm going to go hang out over here at Risky's for a little bit, put a song request in over there, and then go back and forth. So there's been some times where I came back and you're like, oh, you're back. And I'm like, how'd you know I was gone? I was gone for like 5 minutes.
Well, and obviously
know.
for regular supporters of the stream, I will typically bump their song down if it gets high up on the list and it turns red. I'll bump it down so that and just hold it in a pattern until I know that they've come back or something like that.
Or they're gone for good.
But yeah, exactly. Waiting a long enough time. But if they're
Chris is yelling at me. I'm getting yelled at.
She needs
but if
to
you
know
put in her,
Justin
if
said
you
the
put
same
in a
thing.
request,
Justin's like, oh, I totally introduced you to those guys, and now you're leaving me for them. I'm like, sorry, I love all of you. I have to
but
divide.
if you put in a request and then you're completely gone and just trying to time it to when you come back,
for sure, then that's not so fun.
I find that being a little disrespectful to the band.
And you're not going to get your song played. And that is the thing, that's another thing that we have people that will come in and purposefully. Now, this is where you will be banned. I'm to the point now of I'm done. I'm banning people
Simple
for this
kind of
crap.
Yeah.
Because first up, Chid is extremely busy behind the scenes. What people don't realize is he is keeping a lot of mathematical information for Chris and Roxy. So he is buried in his computer. He doesn't have time to keep his eye on the song requests and listening for Chris to go, we don't know that song. We don't know that song. For people to put in the dumbest requests that they know the band doesn't know, and they'll do it specifically to see what the reaction of the band is. And I'm like, are you effing kidding me? Because I will not mess with the song queue if shit is in there. I don't do it. I whisper him, or I'll put it in the chat, hey, so-and-so at Chidleymichael will get that for you, and try to tag that conversation so that Chid sees it and can go to it. We've had one person who specifically says, I'm just trying to get a rise out of the band. What? You're going to get a rise out of me and get kicked in the ass right out the door.
You goddamn
because
right.
We don't have time for that.
Nobody got time for
banner.
that.
Yeah, let's
exactly.
just play the Star Spangled Banner. I think we should just do that at the beginning of every stream and get it over with.
I'd be like, oh, we already played that one.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but you're going to be kicked out now, Roxy Gun Project. You're done. I'm banning you. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
I like my sword. I love my sword. Don't take my sword.
What about America the Beautiful, though? You won't play Star Spangled. What about America the Beautiful?
I'll put that in the song request. We'll see how far that gets you. But, I mean, the thing is, though, no, seriously.
Yeah. SR,
seriously,
the song
though,
the band wants to play.
if you come in,
That's helpful.
if you come in and you request a song, don't leave. Or if you need to step away, do the respectful thing and say, hey, I have to go to the bathroom, or my neighbor needs me for a moment. Chid will gladly pop your song down to the bottom. Let us know when you're back. We'll pop your song back up. But don't be a jerk and
I don't
just
think people
fill up
think
the
about
stupid
that.
song queue.
No.
I
I
don't
know
know.
you're right.
People are
I
just,
just think that they don't realize
oh,
like
they
what's all
realize.
going into it sometimes.
Oh, that part, no, yeah. No,
You
they
know.
realize what they're doing, but they don't realize the behind the scenes stuff that Chid and I are responsible for.
Yeah.
And it's like, like if somebody redeems a Roxy's choice, I will watch the song queue for about 5 minutes. If I don't see that Chid has put it in within 5 minutes, I message him because I want to just get it out of there so I know, okay, it's done. The second it goes in the song queue, I can delete that redemption as done. It's give it check mark and it's gone.
I think she's giving him one of those looks again.
All right, dear. I think it's fucking funny though.
Oh,
Canada.
Yeah. But I mean, seriously, that's why, but come in and don't just, that's my biggest pet peeve with people.
Okay, so that's your biggest pet peeve. Chid, what's your
Yep.
biggest pet peeve?
She is behind you, Chris.
Yeah, watch out. She'll get ya. Yeah, what's your biggest pet peeve, Chid, about uh chat
Aaron
and modding
stealing
in
his
general?
beer.
We pretty much covered it.
Okay.
Just the expectation. You know, somebody comes in and has an expectation that they have some sort of ability to sway the song list or get something played immediately, or they have a right to something.
Or Chris moving the songs in the list.
Not at all.
Oh.
Just settle down. They'll get to your song. I really appreciate some people who are, they understand it. If they can't afford to donate, then they put a song and they wait patiently for it to be played. And sometimes they might message me and say, I've been waiting a long time, but I have to leave. Is there any way, and you know what? Usually I'm able to do something there. I try to accommodate it if I can.
Yeah.
But again, it's a business.
Yep.
And there are times, most of the time, if he puts something in the song queue, hey, so-and-so's got to go, Chris immediately is like, hey, we got somebody leaving, let's play their song. Roxy's quick to point it out, too. If somebody says, hey, I'm leaving, oh, did they have a song in the queue? So that we get to them.
That's really nice.
I think Erin covered it. It's and Chris was saying it in the chat. It's the ridiculous requests that are just, if you listen to the band long enough, you kind of understand. I mean, if you read about them on the page, you understand what they're covering. But some of the requests are just so whack.
Yeah,
There's
I've seen
one
some people
for
ask for
some
like
people
really
want-
deep cut shit where I'm like, what? I've never even heard of this in my life, Like,
Oh,
what are
not
the
just
odds?
that kind of stuff, Sammy. Not just that kind of stuff, but themes to like Dragon Ball Z. I don't even know if Roxy Gun Project would ever even remotely play Dragon Ball Z. I've seen that a few times from one person. He keeps going, y'all should play Dragon Ball Z. And I'm like, are you fucking serious right now?
Yeah, 9 years old? What are you talking about? Jeez, man. That's
Are you
funny.
two? Not 9, 2.
Oh,
But
man.
Oh, I know.
Oh, Sailor Moon. You did the Sailor Moon song. That's funny. That's
I've got a good one, and I know.
Tiptoe Through the Tulips.
Yeah, I should probably stop doing that.
What? Tell me.
Was that wrong? It's when other people in the stream, I mean, I don't mind people helping out, but when people start trying to moderate, and we have had that happen.
Oh, God. Yeah, don't come in here and mod. If you're not a mod.
There have
What
been
do you
people that have
mean?
come.
Like,
there have
in
been
what
people.
kind of way?
Well, it's just that they're constantly, like I said, if people are trying to help others out, appreciate it, love it, right? thank you very
Mhm.
much. Makes our job easier. But there have been some people who have come in and tried to literally do it time and time and time again during
They
a
mod.
stream.
They literally mod.
It hasn't happened in a very long time, but they start getting a little too aggressive with that,
Like
and
what kind? Like they're
it's like
answering other people's
you know,
questions and stuff like
yeah,
that, and like greeting
and then it's like,
everybody and
well,
doing all that.
what the hell am I sitting here for at that point?
So let me give
You
you a
know?
good example. Let me give you a really good example. And if, okay, so when we have our hype trains and people are donating gift subs and biddies and things like that, you know, encouraging each other is phenomenal. And we welcome that. We want the chat to be, hey, let's do this, let's go, and rallying each
Mhm.
other. Can't get anywhere without that. When it's all said and done, what we don't appreciate is suddenly and this actually happened, where someone gifted out a gift sub 10, 15 minutes after a train, and somebody else was on there. It wasn't even to them, wasn't anybody that they seemed to know. They were like, oh, thank you for that gift sub. We so appreciate it. And I'm looking at it going, huh? And so I had to look back and I'm like, okay, who got the sub? Okay, what's going on? And they kept doing it. And they happened to be a mod in another stream. So I messaged them and I said, that's really sweet. I do appreciate you calling them out. I said, but can you let us kind of do those? I said, it just seems more appropriate if a mod from the channel does it. And they were like, oh my God, I'm so sorry. Very understanding, no problem. Okay, cool. Thank you. We've had others where if like there was a day when actually a couple of streams, the song queue, you couldn't even get into it. You had to actually have the link and click on the link and then you could open it. Why people don't save it to their computers, I don't know, but it drives me crazy. Save it to your computer and you don't need it every time. But all of a sudden, other people would, come in, and whether they were mods in other channels or even people in our own stream, they're like, here's the song queue, here's the song queue. And I'm like, okay, great, no problem. Okay, you're helping out. And then somebody asks questions. Well, can you let the mods try to answer them first? Because we might have the answers. You might not yet know,
Weird.
but
That's kind of
yeah,
weird.
sometimes it just
I don't.
depends.
I always get the information wrong.
Well, and then somebody else, like if I type something, like somebody was like, what's the link for the song queue? First off, I don't like typing out the whole word. So exclamation SQ is simple. And then somebody else posted right behind me, or you could try this. And the person went, or I could just try the easiest one. And I'm like, looking at the chat going, okay, go ahead, answer their questions. And then somebody asked a question and I waited. That person answered, got it completely wrong. And I'm just sitting there like,
Oh my goodness, that's really bizarre that
yeah,
somebody
you see it quite
would just
often.
take like ownership. It's one thing if like
Mm-hmm.
people are engaged in the chat and other people are coming in and they're like, "Hey, well, I'm here." And someone's like, "Oh, hi, welcome to the chat."
Yeah,
That's
read
nice
all you
because
want.
it's like you're
Yeah,
part of the chat, like thank you for joining us in the chat or whatever, but to just be like, you know, I don't know, doing that, that's over the line if you're not invited. Like let the
the
mods answer
funniest
the damn
one,
questions.
and this was the funniest one, and this was probably, oh God, right after we got on Twitch and right after I became a mod. And mind you, at that point, I was still learning a lot about, Roxy Gun Project. I only knew what I knew of going to their shows here, Facebook, so I was still learning some things. And somebody had asked a question, and I'll never forget it. Chid answered it. Mama Gun answered it. I'm sitting here silent because I don't know the answer. And somebody else came up behind him and tried to answer it. And I remember Roxy kind of said, no, that's not correct. Mama Gun and Chid have it right. And the person was going, no, I know this info. And I I'm hoping Roxy remembers this because it was kind of funny. It was a brief thing, but this person was like, no, I know what I'm talking about. And it was sort of like, the hell, so
Weird. That's
yeah,
weird.
So
but
yeah,
yeah,
Hmm.
it
so
just goes to show you there's a lot of different stuff going on
Yeah, that's
in our
interesting.
brains on the song list and how you handle different people. Yeah, there's some definite challenging personalities on occasion.
there's some times where I'm literally like head desk.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, you guys
And I'm
handle
just,
it really well. You definitely are graceful, both of you guys, about the way that you handle everything, and you're fun.
mhm.
So, like, I feel like you
We're
keep your composure.
graceful.
Yes, you keep your composure when
Okay,
maybe it's
I'll do that. I'll
hard to
take that
keep
one.
your composure sometimes. You know, like I feel like you handle it very well. Because
When she
sometimes
says
it's
I'm
hard.
graceful, Chid, I have a feeling Sammy has never seen me try to stand up and walk after 7 hours in this chair modding.
Oh.
There are
Oh
times
man.
when literally they do the song with the bathroom on the right, and I'm going, I know it's right over there, and I can't go because we are so. I thought I saw something. We are so flipping busy all stream long that I don't have time to go to the bathroom some nights. And you'll see Roxy and Chris take off and go potty, or Randy and Ryan J. And I'm like, y'all go for me.
Actually, the
It's
other
like,
day when I was modding, I had to pee, and I was like, I wish there was like a command for it, like mod pee break, just so like everybody knows what's happening. You know, just like, hey, just
Exclamation
gotta
whiz.
go. Yeah.
we know that we can take breaks, Chris. Don't get me wrong. We know we
Yeah.
can take our
Yeah, but we're
breaks.
like
The thing
committed in the
is
moment.
sometimes it's too busy,
Yeah.
and then I'm sitting here like doing the potty dance. And then, it's adding mod P break.
Yeah, totally. I
Oh
think that
no,
would be handy,
no.
just so like it's like okay, everybody knows. I'll be right back. Be right back.
I
Go
have
to pee.
done that, Dusty. I
Sandwich
have
break.
literally done that. Oh, but no,
Oh yeah.
it's great. Some nights it just goes by super fast, and I'm like, oh wow, it's 10 o'clock, and I haven't peed since 4.
Shit. Yeah, you can take your phone, but at the same time, like like if I'm in charge of clearing out redemptions, if I'm in the bathroom, I go upstairs to go like make food real fast or make a sandwich or something like that. Like I could be missing these that's my job. This is my task,
Mm-hmm.
like I can't fail on the task, but I know that I can message you and be like, I'll be right back in like 3 minutes. Just watch the
Chid,
thing, and it's fun.
Chid
Fine.
does that. Yeah, Chid's done that before, but I know he's super busy. So when it's just been me and him, and I'm seeing the song queue go crazy, I'm like, all right, I'll pick a song where I know it's just going to be mostly lighters and flame emojis, and nobody's really doing too much. So then I'll be like, run and come back, you know. But at that point, I'm going, oh, thank you, God. And I think there's actually a difference in how I chat at that point, because I get a little quiet when I really have to pee.
Dude, look at Chris and Roxy are like she's like, I'm not Jeff Bezos. Bathroom breaks are permitted. And again, no one's getting paid, everyone can pee. Yes, it's true. But you have to understand, there's like this like, I don't know, sense of like commitment in the moment where it's like
Mm-hmm.
every moment matters, but obviously everybody's allowed to go, but sometimes it's just not the right time. You have to wait for the right time, like you're saying, you gotta wait for the
Exactly.
right
And
time.
that may not be till the end of the stream when you're going, oh, and I'm sitting there was one night, and it was, God, it was the 10 and a half hour stream. And I'm sitting here and I realized I had not had time because we were so busy during that entire stream to go pee. And Chris is talking at the end of the stream, and I'm sitting here going, I've got to pee. And I've got the raid call I'm ready to go in with, and I'm posting the last message. I'm literally just, I'm going to pee myself if I don't go right now. And Chris finally goes, so we're going
Need
to
to
go raid
go.
now. And then I hear Roxy in the background, we'll see you in a couple of days. And I'm like, shut up, I gotta pee.
Oh, you're
Oh,
crazy.
Oh no,
yeah.
Roxy's had situations where she's been holding it for an hour and then Love Shack comes up. Yeah. Oh no. I know, I think exclamation mod whiz. That'll be jokes between us and then we'll know, but no one else will know what the fuck that means. But we will know.
How about cheese whiz?
Oh dear.
Cheese whiz?
Cheese whiz.
Oh man.
The
It's so
cheesiest
funny.
mods have to pee.
See, this is how much your mods love you guys. Look at that, Chris and Roxy. Look,
Yeah,
everybody
we
were
won't
like,
even
"Mom, pee."
go to the bathroom during your stream.
Oh, that's some serious
If y'all
commitment.
must know, this is why I don't mind doing the live streams because they're shorter and there's usually breaks. So that's why I love live streams, you know? It's like, oh, okay, cool. This is kind of nice. I can go to the bathroom
Yeah.
and I can win big money.
That's true.
Yeah,
Well,
I
man, you guys
gambled
are
for the
so
last show. Yeah.
you guys are so great. You're so committed to this whole thing. And it's just so like endearing seeing two people be willing to invest that much like commitment and energy into something. I think it's awesome. Live streams.
Mm,
uh,
Well, like I
well,
said,
okay.
it's been really fun to be part of something through the whole
yes.
pandemic, and knowing that we're making a difference, but also giving people a sense of community. And there are many times where, people in chat will send a nice message to us, a nice whisper message to us, and that really helps. It makes it,
Mhm.
So
all
nice.
worthwhile
That's
And when we
when
awesome.
they
see all
appreciate
the
what we're
different
doing.
mod love things, I mean, that really does help. And, Roxy and Chris have been tops with, show the mods love because they know, we don't have to do this. We do it because we want to do it. And like I said earlier in the stream, it's not just Tuesdays and Sundays. There's also the Thursdays with Chris, and then there's the occasional Fridays, Saturdays now, and Sundays are different sometimes as well. So, you know, it's I think for me, wanting to do it is just to share what I fell in love with the band about, you know, because, that's, they deserve this. Like I said, this is who they are. What you see on stream is what you get in real life. And they're
But
awesome.
do you see what is now a command, an official command on stream now?
Look what you've done, Turbo.
The exclamation whiz break. The mod needs to use the little mod's room with the toilet icons. That's so
Oh
fucking
dear
great.
God.
I love that. I fucking love it. That is hilarious. Thanks, Chris. That's so
Look what
great.
I did, Turbo. What?
No, I really love it. I think that's adorable. That's super cute. Oh my god. Fucking
Ask
fantastic.
and you
Thank you,
shall
Chris.
receive.
Thank you,
Oh my God.
Daddy.
I'm going to enact the same command. Oh, I'm going to have
Oh
to
my
start that on
god.
my stream now.
That is so
Oh,
funny.
good
Yeah,
Lord.
oh, yeah, we're gonna have to all do that with break. So funny. I love it. Guys, this is so fun. I'm so glad to have you guys on here. This has been so fun getting to chat with you guys and see a little bit about you guys personally and then like to talk about the like behind the scenes of the
Hmm.
streams. And we're about 5 hours. We did about 5 hours.
Holy carp.
I know.
I could go
Can you
another
believe
five.
that
There's
shit?
so many fun things to talk about.
I know. I know. I know. I could. I can go forever, but it's pretty much just us chatting at this point. There's only a couple other bystanders at this point. But and you know what? I bet Roxy, the mod, needs a pee break. She
Yeah.
can't.
She
Oh,
took her
that's
phone and
so
went to the bathroom on the right.
funny.
Well, hopefully
Oh,
we've done them some justice.
Oh, yeah.
haven't
They
haven't
deserve it.
so
haven't let too many secrets go here.
Chris said she just peed. Okay, rock on. All this talk of pee, she was like, I'm inspired. I'm inspired by pee. Do you guys have anything that you want to share though before we depart? Is there any little, I don't know, any little fun stuff
Um,
that you guys want to?
well, I think we recognize that things are going to get a little bit challenging as we move forward. We've already discussed this amongst with the band and with the mods. They're going out on tour. There's going to be a change in the way that they stream. There are changes in the way that they connect with their fans, and that's just fine. And I think like I said, it is a business. They have to do what they need to do. there have been other streamers that have had to do this and step away and do different kinds of things with interacting with their fans. But typically, when they come back to actually regular streaming schedules, the fans come back. Hopefully, I think that we've got a strong enough community that there's going to continue to be a lot of support for the band. And I'm looking forward to helping keep those people engaged. And I guess the last thing I want to say is, and we've talked about this before a few times, that if anybody is struggling out there, with whatever it is, don't be afraid to reach out to either Erin or myself or Chris or Roxy, and I know Sammy yourself. This has been a very life-changing experience for a lot of people, and a lot of things have happened with families, with personal problems, with employment. Just reach out. Sometimes it's nice to just be able to unload to somebody that you don't even know. And
it's so
I
nice
mean,
that you're open and available for that
as
for
a
other people
as a
that you don't know.
as a prime example, I mean the friendships that we've managed to build with people that I've never met before. Nuckin, Dusty, Sammy, yourself, Erin, Chris and Roxy, Ryan J, Randall, Steve Scott, all of the regulars that come in. It's just nice to see that name pop up in the chat. And, it's a lot of fun to know that you're amongst friends when the stream comes on.
I know, it's so awesome just popping in and like, hey guys, and then there's like 10 people that are like, what's up? We're happy to see you. It's so nice. It's really, really, really nice to feel like part of this really cool community because I am in my normal life, I'm really busy. I am always out doing shit. People know me everywhere that I fucking go. Sometimes to the point where I'm like, God damn it, I just wanted to like go to the store real quick or whatever. So people like they know me in real life, and it's nice to have this community during COVID when I was all of a sudden ripped away from all of that. All of that was done. I couldn't see anybody. I wasn't running into people anywhere, and I love that. I love meeting people, and it was really nice to have it be in a different way. So now I've met people in Canada and Vegas and all over the fucking world. And it's just so awesome. It's a really good thing for a lot of people. During COVID, it really helped a lot of people, including myself, because I'm a musician. I'm in a fucking band. I like going out to see bands and supporting local music all the time. And all of a sudden, it was nothing. Nothing. But you know what? I had these guys and Risky and Tony Smiley and some of the other bands on in my house. So it was like, I'm not going out to the bar to go watch bands play, but they're here in my living room, and it's so fucking cool. It was a lifesaver. It really was. So,
Agreed.
Big thank you to all the streamers that actually did that, because I know they needed to do it for survival, but in a way, it was emotional survival for the rest of us who had everything just like ripped away in 2 seconds.
Yep.
Shut down, just shut the fuck down. You're like, well, what do we do now? And it was a connection to this world and to all these different people that we wouldn't have had before at all. Like, we were talking about this on one of the past streams. Like, can you imagine what would have been like if this pandemic lockdown happened in 1994 or something like that? Like, how different it would be not having the internet, not being able to talk to people in the way that we do. Like, it would have been so much more isolating. But now it's like not.
Oh yeah.
It's funny how many barriers it broke down. I mean, people who you would not normally, instantly reach out to or be friends with, people from all different walks of life, and that's it's taught a lot more acceptance, I think, as a general rule. There have been people that have been, like I said, coming into the stream that we know are challenged with various things, but they're more than welcome to come in, and we're happy to have them there.
Oh yeah.
It's so awesome. And then just meeting these people and supporting each other, but then actually making like real true friendships when you actually get to meet some of these people. Like these guys were saying on their tour, they're going to get to meet so many people in different cities that have been following them because they're coming to their city. And I felt so lucky to have Chris and Roxy come visit me here. I mean, Roxy and I video chat all the time, and I'm like, come hang out with me. Like, come, I'll show you all these beautiful things. Because she's like, I just have the desert and it sucks, and I just want to fucking mountain. I just want to hug a tree. I'm like, we have so many trees. Like, you should definitely come here. I will take
You'll have
you to the
splinters for
fucking trees.
days.
And that video that I got of them on the snow, they were like, oh my God, there's snow. So they're like running up that little like snow hill, and they're busting their ass. Like, oh my God, I have not laughed that hard
Yeah, that
in a
kind of
while.
reminds me, Roxy,
so
Chris, have you guys been up to Mount Charleston? There was snow up there.
Well, it's not like they've never seen snow, but it was like summertime, and it was warm as fuck. And then all of a sudden you're driving up, and there was like, it was a lot of snow too. Still, there was probably like, I don't know, it was maybe like 4 or 5 feet of snow or so that was just kind of stacked up. It was kind of crazy.
In our defense, it was a steep incline.
It was a steep incline. It was
like
a steep
this,
incline.
or was it like this? I mean,
it's
that,
ice, so it's slippery.
Yeah.
It was reasonable, but it was so fucking funny. Chris just like kept fucking falling, and he like couldn't get up and kept laughing and falling, and he finally got up, and I started videoing it, and then Roxy, whoop, like his fucking feet goes out from underneath. It was great. It was great, but it's like being able to have those kind of experiences with new friends. It was fucking great. So it's like, okay, we met on stream, and then we video chatted, but now like we're like, I feel like we're like legit fucking friends, that we've got to like, I've got to watch them slide down a fucking mountain together, like,
well,
it's great.
and look at Chid and I. There is absolutely no way in hell I would have ever met Chid. And I don't think I could have walked up to him and been like, hey, be my friend. And him be like, anything but go away. I mean.
You're scaring me, crazy lady.
Pretty much,
But I almost slept with Marky Mark one time. You're like, you're trying to drop street cred.
I sat on the floor below James Caan. He'd be like, I don't want to hear about that. You have to. It wasn't like that. But, I mean, you have to think about it.
It is true. It's unlikely friendships,
Yeah, Twitch brought, hundreds of people together in a chat, a couple of times a week that would never have ever met, and, you sit there and you think about the people that you've met, and, they tell you, you start to know their families, you start to know who they are, you start to feel connections, and you start to feel like you're part of their family and they're part of your family. And, honestly, if something ever happened and Roxy and Chris decided never to Twitch again, I think we would all be like, devastated,
Oh yeah.
and everybody be scrambling. Give me your phone number. Give me your email. Where are you on Facebook? Yeah. And so, I mean, it's been, while the reason for being on Twitch was sad and devastating, what it's turned into has turned into something beautiful, and we've all gone through something.
And Twitch is the fucking lemonade,
Yeah.
that was made
and
from all of this.
That's what happened, I mean, I think back to where I was literally a year ago when my nephews died, and the depression that I felt, because I was looking at their mom going, oh my God, I'm a mother of 3 kids. And I mean, I grieved hard for months after those boys died. But every Sunday and Tuesday, I didn't cry. Instead, I found music. And when people say music is healing, it really is. And it took a long time for me to even be able to say their names without bawling and going, how could someone lose their 2 kids? How can she even function? And I spent a lot of time with her after that. And, had it not been for Twitch and Facebook and, the pandemic, I wouldn't have had the family that I have now. But, I haven't gone to them and said, hey, I'm sad, but we've all kind of gotten together. You know what I'm saying? It's like, we've all been here. We've all worked it out. We've all seen and gone through shit, and we're all helping each other. We're all loving each other. And that's the most important thing.
I love it, and I'm glad it brought all of us together. I'm really, really glad, because I think you guys are fantastic humans, and I'm very lucky to know you guys. I really am. And now I get to be on the team, on the mod team That's like the
Hell
extra
yeah.
special VIP section of life.
Well,
It's good.
see, now you're in the front row, center, and we get the stocked
Woo!
freezer with the ice creams and cooler with the beers and the wines and the spirits and the fresh hot
Yes.
food.
Yes.
The VIPs are behind us and they get a nice set. So yeah, it's all right. Behind them, they just get hot popcorn and fresh beer.
Yes.
So we're
Yes.
good.
Yes.
What
Oh,
the hell are you
awesome.
talking about?
Popcorn. That sounds delicious.
Living in my own world, shit. Living in my own world.
Tavia, lucky, rub it in, mods. Shitty cold popcorn for you, Tavia. Well, guys, thank you so much for coming on. This was so much fun.
Yeah.
For having us.
The mods are talking.
Yeah, go sit at the little not mods table. Dusty, make Tavia a mod on the channel right now and make her feel better. Moderate.
Damn it, press only for this one.
Thank you for having us, and I hope that the people watching enjoyed it as well.
I
know I had a lot of fun
coming over.
Did. I know, this was so fun. It was so fun. There was a lot of shenanigans, less shenanigans than I was expecting. But I thought you guys were going to end up like kung fu fighting throughout this whole thing. You were very nice to each other. Oh, much love.
Nah, Chid knows I love him with a horn. Heart with a horn.
I can't do that. I don't know. My hand is all freaky.
I got a Chid heart. Ah! Nah, Chid
And
is
Roxy
my
and
butt.
Chris, we love you guys. We would
Amen
not
to
all
that.
be here doing this right now if it wasn't for you guys. So,
Yeah, special
Hooray.
shout out to Roxy and Chris.
absolutely.
We're gonna lose
Well,
our
you
swords
guys-
after this.
But then they will have
Nah.
no one. No, you guys are very loved and very appreciated by those guys. I know it. So, oh, Chid just left the call. He just dropped out.
Hi, everybody.
Wow, that was abrupt, and I know that was a very abrupt ending. I wonder if that was an accident or not. Either way, we will
Roxy,
end
we love you.
transmission.
I love you too,
Oh, he's back.
Roxy. There he is.
And myself.
I know. I think you banned yourself. We're like, whoa, that was an awkward transition out, but okay, cool. Damn shit, Irish goodbye. He's missing. Call the authorities. Oh no.
I thought it would be a good joke anyway. Whatever.
That's fucking funny.
That or
That
Roxy
was
Rolla
so
was
funny.
on her way downstairs. What did
No.
you spend last night?
He banned himself. That's so fucking funny. Oh, I loved it. All right, guys. Well, cheers to you, and I will see you on the Sunday stream. Faux show.
Don't forget, Friday, Roxy Gunn in their
No,
Discord.
Yes, I will be.
Yes.
Friday, I will be in the chit chats.
And if you need help, if you want to join in and you are a subscriber, but you haven't joined your Twitch and your Discord, under just chat, I posted the directions for you, so you can do
Great,
it.
because I do need to figure out that Roxy told me to ask you. So you posted it.
It's so
Where did you post
simple. Take it 2 seconds.
Okay. Fucking
Yeah.
fantastic. I'll do it. Because
Go to
otherwise it would have
just
been the
chat
time I'd
and
been
you'll
like,
be able
oh
to do
shit,
it.
I forgot. I don't know how to do it. And I would have been stressed out. So thank you.
Mhm. And
why
that's
you're super.
Friday.
Yes. Okay. That'll be awesome. All right, guys. Well, have a wonderful night. And we're just going to skip a raid tonight. We're just going to fucking nip this in the bud here. Because it's just us,
Bye,
and I don't think anyone's hanging.
everybody.
All right,
Have a good
guys.
night, everyone.
See you later.
Thanks
It
for
was
watching.
Love
nice
you,
hanging with
Chid. Love you,
guys.
Sammy.
I
Take
love
care.
you too. See you guys
Love you too.
Friday. Bye.
Good night.
Bye.
Bye.